Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Deku Had Mysterious Quirk story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. A rude awakening would be a gentle way to describe what Izuku was faced with upon opening his eyes. With a kick drum in his head, a sticky film covering his skin, and a dull powerful pain in his gut, he felt as though he was ready to keel over and die not even 3 seconds after he half opened his foggy eyes. Add the putrid smell overpowering his nose to the list of tragedies inflicted on his body. What on earth is that smell? Thought Izuku as he shot to sit up, bones creaking under him and... Oh! He thought, befuddled. I'm in a dumpster. Sirens wailed in the distance as he sat upright, looking around while he sunk into sticky, damp, black garbage bags. Rats scurried along the alleyway the dumpster was crudely hidden in, ducking in and out of cardboard boxes lining the side which were discarded and stained with the strange liquids that tend to cover alleyway grounds. The alley was narrow, encased between 2 towering buildings, and as Izuku looked up, he could only see a sliver of the night sky. Slowly, the cogs in his brain started turning as he sat there in a trance. Slowly he closed his gaping mouth, and snapped into logical Izuku. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. What am I doing in a dumpster? It's the middle of the night. Where am I? Oh my mom. She must be worried sick. Was I attacked and dumped? I should call the police. Yeah, they'd know what to do. Okay, Izuku. Breathe. The young teen scrambled for his phone, still sitting in the dumpster as he patted down his body, then around him, checking restlessly in the deep dark of the night. After scrambling for a while, hyperventilating, and checking again, Izuku realized his phone was nowhere to be found. In fact, he wasn't even in his own clothes. Now not wearing his middle school's uniform he would usually be in, but in a tattered old cream shirt and cargo shorts he definitely didn't own. He could panic about the prospects of that later, but for now, he had to find a way to inform the police about this. He needed to call someone, anyone, and let them know he was alive. Well, I can't do much sitting in here. I guess any phone would do, thought Izuku as he tried to dull his panic. He stood up on the trash, wobbling a tad, and leaped over the side of the stained dirty dumpster, transitioning into a roll before he stood up tactfully. That was new. I guess getting mugged refines your reflexes, he reasoned. The boy walked off in a daze, following the light at the other side of the alleyway as it glared into his eyes like a camera flash into his brain. Walking out into the streets, the boy saw they were deathly quiet, and maybe it was just the night's darkness talking, but I have no idea where I am. A tight fear coiled itself around Izuku's lungs, as the panic he'd suppressed in turn of logic found him. The roads and buildings around were dilapidated, with paint peeling and brick crumbling everywhere Izuku looked. Graffiti lined the walls like a sick colorful mockery in an attempt to cover the spoiled buildings. Lights were on in every few windows, some from flickering TVs, some from warm lamps he imagined in run-down little apartments, but they all hurt Izuku's eyes in the dark. He could feel bile crawling up his throat as he started to quickly walk down the empty roads, just wanting a payphone, a recognizable place or face, anything. Izuku's mind spiraled as he walked down the cool, desolate road. Did Kaken leave me here? No. I mean his mean, but he's not stupid enough to attempt to do whatever this attempted to do to me. Izuku muttered as his mind raced. Was I mugged? Why the change of clothes, and why me? I don't exactly look rich. Trafficking? What for? I don't even have a quirk for them to want to traffic me for. I don't feel like I've been assaulted, physically or otherwise. Izuku sped up, realizing he didn't have any shoes on as the cool pavement scraped against the bottom of his feet. Last I remember, I was walking home. It was a little later than usual since Kaken and his lackeys were brutal. The sky set an orange glow along the horizon as Izuku walked home from his rough day at school. Every day was rough for a quirkless nobody at Aldera, and things hadn't gotten much better, even with his newfound status as a 4th year. This time, Katsuki and company had waited for Izuku outside of the shoe lockers, wanting to ambush him at the right time. They'd been making his life hell for years. What was another day? Deku! Sneered Katsuki as he rounded the side of the lockers, revealing himself and his two friends to Izuku while he went to put his shoes away into the cool metal case. Izuku jumped, feeling fear crawl up his spine. Look, Deku, let's make this painless, you nobody. Katsuki mocked, his lips tilting into a snarling smile. We just want you to see things our way, so be a nice little loser and let us teach you a lesson. He preached. Yeah. Jumped in a rough-looking chubby boy. Katsuki rolled his eyes at him, clearly unamused with his dull company. All right. Katsuki huffed. Grab the nerd, we're just gonna leave a few marks where nobody will believe him. Izuku tensed up, eyes wide like a deer caught in a pickup truck's headlights. The two snickering boys at Katsuki's side stalked towards Izuku, reaching out to grab him with one pudgy and one spindly hand. He felt frozen, unable to move. Until he could. Don't try to escape, Deku. Hollered Katsuki as Izuku turned around and sprinted. His shoeless feet pounded on the floor as he ran, cold sweat beading on his skin as primal fear turned into adrenaline-based energy. He ran through the halls, slipping and sliding on the shiny linoleum floors as he turned corners to rush up the stairs, hoping to lose the three boys trailing behind him as their footsteps and breaths mingled in his ears with his pounding heart. Tripping on his feet and gasping for air, all he could think was run, 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 run. Izuku grasped the corners, using them to speed himself up, turning each hall he could until he'd found a shining light, a piece of hope, or as any normal kid would see it, a janitor's closet that he knew locked from the inside. Izuku bursted into the tiny space, nearly slipping and slamming the door shut behind him while twisting the lock with shaky hands. Pounding resonated from the other side of the metal door, Katsuki's yelling and his lackey's grunts all rang in his ears as he sank to the ground, backed against the wall on the farthest side of the dark room. After what seemed like eons of yelling, pounding, bargaining, and barrages of insults hurled at the shaking boy on the ground, Izuku's heartbeat evened out, and he could feel his lungs working at a normal speed. The yelling stopped, but he wasn't so stupid as to leave just yet, even if it had been a while since it stopped. That was when they would get him. He knew not to leave until... Scuff, scuff, scuff. There it was, the sound of retreating footsteps nearly an hour after the boys' yelling had ceased. Izuku waited until the walking sounds were completely silent to his ears, and stood up in the dark, padding over to the locked door. Pressing his ear to it, he heard only the sound of the faint aircon blowing outside in the halls. Now or never. He quietly opened the hefty door, the faint glow of the near-setting sun streaming in through the windows on the other side of the hall. Izuku left the confines of his dark, cramped, savior janitor's closet and proceeded to quietly walk back down to put his shoes on and leave. The setting orange glow of the sun as he walked home was the last thing Izuku remembered, turning down an alley that held a shortcut to his home before. Black. And now, Izuku muttered bitterly, I'm shoeless, in somebody else's clothes, having just woken up in the middle of nowhere in the middle of the night in a dumpster. His stomach growled and groaned. Also, I'm starving. The angel of convenience must have blessed him, as when he'd gotten a little closer to a light he's been following at the end of a STRP of old beaten-down homes, he saw a bright white glow light up the night. After walking aimlessly in an attempt to find, really anything, there sat a perfectly preserved and open 7, the store's stark contrast to the awful area it was in left it completely empty at this time, save for the cashier at the checkout who was on her phone. Wait. Thought Izuku, squinting at the light as he stood outside. She has a phone. He practically sprinted into the store, excited to finally connect with anything he knew. Ding. The door beeped as Izuku entered in a flurry. Excuse me, miss. Izuku yelled, startling the girl and causing her to jump. She puffed up like a cat, eyebrows scrunched and eyes wide. I'm super lost, would you mind lending me your phone? Izuku trailed off as the girl looked at him, horrified. She narrowed her smoky eyes, still wary with her shoulders high in fear. Okay, just stay right here. She pointed in front of her. Izuku padded up as she handed him her phone, eyeing him warily while he looked down at it in relief. What is she so nervous for? Bad area, I guess. He wondered. I'm fine, so would the police really care? I'm just some quirkless kid who woke up in a dumpster after a few hours unharmed. I guess. I mean, really, I should call Mom. He stared at the keypad. Yeah, she's probably already got the police looking for me anyways. He punched in her number, the phone beeping at each button. The phone barely rang before it spoke out. The number you are trying to call is currently out of service. Please check that you have the right number, or, the message continued on, but Izuku hung up quickly. Must have mistyped. The cashier looked at him in suspicion. Izuku reread the number he's punched in and, no, that's definitely right. A dull drop in his stomach made him feel as though something was terribly wrong. A chill spread throughout his body. Had his mother changed her number in a day? Had he forgotten it? No. No way. He knows that number like the back of his hand. He looked up to the girl, meeting her scared gaze with an even more horrified one. It couldn't be. Miss, Izuku spoke slowly, deliberately. What's the date? The woman looked confused, carefully taking her phone back out of Izuku's shocked and unsteady hands. You okay? She asked, taking a step back and holding her phone to her chest. Izuku must have looked as horrified as he felt, not responding, just staring blankly. Oh boy, it's the 5th I think. She said, looking away nervously. Izuku's last day of memory had been closer to the end of March. Had he been missing for days? The woman looked down at her phone's lock screen. Yeah, okay, it's the 5th of October. Izuku burst into the July 11th bathroom. 5th of October, 5th of October, 5th of October. It swirled around in his head, taunting him. 6 months, Izuku had been missing with zero memory for 6 months. His mother had turned off her phone and he had no idea where he was. He swiftly crashed onto his knees, hugging the toilet bowl and began to dry heave into the clear liquid. His knees touched the dingy ground, and his stomach reeled as his panic swallowed him. Curling up, Izuku was huffing, feeling his vision close in around him while his thoughts reeled. He was sweating, yet he was cold and clammy. His clothes all hung off of him in the worst ways and scraped against his skin like small knives. He felt his heart hammer throughout his body, pushing blood too quickly in and out of all of his organs. His head beat like he was being punched repeatedly, and he was muttering nonsense as his hands shook and pulled his knees into him. He found himself thinking, not for the first time that night, just what on earth had happened to me. He couldn't calm down, he wouldn't. He just didn't know what to do, and in an ache to see a familiar face, he shakily stood, gripping onto the walls like his sweaty hands would adhere him to it if he were to fall, and tripped over to the sink, gasping. He splashed his face with cold water, practically vibrating out of his skin with pure unease. Tears streaked down his face, searing into his skin and mingling with the smelly bathroom water. Finally, Izuku dared to look into his eyes in the stained mirror. His heart stopped. The pounding stopped, the aching stopped, he even stopped breathing as he looked into his eyes. His cold, dead eyes stared back. A poor imitation of the vibrant green they once were, clouded over and dull. His pupils shined red like an animal, and his face was worse. His freckles were almost gone against his skin, paler than he's ever seen it. He had eye bags that would lead anyone to believe he hadn't slept in years, blacking bruised purples that hung greasily under his dead eyes. He looked older, if that was even possible. Like he'd lost all of his face's baby fat, and adopted the structured look of a young man. His hair crowded his face, longer than his mother had ever let it get, and even it was dulled from its normal dark viridian, now a sickly swamp grayish green. He dared to look down at his body, well more so his chest in the sickly bright lighting of the gross bathroom. His shoulders had broadened, and his arms were lined with tightly packed muscle that was definitely not there before. His arms were scarred with cuts and lines that he's never seen before, and his hands were broad and calloused, clearly having been utilized in ways he hadn't before he'd gone missing. The growl of his stomach snapped him violently back out of his stupor as he examined his face slowly. Why? Who? There was no point stressing now, he could figure this all out when he actually got home, or to a police station. He just needed to stay calm. Freaking out wouldn't help. Izuku forced himself into a false sense of security, tucking all of his bad thoughts to the back of his head like he always did. He couldn't bear to think of just what had happened to him yet. He wanted needed to get out of this bathroom. Out of this town. Back to his mother, to his life. That all started with tucking this away to the recesses of his brain until he found help. Izuku walked back out to the main area of the 7-Elevens, greeting the lady at the front with a nod. No wonder she was scared of me. I look undead. He had to admit, he looked like 𝐒𝐻𝐻, sweat staining through his tattered clothes, making his grey washed-out hair stick to his pale forehead. He walked up to her again, watching him, she tensed. What town am I in? He asked innocently, not breaking eye contact though she was looking away. Naroki, she responded, voice wavering a bit as the scary young man looked at her intently. Oh, thank God. I'm still in the same prefecture. Izuku sighed in relief. If I could just get to a train station, I could make my way home, and this nightmare will be over. Mom must be worried anyways, but I really need food. His stomach growled on cue. He looked away shyly, then back to the confused lady. I'll let you all care for a few house until I can afford to buy food dash. The deathly looking boy sputtered out, wincing. The cashier panned at him, slight surprise reading on her features as she stared at this nervous weirdo. She let out a long loud sigh. Look, kid. She started. Just wait here. She sauntered to the employees only back section, annoyance reading in her tone through nervousness. Izuku felt a stab of guilt at making this poor woman do anything for him with how untrustworthy he looks. She quickly walked back out to the front, something in both of her hands. She set the items down at the front with a huff, and as Izuku peered closer, he saw a set of dusty old brown sandals and some 100 yen onigiri. He had to physically grab onto his arm to stop himself from lunging at the cheap food, digging his broad fingers into his forearm like his life depended on it. If I give you these, will you just leave as soon as possible? Her eyebrows tilted up and she ped her head forward and to the side. Oh, and I won't call the cops. I don't know what you're on, but I don't want to deal with it. She assured. Oh, she thinks I'm on drags. Izuku took the sandals and slid them on his feet. A little small, but will have to do. I would think the same, honestly. He took the onigiri, and practically swallowed it whole, shoving the whole thing in his mouth like he meant it right in front of the woman, who looked half horrified and half amused. One more thing, Izuku spoke, liking some rice off of the side of his face. How do I get to the train station? His eyebrows tilted up in embarrassment at his lost demeanor. I just need to get back to Musutafu, he stated shyly. The woman's tense and horrified facial expression drained off her face, looking at this lost kid who was clearly in, well, for lack of better words, deep 𝐻𝐻. She worried her lip for a moment, sighing. Walk down this road to the left, take your first left, keep walking, take a right by the high school, and walk straight until you see it. She crossed her arms. Be safe. She stared at Izuku. This was clearly her telling him to get out as soon as possible. With all of the courage she could muster. Thank you so much, miss. Have a nice morning. Was it morning? Izuku had to have been in that dingy bathroom for at least an hour in a panic, and the dawn was breaking outside. Morning. He smiled shyly, cheeks bunching up his sickly eye bags. And with that, Izuku left the safety of the bright beacon of a 7-Elevens with a door ding, and out into the world that had just left him with a 6-month gap in his brain and a new body. God. He was starving. The train ride home in the dark of the morning wasn't fun, nor was it easy with the countless stares of the locals, pitying or annoyed, all trained on Izuku. Of course, he looked half dead, homeless, diseased, and probably smelled it too, but that didn't make it any less humiliating. Feeling like vermin wasn't a great way to start your already awful morning. Stepping onto the familiar roads of Musutafu was a welcome rush of familiarity that seeped into Izuku's bones like warm honey into a sponge. Gone was the scenery of 7-Eleven's lights glowing off of broken brick buildings, long cracked roads, and alleyway dumpster gunk. He was back to his element, quickly weaving in and out of the morning crowds and down roads he once knew to his local police station. He could just imagine the uproar they would be in upon seeing his face, a young boy returned after months missing, now strange and different. It might make headlines, or not. I mean really, who was he kidding? A quirkless kid going missing wouldn't even make a few pages deep, but it might mean something to some police officer who was unlucky enough to be placed on his case. With how long he was gone, he wondered if they had even tried. What? A week of looking? A few days? His brain supplied, unhelpfully. I just want to go home. His heart ached at the thought of today being over. Curling up in the warmth of his all-might-covered room, having his mother caress his hair like she always did, whispering sweet hymns to her brave boy. Finally eating something that filled his stomach. As if it knew it was being thought of, his stomach gurgled again. Izuku walked up to the large Musutafu Police Department building, his feet aching in the gross sandals he wore. The building stood grey and menacingly, tucked a bit away from the hustle and bustle of the city. Izuku sked in a breath, gulping it down into his lungs, and forced his wobbling legs to walk inside. Places of government had never been too kind to the quirkless. Izuku knew that. He just hoped, prayed, that they would at least let him go home. Stepping inside the police building, Izuku was greeted with the grey-blue walls that stretched up to the tiled ceiling, with a black wooden counter sitting in front of him. A man who looked like a cat sat in wait at the front, dressed like a simple detective. A pristine button-up shirt sat on his furry body, which Izuku could only see the top of from his angle with the high desk. He looked to be doing boring paperwork, shuffling, reshuffling, and glancing over occasionally to his computer screen with his green eyes. Izuku suddenly felt very dirty and very foreign in this pristine place, desperately wishing he could curl up like a potato bug into himself. What a great quirk! Watch out for Potato Bug Boy. Excuse me, sir, he said, voice pitching up at the end of his greeting. Need to speak with someone. Really, any police officer? He put his dirty hands up on the desk. The cat officer turned his head slowly, not wanting to pry his eyes away from the screen he was looking at. Name? He asked, unceremoniously. Izuku. Sir. Izuku Midoriya. Izuku picked at his nails, waiting for the uproar. Waiting for the greeting, the urgent calls, the excited welcome. Maybe he was just waiting for the recognition. Instead, the officer looked him up and down, distrust written on his furry face. Sir, have you been on any substances in the past 24 hours? The man asked in a monotone voice of disregard. Izuku was stumped, confusion bounced off of his deathly features. He knew he looked rough, but being asked if he was on drugs based on appearance alone in the past 2 hours stung a tad. And no. Would you just listen? I think something's wrong, maybe a misunderstanding, and I've been missing for a while. He pointed at himself, still waiting for the surprise to set into the cop's face. I mean at least 6 months, I've been gone, and I just woke up in a dumpster an hour or so from my house a few hours ago, Izuku rambled without pause. I mean, I just want to go home, but I felt like I should report this. I know quirkless cases seem pretty unimportant, I mean I know you might not care, but somebody must know about me. He was frantically and loudly rambling at this point. The cat cop simply reached slowly over to his phone, picking it up and dialing a few numbers while it beeped. He kept his eyes trained on Izuku, and Izuku kept his eyes trained on him. Yeah, hi. We have a 7,787 on our hands, yeah, just at the front, no, he's not violent. Just, yappy. Izuku recoiled slightly. Yeah, just might want to sit him down. The man on the other end spoke in an amused tone. The cat cracked a smile. Yeah, the kid thinks he's Izuku Midoriya. I know, yeah, that's the one. Izuku looked around to make sure that anybody else was seeing this. Nobody in the lobby moved or cared. Was he going insane? Alright, see you in a sec. The phone was set down with a light clang. Would you mind waiting in the seats to my right for a second? Someone will be out to help you in a minute. The Catman said as he folded his hands in front of him and sat back in his chair. He was unimpressed with Izuku, and Izuku felt as though he might throw up. Why is he acting like this? Walking over to sit down, his thoughts ran wild, yet stayed painfully stagnant, stuck in his head like a traffic jam. They were all there just, not moving. He felt like he was floating, but not in a fun light way, more like he was falling to his death, but at that perfect point where he could only feel wind rushing by him and had no concept of how close the ground was. He plopped down quietly in one of the ugly black waiting chairs in the lobby. All he could hear was blood gushing through his body, the occasional grumble of his upset stomach, and the methodical typing of the cat cop at the front. Am I really that useless? That forgettable? To have no reaction, I mean. Just what happened while I was gone? Izuku put his head in his hands, wringing his fingers through his long, unkempt, swampish hair. Did my mom ever call me in? She must have. They knew my name, but they seemed to think I was joking. I know I look different, but I'm still Izuku. I'm still alive. Please. His ears rang and tears clouded his vision, stinging his dead eyes with their salt. Morning, kid. A low voice spoke up in front of him. Through his panic, Izuku failed to realize anybody had walked up to him at all. Why don't you come with me? We can get this mess all sorted out. Izuku looked up suddenly, hope washing through his features as large salty tears ran down his pale cheeks. The man was older than him, much older, with gray running through his hair and bushy mustache. He would look in place in an old Western film, the kind Izuku would watch when he tired of the same 6 All-Might DVDs his mother had bought him from the bargain bin. Izuku shot up to follow the man, who silently turned away and started walking to the area of lined desks behind the cat officer's desk. Izuku wiped his eyes, which continued to sting from the bright white light from the ceiling. Each desk looked more or less the same, a bulky computer, some paperwork and files on it, maybe a small succulent or a photo of the person's family. Everyone was on hushed calls, or typing something in a spreadsheet with a sort of dead fish look in their eyes. Izuku knew it, everyone knew it. Police stations were where almost but not quite heroes came to do the best they could. Almost obsolete in the hero society, but useful for petty crime nonetheless. Izuku huffed. Petty crime, that's exactly what his missing persons case would feel like to most. After passing the rows and rows of desks, Izuku was eventually brought to the very back of the station through 2 or 3 doors, and sat down at the other side of a desk in a small, cramped office. Large shelves lined the walls completely stacked in papers, and each wall had to have 2 or 3 filing cabinets. He imagined those would be packed too. Good morning, Izuku, was it? Greeted the man, his mustache moving up and down as he talked. I'm Detective Yoshida, and I was hoping to speak to you about your issue. He sat back in his seat sighing. So, tell me, what brings you here today? Izuku stared at his nonchalance wide-eyed, a dryness creeping down his throat as he prepared to speak. I told the guy at the front already. I'm Izuku Midoriya, you said it yourself. He took a deep breath. Look, I don't know what happened to me, or if you even know what's going on, but I've been missing for months. He paused. Last day I remember was March of this year, late March. I'm 15 years old now, I was. I should still be, in my last year of middle school. I woke up around 4 or 5 hours ago in a dumpster, in clothes that aren't mine, over an hour outside of Musutafu. I look totally different, I have no memory of the past 6 months and Izuku's eyes welled up with tears from stress, his skin prickling and begging to be anywhere but on his body. I just want to go home. But everyone I speak to, they all look at me like I'm crazy. Why won't anyone help? Sir, please. Izuku folded over in his seat, shaking and caving in on himself. I should have just gone home. Look at the crazy quirkless kid, they won't believe me. They aren't listening. Was my case discarded the minute it was brought up? Detective Yoshida got up from his desk and casually walked over to Izuku. Izuku listened as he wrapped something around him. Peeking between his fingers he saw a shock blanket. Does he think I'm hysterical? Izuku looked over at the man returning to his seat. Son, I wish I could help, but the Midoriya case has been closed for months. He sighed. I don't know who you are or what's happening, but I can't do much for you right now, so why don't you tell me what's really wrong? If you're running from something, I can help. There's youth support programs across the city and is he joking? Izuku sat, stunned and hunched in on himself as the man continued to preach about the anti-drag programs in the city, about the normalization of mental health issues in youth, and rage bubbled up in Izuku's gut. Ever so quietly, the hot fury creeped up from his stomach, to his chest, to his head. Standing abruptly, Izuku was desperate. I have been telling you, sir, I don't know why my case is closed, but I am Izuku Midoriya. Do you want fingerprints? DNA testing. I don't know what to do, just please, I'll go home if you let me. I just dash, the detective interrupted. Son, we can't send you anywhere. You come in here claiming a false identity and clearly need help dash, why won't you believe me? Please refrain from yelling in this office, we can help dash. I can't call my mom, please just let her know I'm okay. Please, please. Sir, we dash, why is my case closed? Why won't you help me? Why? The Izuku Midoriya case is closed. Now sit down and we will not have to restrain you. I don't want to call security on you, kid, just cooperate and nobody will get hurt dash. Well, if the case is unsolved, reopen it. I'm right here, I'm dash. Izuku Midoriya was pronounced dead in late March. The detective slammed his hands down on the desk, shouting in a low tone over Izuku's childish pleas. His body was found after committing suicide by jumping off of a building. Sir, you are delusional and we cannot let you go out without proper assessments to your physical and mental health. Now if you dash. His words fizzled out, silence collapsed onto Izuku's mind as he tuned out the officer, staring blankly ahead at the detective's angry moving mustache as he yelled. I died. Izuku felt as though he was falling again, right before his body felt as though he was dipped in cool water, a chill spreading throughout each tendon, each bone, each cell of his body. His hands and feet were numb, his vision was blurred, and his ears were unresponsive. He was now dipped in the icy cool fear of mortality, and his heart stuttered and leaped in his chest, pulsing the cool BLD that now filled him through his entire being. How had he died when he was right here? Just whose body was claimed to be him? He could vaguely sense the man in front of him becoming exasperated as Izuku gawked at him like a fish trying to understand physics, a blank unmoving stare and slightly parted lips adorning his face for much longer than they should have. He vaguely knew when the detective dialed numbers on his phone, he vaguely knew when he started lightly shaking Izuku as he stood there, and he vaguely knew when two men entered the room, decked out in proper police gear behind him. Slowly as he was led out of the room, back through the 2 or 3 doors leading to the back, and out through another door to a hall filled with interrogation rooms, all metal and no familiarity of the office, he started regaining his senses. First, his eyes unblurred, next his BLD warmed, and finally, his ears ceased their silent mark on the world. Hello, sir. Izuku shot up. Straight, now realizing he was sitting in a cool and hard metal chair in the cool and hard metal room. WH. He looked around in shock, unable to form any proper words. Sir, we just want to ask you a few questions, stated the man in front of him. He was in full police uniform, unlike the casual office wear of the detectives in the lobby. Is that okay? Izuku was still stunned enough to continue staring at the man attempting to talk to him like he had a second head. Confusion ran straight through his bones. We would just like a few answers on your well-being and whatnot. So, how's life at home? The man sat down across from him. Izuku attempted to stand, but quickly found his hands bound together tightly in cuffs behind his back, the metal pulling deep into his skin. He winced, still unable to talk or blink. The cop waited patiently for Izuku to answer, but the longer he was in this way too bright room with these strange men, the less he wanted to answer, even if he knew deep down that the police wouldn't hurt him, right? Still reeling in shock, the animal part of his brain was taking the reins while his trauma response muted every logical thought he had. The animal in Izuku screamed one word, and one word only. Run. Izuku bolted upright, his leg muscles tensing as he lifted his cuffed hands over the back of the chair he was sitting on. The cop in front of him immediately pounced into action, diving towards Izuku to settle him, but it was too late. Autopilot took over Izuku's scared brain, and he leaped up onto the metal table crouching, before diving at the cop, his outstretched foot rocketing into the officer's face, knocking him to the ground. He swiftly crouched down onto his knees on top of him and headbutted him, standing back up as he felt the cop go limp beneath him. With his hands still tucked behind his back, he sensed 2 or 3 cops run in the room in an attempt to subdue him, batons in hand. He bent forwards, crouching low again as he felt a baton swipe at where his head was, the other 2 cops circling to the other side to get in front of him and corner him. Poor move on their part, that left only 1 cop by the door. Izuku's blank mind suddenly kicked into overdrive as he swerved sideways on his foot, using his legs to spring him upright, launching a powerful kick right into the doorway cop's head. He then used his same kicking leg to immediately jab him in the side, knocking him off balance and causing him to fall. He tread carefully over the unconscious head-butted cop and immediately kicked the second cop charging at him in the groin as he wound up his baton to hit him. The cuffs burned into his skin, and the final cop ran after him. As he approached Izuku, Izuku didn't have enough room or time to kick, his animalistic instincts making him feel trapped. He needed his hands, and he needed them quickly. He felt his arm muscles tense as they tried to pull him out of his tightly locked cuffs, and finally, he felt pops of pain in his hand, but he ignored them in turn of his own freedom. He had dislocated his thumb joints to free himself, putting his hands up to defend himself from the incoming baton blow. The baton ricocheted off of his skin, leaving a painful ache in Izuku's arm. However, as the cop wound up to hit him again, he ducked low, stepped forward and mustered all he could into a bleakly offensive punch to the gut. He felt the man's organs against his knuckles as he dug his fist into his stomach, and the man spat blood and spittle up over Izuku's head, but all he could think was run. He heard shouts and feet scuffling coming down the hall he had been in to get to this interrogation room, and he quickly acted, running straight out of the room he was kept in with a trail of police bodies behind him. He quickly sprinted down the bleak, white hall, keeping low to the ground and moving at impeccable speeds for a man in sandals. As he rounded the corner to where a gaggle of police officers were, he thought quickly, running straight at them as they prepared for combat. He then immediately shifted his weight as he got closer to them, pushing his gravity to the side and using his momentum to run off the wall on his right, avoiding the police altogether and storming past them in a flurry they couldn't hope to catch. He was fast, God he was fast. He sprinted out through the lobby, he sprinted out through the front door, he ran and he ran and he ran, his lungs burned, and he wasn't sure if the echoing footsteps he heard were his, or police officers still chasing him. He'd left bodies in his wake, and yet all he could think was how glad he was to be free. He ran to the only place he could think to run to. Back through residential streets and into a middle-class area, streets lined with normal houses and normal parks and normal roads that didn't fit Izuku at all anymore. The streets he grew up in looked back at him as a stranger, and he ran until his eyes blurred with tears and he fell over his feet. Laying on the cool pavement, Izuku cried. He sobbed until his lungs stopped burning, he huffed and hyperventilated until his face was hot and heavy with tears. He felt his burning wrists, his burning thumbs, his aching forehead, his bruised and splintered forearm. He felt the shock of his death, the shock of his awakening, the shock of his body. Who was he? Why was he here? Where had he been? Who was killed in his place? Was this even his body? He sobbed on the empty road in the middle of the day, just outside of a small park out of the way he once played at as a more hopeful child. He sobbed until he had no more tears, and even then, he lay there gasping and sobbing. I just wanted to be a hero. I don't understand why anyone would do this to me. A sob escaped his lips. What the hell was that anyways? That animalistic off SWCH. How could I do those things? I mean, I've never even been athletic on normal standards. Oh, Izuku, what did you do? Jumping off walls and kicking cops in the face and junk, what a way to get the police to trust you. Still, he knew deep in his heart, he would fight like that 1,000,000 times over to escape that metal room filled with men who wanted nothing more than to send him off to some repair program and label him another quirkless loser. Eventually, Izuku stood on wobbly legs, ready to face what he had wanted for so long. He had no idea how long it had been since he'd escaped the station, but he assumed he was safe enough if he had time to cry on the side of the road. The blistering heat of the midday sun scorched his pale skin, even in the autumn. He looked up over the tree line, and slightly past a few more small suburban homes, and there he saw it, standing like a tall white beacon. His old home. He lived in a small apartment near the top floor with his mother. He felt his heart swell at the prospect of getting back to his life, back to a place he knew, where people loved him. Izuku walked over, his feet stuttering and tripping every so often in his exhaustion. He was in an eerie state of calm after crying his eyes out at his situation, ready to see his mother and forget this nightmare. God, after attacking the police I'll really never have a life again, here. I'll probably have to change my name, or something, do online school. He thought of Katsuki. That might not be too bad. I mean, I don't even have an identity right now. Who are the police gonna come after? Young boy with dark hair who thinks his Izuku Midoriya. Yeah, good luck finding me on the streets. He huffed a laugh. Walking up the old dusty stairs to his apartment, with the open concept halls that were windowless with just a ledge and a little concrete railing, Izuku remembered his childhood in this hall. Drawing with chalk on it when he knew he wasn't supposed to, waiting in it with bugs trapped in cages that would surely scare his mother half to death, zipping up his prized yellow raincoat when the weather got just dreary enough for him to warrant it. He walked down this hall feeling the nostalgic ache resonate through his body, or maybe it's the broken bones, he couldn't tell at this point. His dead gaze fell upon his unit, stopping in front of it and staring at his shadow stretching up the wall. Would his mother remember him with his changes? Would she cradle him and open her arms to her sweet boy? Or was he too tainted, too rough and unbearable to look at? He sked in a breath of hope, raising his hand. Knock knock knock. Never had he felt more nervous and comforted. The door cracked open, just a smidge. Mom! Izuku croaked, his voice sounding like glass scraped his throat from all of the crying. The door swung open and there sat a little old lady with wrinkled skin and a short black bob haircut. Most definitely not his mother. Izuku stared down at the little old woman, and she stared back, squinting with her small beady eyes. She was short, maybe 5 feet tall at the most, and a round little thing. Wrinkles dented her skin like rivers on a map, and her pitch-black hair hung in a short bob that curled in. It was much too youthful for her obvious age. She was in housewear, comfortable long skirt, sweater, and slippers. She was the most grandmotherly person Izuku had ever seen. Silence permeated the air, piercing Izuku as she examined the strange boy. He glanced at the number on the door. This was definitely his apartment, but who are you? The old woman said curtly. Exactly what I was wondering. Izuku. Izuku Midoriya, miss. Izuku wringed his hands nervously, glancing away from the woman's intense stare. I thought my mother lived here, but dashi. The woman snapped with shaky, haggard hands. You're Kinto's boy. The crying woman. She looked up expectantly, standing in the doorway. Izuku was confused. No, not Kinto, 𝐭𝐽 Midoriya, miss. The woman paused. Green hair. Green eyes. Small. Izuku mimed a height with his hand, showing where she stood up to on his body. Does she still live here? His heart picked up in hope, rising in his chest and ending up in his throat. What? Kinto? No, the green lady hasn't lived here since I moved in. The woman waved her hand in dismissal, looking away and looking back as Izuku awkwardly stood in the hall. Izuku felt his heart break in his chest, his last hope of normalcy fading right out of his grasp when he was so close. He sighed, and slumped down into a crouch, feeling his eyes attempt to well up with tears he didn't have. Of course, he muttered sadly. Couldn't have had anything easy, could I? He chuckled wetly. The elderly woman looked down at him, pity flooding her stoic features, and she sighed. All right, Inoko, not his name, but those clearly were not her strong suit. Come inside, get. She swatted lightly at Izuku's hunched frame. Izuku sniffled a tad, before he stood up, deflated, and walked inside. He hoped to see any remnant of his past, yet desperately ached to not see anything that reminded him too much of the mother who had abandoned him. I wonder how long it took her to just leave this place. Leave me, his brain supplied bitterly. The apartment walls were the same, the floors hadn't changed, and God, the kitchen was just how he remembered it, but everything else changed. Different couches, different drapes. New carpets, new appliances. All average, all undoubtedly not his mother's. Izuku still ached when he saw glimpses of his life he remembered like yesterday. This apartment was a mirror of him, everything superficial changed, and it was obviously different, yet the structure. The heart. The parts that are hard to change. Those were left the same. Remnants of the Izuku that Izuku knows were flooding back to him. Scrapes on the floor from when he drove his All Might-themed truck over the ground, Small drawings on the wall from when 𝐒𝐿 was a toddler that 𝐒𝐭 just couldn't scrub out. 𝐒𝐿 was seeing his mother through the pieces of a life he used to live, even if she wasn't there. That was enough to break him. He curled up on the woman's couch and caved in on himself, collapsing on his side into the plush light purple material covering it. His head landed on a throw pillow, and he only briefly thought of the stench he would undoubtedly leave on this poor woman's couch. "Life hasn't been easy on you, has it, little one?" said the woman, her elderly voice wavering and shaking with the simple strain of speaking. 𝐒𝐿 cracked his eyes open to stare at her, and immediately he felt all the fight left in his body leave him. Nothing was left in his soul but a sharp stab of longing. Maybe that was for the better, he didn't know, but he did know that he was more exhausted than he'd ever felt. He closed his eyes, and the shuffling behind him faded into nothing while he drifted. He swore he could almost smell his mother still in this room, and that alone was more comfort than he could have hoped for just hours ago. Sitting in a strange state of thoughtless half-sleep, 𝐒𝐿 came to, snapping back into his body like a slingshot had moved his soul back into him when he heard a shrill whistle sounding from the kitchen. He could feel his dry throat, his painful stomach, yet all of his bodily pain seemed to be entirely gone. He sat upright, glancing around before immediately staring at his arm. The place where the baton had hit mere hours earlier was fine. Absolutely nothing. No ache, no splintering pain, not even a bruise, bump, or faint mark. He swiped at his skin, trying to test the pain that had plagued it earlier, yet he felt nothing but the soft touch of his fingers. Looking down at his hands, there sat his thumbs. Normally. In place, no throbbing, no pain. He immediately whipped his head over to the elderly woman. She must have a healing quirk. That's so useful, I wonder if she was a hero. His head reasoned. As if on cue, the little woman waddled out of the kitchen, her short steps scuffing her soft slippers across the floor. She was shakily holding a tray with a traditional teapot and cups. They were simple and cute, matching the comforting greens and purples of her home. As she padded up to 𝐒𝐿, he suddenly realized he was very dirty and very untrustworthy looking, shooting up from his place on the couch. Let me help you with that," he said, nervously, taking the tray from the old woman's hands and swiftly walking over to the small mahogany kotatsu in the center of her living room. As he set it down, he swiftly turned back to her. She was standing where he had taken the tray, looking at him with a still face. 𝐒𝐿 trailed off, thinking of something to say. "Thank you for he held up his unbruised arm and tilted his head towards it. "It doesn't hurt at all anymore." The woman looked at him, then his arm, and huffed. "Well dear, I have no idea what you're talking about, but why don't you sit down? You look like you've seen a ghost, all tight and straight like that." She walked around him as she spoke, sitting down on a plush chair across from the purple couch. The chair was just a few shades off from the couch, but that made it even more charming in 𝐒𝐿's eyes. "Why yes. Tochibana," she spat out. "Miss Tochibana." 𝐒𝐿 sat down awkwardly on the couch, vaguely aware of how out of place he looked in this place. "My mother, the green one." 𝐒𝐿 started, nervous under the woman's still glare. "Can you tell me anything about her?" 𝐒𝐿 could feel his heart crumple under the weight of his yearning for any semblance of his mother. "Kinto, I could tell you a lot about her." The woman sat back in her chair, her tea warm in her hands. She was very upset. I wish I could remember why. She clearly missed something. Left something, or otherwise. A puzzled look crossed the woman's face, before she swiped it away. She was always sad, always looking. It was quite depressing. 𝐒𝐿 felt guilt and relief mingling in his gut as he knew his mother had in fact missed him. Stupid, of course she would. Every day I saw her, which was only a few times when we met up before she sold me this place, she would simply stare off into space. She was clearly unwell, and I just wished she could be better. She took a long sip of her tea. She loved heavily, and while it was a quality in any sense, loss is just love in mourning clothes. Her loss clearly weighed her down past her limit. The woman looked down at her teacup. She had nightmares, she told me. 𝐒𝐿's throat tightened. She would cry at the drop of a hat. Silly really, but I always wanted to cry with her. Maybe it was how big her eyes were. The woman thought for a while, staring ahead at nothing. "Izuku," she muttered. Izuku's head shot up, staring at the woman in hope. The woman seemed lost in a trance, her petite body rigid in her chair. She wanted her Izuku. Her eyebrows drew up in confusion, clearly missing something from her mind, desperately searching for it. Izuku felt his tired emotions stir in his chest. "I had one of those too. I think." She looked ahead at the tired mangled boy in front of her. "I had an Izuku." The way she talked about it, she looked away, past Izuku. She must have lost hers, mine was lost too. It's incredibly tough holding on to things like that. Things that mean so much. The woman set her cup down and folded her hands in her lap. You never want to lose them, and you become so confident you never will. You think, I love this thing so much, I can't think of my life without it. I won't. And then one day, her hands lifted off of her lap, attempting to mime the words lost in her head. Your Izuku is gone. She looked up into green eyes. My Izuku will never be found, maybe she found hers. Miss Tochibana looked into Izuku's watery eyes, searching in their deathly exhaustion for any clues as to what she was talking about. She knew what she knew, but enough pieces had fallen through the cracks of her old brain that she seemed to only hold an idea of what she might mean. Izuku knew what she was feeling. Izuku had slipped through the cracks for himself too. The life that was Izuku Midoriya was gone. As he realized that, he looked down at his broad and calloused hands, seeing a stranger's body attached to his brain. I hope she did, he stated solemnly, unmoving as his tea got cold. Minutes passed by, interrupted only by Miss Tochibana's occasional sipping. Until she finally spoke. She wanted me to wait for something, you know. Izuku looked up. Kinto asked me. And asked me to watch over this apartment. I think the grief got to her. Her loss pushed her out of this place. I don't know why. It's lovely here. She looked around proudly. She sold me this place within a week, dirt cheap too. The woman smiled under her breath. She pleaded with me to watch for someone she knew would come back. She fiddled with the rim of the cup, eventually looking back at Izuku's tired frame. Inoko, are you all she was waiting for? Izuku shot up, looking the small wrinkled woman in the eyes. His mom knew. She knew he would be okay. She was always smarter than anyone gave her credit for. Izuku felt a wide smile creep up on his exhausted face, the feeling foreign to his tired eyes and shaking lips. I hope so. Miss Tochibana smiled. She sipped her tea. I know loss when I see it. That smile, you really are her son. She closed her eyes, clearly lost in nostalgia for the green woman. You lost everything, as she did, didn't you? Izuku nodded, smiling bitterly while sadness creeped up on his features. His gray hair bobbed into his vision. I have a feeling, now this might just be the crazy old woman in me talking. Izuku huffed a dry laugh, but your Izuku still lies out there. She pointed at his chest. You are much, much too young for this loss, you have so much time yet. She set her hand down again. Your mother and I, making a new story takes time. We both know that. She left to make hers, I may have left to make mine a long time ago, but you. She smiled sadly. You are back in the same spot that chewed you up. You aren't turning the first page of your story. Her face became deathly serious. Inoko, look at me. Izuku locked eyes with her once again, not wanting to face the truth he knew she would sear into his skin. You must move forward. Izuku knew that. He knew he couldn't keep hanging around in the remnants of his old life like a ghost trapped in a home. Maybe he didn't want to admit it, he ached to just forget everything that happened to him, not that he even remembered it, and go back to his old life like nothing had happened. But something had happened. His Izuku was still in him. He'd never left. But if the current Izuku didn't adapt to the world he was placed in, he would surely fade away with his old self. He nodded stiffly, new inspiration burning in his gut from this wise woman's words. I understand. Izuku would adapt. He had to. Izuku and Miss Tochibana talked for a while longer, drifting between conversation and silent tea sipping. Izuku stayed for hours, eventually quenching his dry throat and worried thoughts with soothing herbal tea and light conversation with a woman much wiser than him. Miss Tochibona's thoughts were scattered at best, incomprehensible at worst. She was clearly quite old, and her age was getting to her brain. Izuku could see through that though. He knew Miss Tochibona had a youthful soul behind all of her wrinkled skin and fading memory. It showed in her affinity for cute pastels, her absolute love for dramatic soap operas. Izuku could go a while without ever needing to watch an episode of a doctor show she liked so much. She recited it like it was her own life, and her smile that, while rare, folded all of her skin tightly across her face, showing the rosy glow of her cheeks and the childlike twinkle in her eyes. Izuku knew she may be the first step into his new chapter, and maybe selfishly, he thought he could just sense his mother through this woman. She was just as caring, maybe in a harsher way than his mother's fluffy hugs and crying sessions, but she had the same golden hope shine through her that his mother always seemed to radiate. As the door clicked shut to his Miss Tochibona's apartment, Izuku walked out into the setting sun, vowing himself to remember this woman, and to visit when he could. She seemed to live alone, and she didn't have the strongest mind he'd seen. He could really use the company. Who else did he have to lean on? Izuku's stomach felt like it was folding in on itself. He had managed to ignore his hunger at Miss Tochibona's, not wanting to seem rude or like a beggar, but he needed food. With no money, the options were limited. I can sleep it off, I guess. I mean, I don't even know where I would sleep without money, unless I sleep on the streets. Yeah, no. Then I really will be dead. Izuku felt a vague sense of dread creep up on him the second he latched onto that train of thought. Too soon. Too soon. I would need to research where I could go. I think I might need a computer for that. Nobody exactly gets anything out there by newspaper. I haven't even seen a newspaper in forever. Do they still make those things? I mean, it's kind of, hey kid. A calm voice yelled out. Izuku turned in the direction of the voice, only seeing the shadows cast by the alleyway he was in. He had decided to take a shortcut out to the main city in hopes of finding anything he could eat, his feet following his gut before his head. The voice piped up again. What's with all the muttering? You a spaz? Izuku looked over, silent and confused at the man. He sighed. Not much of a talker. That's smart, I get it. Can't trust anyone on these streets. The man stepped out of the shadows and into the dim light of the alleyway. You're a creepy-looking effer, you know that. You look half dead. The man was probably a half a foot taller than Izuku, with dark red hair and eyes. He had a long scar that stretched across his face, and a menacing look in his eyes. Izuku took a step back, dropping slightly lower. Whoa, bud, don't get all feisty with me. I just need a favor. Izuku didn't trust the man a bit. Narrowing his eyes, he was prepared to fight back at any sudden movements. The man spread his hands out, walking towards Izuku in the empty alley. God, why is it always alleys? Just a bit of cash will do. The man shot a knife up through the skin of his hand. That must be his quirk. Nobody has to get hurt. He smiled, showing off 2 or 3 golden teeth on his top row. Izuku slowly backed away, preparing to run. Just stay. The man got closer, ever so slowly creeping in on Izuku like a caged animal, holding up his hands to signal peace. Izuku wouldn't bite. When the man lunged at Izuku, knife-quirked hand moving towards him, Izuku barely batted an eye. He quickly shifted to his right, dodging the attack. The man retaliated, swiping his hand he shoved sideways. Izuku dropped to the ground, effectively dodging that attempt on his life. He ran up behind the man, bolting around him as he tried to follow him with his eyes. Izuku tried to kick the man in the back, but the man caught his kick, turning around in time to hold his ankle tightly. Izuku ripped his leg back out of the man's grasp, ducking under another attack from his knife palms. The man slashed at his crouched form. Izuku swayed, ducked, and avoided each move, sweep, and slice. He was being backed up against the alley wall, so he quickly shifted his entire weight sideways, leading the man in a circle as he dodged. The man's grunts filled his ears as he couldn't quite move fast enough to catch the slippery boy. Stand still, you brat. It'll only hurt a bit. The man smiled wildly as he slashed at Izuku's face. Izuku bent in half like a contortionist, back arching halfway to his knees before he stood back up to counter a knife blow aimed at his torso, pushing away the man's knifed hand with his palm to the man's wrist, redirecting the blow away from him. How am I doing this? Izuku felt like a fish in water. He was in an element he didn't know he had. All of the dodging, sweeping, fighting, it all felt like muscle memory. He was barely thinking in these moments, he just knew. It was like this back at the police station too, he thought as he shifted away from the man's knife. The minute I feel cornered, my brain shuts off and my body's response is to attack. Though this time, since Izuku felt less imminent danger, he hadn't harmed the man. He knew he needed to so he could eventually escape, but he really didn't want to. He didn't want to flip off that SWCH of conscious thought in his brain, but he could feel his body aching to do so, his limbs needing release from the knowledge of what to do, yet not being able to do it. He took as deep a breath as he could while the man slowed down, and flipped that SWCH. Suddenly, his senses heightened, he could feel the air around him, hear the whiz of the knife, feel each muscle fiber under his skin. No panic dulled his senses, and his eyes clouded over. True autopilot had taken the wheel. The man recoiled at the look on Izuku's face, a blank sheet. Intimidated, he stuttered in his movement. That was all Izuku needed. He wound his arm back, feeling energy burn through his skin. Twisting his body, he shot a punch straight past the man's knife hands, and blasted into the middle of his face. The man shot backwards, hitting the concrete wall behind him and sliding down to the dirty alley ground, unconscious and bleeding from what was undoubtedly a broken nose. As Izuku stared down at the man, his knuckles aching, he was stunned. When did I get so strong? Is he dead? The stench of BLD wafted up to Izuku's nose as the man bled profusely. He immediately backed away, covering his mouth and nose, eyes wide in fear of what he had done. The man slumped over, and Izuku's stomach groaned. Hunger flooded his senses. To Izuku's horror, his mouth salivated. He had never felt the urge to eat anything stronger than now, as his senses reacted to this criminal like a 5-star meal. The BLD gushing from his nose and mouth drew Izuku in like a drag, and he found himself yearning, wanting, craving to have his hunger satiated. He held his muscles in place as to not run over to the man and surely devour him, acid flowing through him as he shook in self-control. Izuku's brain fought as he pressed himself into the alley wall across from the man. He stared at the unconscious slumped figure as his thoughts ran. Eat. I'm so hungry, I just want to feel full. It aches. His right there, Izuku, he wouldn't know. You could make it painless. Rip out his insides and feel full. That's all it would take, you could do it, I know you could. Izuku, eat. 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 Izuku turned his head away from the man, saliva dripping down his chin in waves as he breathed with wide eyes. He caught movement rustling from the corner of the alley. A mangy mouse scurried out from under the shadows, and Izuku saw a lifeline. Food. He pounced on the mouse, grabbing it by its tail as it squealed and squeaked. It must have alerted its friends, but Izuku didn't care. His mouth watered as he tried to stay away from the man most certainly half dead in the corner. Judging by all the BLD, Izuku may just have driven his nose bone into his brain. He didn't care. His stomach growled. Holding the mouse above him, sickly green eyes glowing in the deep dark of the alleyway, Izuku took a bite, pressing his canines through the small creature. Finally, something tasted of real food. The mouse ceased squirming and squeaked as he bit through flesh and bone. Izuku felt his body release endorphins of pleasure as the organs popped in his mouth. Iron-tasting BLD and gamey meat flooded through his senses, coating his tongue in red-hot innards. This was what he had needed. No 7-Eleven's onigiri would have possibly filled him like this. He needed flesh, BLD, and moving organs. That was what his body had craved all these hours. As he swallowed the mouse greedily, and his stomach finally felt half full, Izuku began to let large tears stream down his face, their salt burning and combining with the rodent BLD smeared on his face like a child. He had never tasted anything so satisfying, and he had never been more pleased to consume. Guilt riddled his stomach, yet the feeling of being full filled his senses with a warm pleasure. Izuku was mortified as he cried on the alley ground, looking up towards the thin strp of illuminated night sky hanging over him. "I'm a monster." Izuku could taste the metallic tang of the mouse's blood coating his teeth as he ran away from the alley. Spiraling, tripping, and gasping for air, he stumbled away from the bloody scene he'd left. Monster, monster, monster. Izuku's thoughts were crowded with shock. The cool night air whipped around him, making his bare limbs feel numb and prickly as he held onto nearby walls of shabby buildings for support. Izuku barely knew these roads, only having gone through them once in a blue moon when he was adventuring for hero analysis in his free time, so his panicked brain barely registered where his feet were taking him. The boy stopped suddenly, backing himself up against a wall. His head bumped into the cool concrete before he slid down onto the ground. He looked off in a daze, staring across the street at a dark building. He could just see enough around him from the distant glow of a streetlight that was swarmed by bugs. "I ate it." Izuku's hands quivered. He was horrified, no, not by organs, blood, or the final crying squeak let out by the mouse, but by the fact that he wasn't horrified at any of those things. He felt perfectly fine, which made him feel worse. Of course, he was reeling from the fact his body had desperately craved to eat a man, his stomach clawing and lurching at the opportunity to sink his teeth into semi-warm flesh, but he was now full. Unaffected. With his hunger dulled, Izuku couldn't bring himself to feel anything towards the small life sacrificed for his pleasure. "What's wrong with me?" He curled in on himself, replaying the images of the man's bloody hunched form over and over in his brain. His hands did that, and while he felt horror, a part of him buried deep in his gut knew what strength like that brought in a world like this. Money. Izuku had to wait a while until the local library opened. Its modern slopes and sweeps hung over his head, shadows changing as the morning sun rose. The minute he saw the grand doors unlock from the inside and the lights turn on, he was sweeping past the morning staff and speed walking straight over to their public access computers. The good thing about publicly funded places like the library was that they weren't too up to date on what places on the internet to block. Maybe they could censor out buzzwords, but Izuku knew the underground didn't work like that anymore. Most illegal advice was obtained from the most legal of places, simply placed under encryption for the right audiences. Izuku was undoubtedly a child of the internet, spending most of his time as a reclusive tween on his computer, scrolling through forums, even ones that didn't have the best sources of information. Hero forums were his shtick, but he couldn't say he didn't dive a little deeper sometimes. The seedy underbelly of the internet didn't lie in websites coding secret codes with locked message boards. It was usually out in the open, like one of his old favorite message boards to peruse for some less than legal information on heroes. This website let him know things like heroes' entire scouting schedules months in advance, highly private information, or even weak spots known from personal experience fighting smaller-time heroes in the Musutafu area. The people on this site were clearly shady at best, but man was the information useful. Sitting down at the clunky cream computer, Izuku loaded up the highly popular messaging board website, heroisinformatics.com, and scrolled down to the very bottom of the homepage to find a small link that led to the seemingly innocent chat board called Meet and Greets. This was where his moneymaker was. This board hosted all kinds of information about the underbelly of hero society, boasting meetup times for things like illegal weapon trading, assassination promotions, or any other nefarious and morally grey societal deeds. When Izuku first found this site, scared and confused as a little boy, he wanted to report it. Now, he was incredibly thankful this site was there for him. Ironic, here. I really did want to be a hero, now look at me. He washed that thought away. Izuku's mouse clicked noisily in the silent library as he shuffled through the forums, scrolling down and down through today's posts on the message board. As Izuku watched the site grow while he did, he got to know some inside terms. There were code names for big heroes, like Eagle for All Might or Dante for Endeavor. But there were also code names for the Meet and Greet board specifically. Metal Party for knife trading. Tea Party for non-Quirk related drag trades. Honeypot for anti-hero meetups. Izuku avoided looking at those messages too often, they still sent shivers down his spine. Scrolling through posts from this week, Izuku found exactly what he was looking for. 𝐸𝐸0029 says, Copper Bath at 23:30, Wednesday. All metal valid. Meet at bingo. Copper baths were places where Izuku knew the money flowed from. The stronger you were, the stronger the money. He'd seen the boasted success of others who had joined the copper way of life, sending in forum updates about the next meetup and how they would pummel this and that. All he had to do was follow the path. Copper baths were a simple concept. The strongest enter the ring, the weakest come out. The longer you last and the more bets you gain, the more money you make. All you have to do is stay strong. And boy was Izuku strong. He swallowed a nervous lump in his throat. I'm really gonna head to an underground fighting ring for some cash? He snickered dryly at the turn his life had taken. It wasn't funny. Izuku had spent the rest of his day in the deep recesses of the library, sitting among the books. He thought about everything that had happened in the past 48 hours. He'd lost his life, went through hell, ran from the police, and was about to enter the lion's den of the underground. He had no idea what he was in for. Every piece of information he'd ever scored from the 𝐒𝐻𝐼𝐼𝐼 message boards on copper baths were painfully vague and downright threatening. He sighed, feeling exhaustion seep into his bones. Actually, how long has it been since I've slept? Izuku wrestled through his unpleasant memories of the time since he'd woken up. I guess I kind of slept at Miss Tochibona's, but... He wondered. Was the last time I slept really in that dumpster? Izuku had been continuously feeling like he was in some horrific dream, a waking nightmare that had taken over his life. He almost couldn't believe he was awake, let alone that he needed sleep. He slumped down sideways, sliding along the bookshelf in the silent library. He landed on the ground with a thwomp, curling up into a fetal position on the scratchy carpeted floor under him. Sleep wouldn't be too bad. That was Izuku's last thought before he was snapped awake. Sir. A nasally voice yelled out towards him. Opening his eyes, he blearily saw a woman standing in front of him, hands on her hips. Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to leave. The woman said, her stern face pulling her eyebrows down and scrunching up her nose. She looked like an angry hamster to Izuku. Hey. Izuku sat up and rubbed his eye, yawning. He immediately tensed up at the realization he was still in the library. On the ground. Having passed out in a public space. Geez, so much for a good rest. I must have been out for a few minutes. Such a quick and heavy sleep made Izuku feel like he was back in the dumpster, having woken up from what very well may have been a coma with how deep in the recesses of sleep he had felt. He looked around the library, the wooden bookcases cradling him in their knowledge. Wait, why is it so dim? The sunlight that streamed in through the windows lining the library was gone, leaving black voids that looked out onto well-lit streets. Izuku was stunned. He had wondered how he had slept that long in what felt like the blink of an eye. Sir. Izuku stood up, practically jumping out of his skin as he realized the intrusion he had placed on the poor workers of this place. He must have seemed like he was ignoring this woman's requests. Say something, idiot. I'm so sorry, miss. I had no idea that I was, for that long. I'm sorry, I'll go now. Izuku squeaked by the end of his embarrassing half-sentence. He bowed and quickly sped off through the aisles of books. The librarian simply huffed a sigh at the quick exchange, unimpressed but glad she didn't have to deal with a hooligan who refused to leave. Izuku ran out onto the streets, looking up at the moon slowly rising across the city line. The nightlife was bustling across the city, with cars and mopeds whizzing by on the street, their bright lights lighting up the area. Many stores were just starting to close, many were just starting to open. Workers smoked outside, squatting along the side of the road with cigarettes in between their fingers or lips. Izuku slowed his run as he walked along the bustling streets of the city he grew up in. Being so young, he was unfamiliar with the nightlife, but the laughs of women and drunk businessmen stumbling out of bars gave him a good idea of it. He saw neon signs light up that he had never seen before as he walked. XXX party this way. Girls, girls, girls. Blue Rose Host Club. He tried to feel wonder at the life he saw blooming around him, now immersed in crowds of people and culture, but he still felt so unbearably alone. No matter the hustle and bustle, the fear of what he had to do next gnawed at his guts like a rabid wolf gnawing on a carcass. He was going to have to fight, to tap into that scary place inside of him that he never wanted to touch. The new Izuku Midoriya that clung onto him since that day in the dumpster. As his steps evened out and he walked further and further into the mouth of the city, Izuku saw the streets empty. The glow of the signs dimmed, and the bars became less lively, more aggressive. Red hues lit up the district, and the buildings became lined with graffiti and littered with half-dressed women hanging out of windows, waving at Izuku as he passed. This was the area of Musutafu that even heroes couldn't tame. He tucked his hands in his pockets and stayed light on his feet, his hairs all stood on end across his body. Keeping his head hunched and swerving around the swarms of shady-looking people, Izuku kept walking until he saw it. On the left side of the bustling street, an eerily lively staircase was lit up in dim warm lights. Men and women of all quirks sat and stood along the stairs, some smoking, some laughing and chatting, many glancing around. They all wore tough clothes, from all black studded outfits to what looked to be full fighting get-ups. All had one thing in common. An unmistakable air of excitement floated around them. Lively music pounded from around the stairs' corner. Izuku ducked his head and trotted down the stairs, getting weird looks under the LEDs. Everyone there must have been at least 5 years older than him, and many had much more muscle than him. Almost all looked like they had experienced more than him. They scoffed and rolled their eyes at Izuku's passing, causing his guts to squirm uncomfortably in his body while his heart leapt. Am I making a mistake? Probably. Do I care? Izuku thought for a second. Screw it. He needed that money, and maybe selfishly, he needed to test his strength. He had held back each time until now, he just hoped he could push past the fear that controlled his fighting and control it himself. Izuku pressed his hands against the cool, rusted metal of the large entry door at the very bottom of the stairs. It was lined with posters, some half-torn, some old enough to have been his mother's age. He pushed. Loud thumping music blasted into his eardrums, filling up his head with a rhythmic noise. If there was one word he would use to describe the space, it was crowded. At least 500 people had to be there, and the room clearly wasn't meant to house that many. The walls were a deep red, and the floors were sticky with unknown liquids. It was pure black, and with the poor lighting, Izuku felt like his feet might melt into it. The only source of light came from an obnoxiously bright center light that hung over a massive stage which was lined with a cage. Nobody stood in the cage just yet, but Izuku knew they would soon. He would soon. The ceilings were high, and the noise of the loud laughter, shouting, cheering, and taunting filled the room along with smoke. Izuku's lungs shuttered and wheezed at the thick air. He'd never smelled smoke like that before. People shoved into him and pushed around him. But before he could knock over, he was moved into a tall man. As he looked up at the Goliath, he saw he was less of a man and more of a lobster. The lobster-headed man began talking to him, his little mouthpieces moving as he yelled over the music. "You, boy. Why are you here?" His voice was deep and gravelly. Izuku cleared his throat, desperate to not show any weakness in front of this suspicious crowd. He yelled louder, with his chest this time. "I'm here to fight. You know, the listing." He looked up into the lobster's soulless black eyes. The lobster man broke out into a loud laugh. "Why didn't you say so?" Izuku could hear a grin in his voice, but had absolutely no idea where it could possibly be coming from. "Here, come with me. Fighters go to the back before the show." As he followed the broad back of the tall lobster man, shoving through the crowd of onlookers, he felt his heart pick up in his chest. This was his opportunity. He could actually see what he could do now. Excitement mixed with his dread at the thought of getting in that bright ring and letting himself go without guilt. Izuku was led in through another large metal door. This one swung open to reveal a large area filled with what looked like martial arts equipment. Men and women with all varieties of quirks were scattered across the room, all sticking to their same quadrant. Some were throwing knives, the lights glinting off of them in a flash before they hit their mark with a thud. Others were throwing punches at punching bags, rocking the bags back and forth with intensity Izuku had never seen before. Some were sitting around the room simply chatting to each other. He even saw a man with a snake head wrestling a man with spiked black hair to the ground in the corner. Izuku gulped. All of these people looked to be experienced fighters, rippling muscles lining their bodies. Tension filled the air, and conversation and grunts almost drowned out the loud thumping music from outside. "Ladies and gentlemen," the lobster started, a grin filtering his words once again. "We have a newbie." All eyes immediately snapped over to Izuku, grunting and chatter stopped, as did the movement that flooded the room. "This little one has never been to a copper bath before." The lobster man chuckled. Izuku was very certain he never told him that. He could feel jitters running through his entire body with all of the attention. Every set of eyes were trained on him like a slab of steak being lowered into a piranha bath. Nobody dared move, especially not him. "Everyone please be nice to him." The lobster man fake pleaded. "Don't rookie crush too hard." He swerved on his feet, turning around and leaving, ruffling Izuku's pale hair on the way out. "Rookie her what now?" Everyone's eyes stayed trained on Izuku. He stood like a statue. "So," a woman with purple hair piped up. "What's your quirk?" Izuku's heart stopped in his chest, sinking to his feet. "I'm strong," he mumbled out. An uproar of laughter came from the fighters. "They all say that." A man piped up from somewhere in the gym, extracting more laughter from the group. Izuku burned in shame. This feeling of helplessness, the sourness that lay coating his stomach, he was all too familiar with it. He felt bile burn in his throat. "Well, kid. Can't wait to see what you've got." The purple woman spoke. Izuku looked down, clenching his fists. He couldn't wait to either. Suddenly, a shrill ring sounded out across the gym. Izuku's head lurched up in preparation, his nerves tingling at the sound of an escape from this situation. The first round starting. Somebody excitedly piped up. All heads turned to a screen that was hung up on the wall of the gym. The screen flickered on and showed everybody's pairings. Up first was two people named Calico and Maroon. A woman and a man both whooped, excited to head out to the ring. Izuku read down the list. At the very bottom of the starting fights he saw a name that clearly stood out. "Nubia, that's gotta be me." He breathed in through his nose, mentally preparing himself for the upcoming trials. His body trembled with sealed energy. He hadn't felt more alive in a long time. Grunts, shouts, cheers and panic could all be heard through the thick metal doors to the gym. Every few minutes or so, the shrill ring would sound and applause and shouts could be heard shaking the building before the two fighters would hobble back into the gym, one in clearly worse shape than the other. This happened 5 times before Izuku knew it was his turn. He was quickly ushered out of the comforting dulled confines of the bench in the corner of the gym and into the blinding lights and loud cheers of the main area. His blood pumped under his skin as he walked up to the ring, the announcer's voice echoing in his ears. "Everybody put your hands together for our final fight of the first round." Applause rocketed up across the room, loud vulgar shouting and cries of "F yeah!" echoed off the tall ceiling. "Next up in the cage, we have a little treat for you all." Izuku paused at the base of the cage, waiting for the large guard in front of it to open up the door on his cue. "We have a sweet little newbie on our hands." The crowd burst out into whoops and laughs. "Let's show this guy how accommodating we are at these copper baths." A roar overtook the crowd. "Up against our little noob, we have a repeat champ in the housey. Please welcome to the stage, our fighters, Noob and Jackrabbit." The crowd roared again, suddenly bursting out into a chant as Izuku and the man across from him stepped onto the stage. Izuku could just barely make out their words, even with their volume. "Crush him! Crush him! Crush him! Crush him! Thanks for the vote of confidence, I guess." Izuku cracked a nervous smile as he felt sweat bead on his skin. "And with that, let the fight." The room became quiet on cue, tension hanging in the air almost as thick as the smoke that permeated Izuku's lungs. "Begin." Izuku wouldn't hesitate, he couldn't. He sprinted up to the man, holding himself close to the ground. He felt the muscles in his legs constrict and push off of the ground at impeccable speeds. His mind fought to put him in a dulled-out trance to fight, but Izuku wanted to feel every second of this. He wanted to learn, and to learn he had to be in his body while he threw punches. The man, Jackrabbit as the announcer called him, swerved away from Izuku, shock forming on his face at the young one's bold move. Izuku made a beeline to knock the man out, pulling a punch back with everything that he had, and bursting it out away from his body. Jack Rabbit narrowly dodged, swerving his head sideways as the air pressure from the punch cut open a slit on the side of his face. He fearfully looked into Izuku's eyes as he evaded. "You really are something," he murmured to Izuku. "Too bad I'm something too." He pushed back with mock confidence, leaping off the ground feet above Izuku into the air, clinging onto the top of the cage. "What's this?" the announcer gasped out in a theatrical voice. "Jack Rabbit is using his final move so soon." "Oh, he jumps," Izuku thought, dully. "Explains the name, I guess." Jack Rabbit tensed his legs beneath him as his fingers wrapped around the wires of the cage. Izuku could read his movements before he could get around to them. The man's red eyes were open wildly, ready to pounce on Izuku and end things. Jack Rabbit pushed himself off of the top of the cage, unwound back in preparation for a punch, soaring like a bullet towards Izuku's face. With his mind not clouded by panic, it was almost too easy for Izuku, seeing the man moving in slow motion as he rocketed toward him. Izuku shifted his foot back while the man came at him from the air, shifting his weight backwards before spinning and ducking, shooting his leg up into a roundhouse kick. Izuku's face read of no emotion, and even as the crowd cheered in slow motion as he launched his leg out, he felt nothing and showed nothing. His weight shifted and spun him around, giving incredible momentum to the kick. It landed directly against Jack Rabbit's head with a loud crack, sending him flying to the other side of the cage as he ricocheted off of Izuku's leg like a pinball machine. His punch never landed, his final move failing in his panic to defeat Izuku. Jack Rabbit slammed into the metal cage, denting the side outwards with the sheer force of the kick that had sent him there. His face was bleeding and bruised, turning purple and red under the harsh lights overhead. He laid there like a rag doll. Izuku stood with his legs still hovering in a follow-through stance from his kick. The fight had lasted under 30 seconds. The crowd was deathly silent, as was the obnoxious announcer. Was that it? The shrill ring sounded as staff walked on stage to drag off Jack Rabbit's unconscious limp body. The crowd roared louder than Izuku had ever heard it. Bottles smashed off of walls, people let their quirks go in the space. "People must have bet against me, that sounds like a lot of angry patrons." The announcer sounded out over the chaos, "Ladies and gentlemen, I don't know what just happened, but it appears our round 1 winner is Noob." Izuku smiled slightly as he walked off stage, weaving through the angry swarm with ease. "If all of my fights are that easy, making money will be a breeze." When Izuku walked back into the gym alone, no injuries whatsoever as the chaos sounded outside, to say all eyes were on him would be an understatement. Izuku's next round was mere minutes away as he waited in the gym back room. Half of the original people in the gym remained, many scuffed up and NSNG wounds. They all swapped weary glances over to Izuku as he sat, unmoving, in his corner. Jack Rabbit wasn't weak. He wasn't the strongest fighter they had that returned to local copper baths, but to lose in the first round to a new child, that was something none of the fighters in the copper bath business had seen. All minds in the room wondered how that match truly went, and though none would admit it, they all feared being placed against the unmarked boy. Izuku's mind wandered, as it tended to do, blissfully ignoring the glances sent his way as he observed. There are 12 left. 5 women, 7 men. I know 2 of the men have knife-based skills based on their training they're doing. The one with black hair is right-handed while the one with blue is left. Black always leads with a jab. He's done it 6 times now in prep spar. I would imagine he fights similarly in the ring. 3 of the women have mutant quirks, but they all tend to have weak spots surrounding anything sudden. They all pack heavy punches, what with one having thick forearms, one with hardened lizard skin, and one with bendable limbs, but none of them could match the speed of the knife throwers. I imagine they didn't get placed against them in their first round or else they'd be gone. If I could just catch them off guard, I could dance around them and end the fight early like the last one. I can't quite tell what the quirks of the rest of the women are. One appears to be packing a switchblade though, I can see the outline of it under her boot. Shouldn't have worn such thin ones, I guess. I can just see where some of the people are injured, weak spots in their movement, lack of flexibility, wincing when they step. I could use that, hit them where it hurts. Is that allowed? I mean anything goes. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲's endless muttering was quickly cut off with the shrill ring of the bell, and soon after 2 men walked back in. Well, one walked back in. The other came in on a stretcher. The walking man was large, much larger than 𝐒𝐿, and held dual-wielding daggers with jagged edges. His eyes were deep-set and dark, and his hair was short and spiked. He looked as though he could have been in the army, and if anyone would be a challenge to 𝐒𝐿, it was him. 𝐒𝐿 had watched him spar. He had no limp, no wincing pain in his ankles. His movements were fast and powerful, and his knives would counter any real damage 𝐒𝐿 could do with his mere punches. He was much taller, and his reach alone would overpower 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐿 prayed he never had to face him. Like the universe heard him, the man immediately locked eyes with 𝐒𝐿. Oh FFFF. The giant walked over to 𝐒𝐿. I saw that dent in the cage. You do that. The man menacingly looked down at 𝐒𝐿's sitting frame, eyeing him up like a shrimp. 𝐒𝐿 gulped nervously, swallowing his nerves in front of his greatest threat. So what? Curse that stupid stutter. The man smirked, pointing at 𝐒𝐿. You better go all out on me, because I'm going all out on you. He clenched his fist until it shook with tension. Rookie crushing is my specialty. His eyes filled with wild mania, locking into 𝐒𝐿's. He dropped his fist, shoving his hands in his pockets, and walked to sit on the other side of the gym. 𝐒𝐿's heart beat wildly. If he wanted the whole cash prize, he would need to take him out eventually. Nobody else in this gym could, 𝐒𝐿 knew that. He sighed, watching the man through his bangs with his head hung. I need one little miracle, that's all. Just one. The shrill ring of the bell sounded, and 𝐒�l's head jolted up to the screen where his name was placed against a pisser. What a bad name. The scaled woman got up at the same time, vague fear glazing over her features. She had determination set in her brow, yet her bottom lip wobbled. 𝐒𝐿 watched her face in hope, and he saw that fear through her facade. I can use that. The bright white light hanging over the ring swarmed 𝐒𝐿's vision as he weaved through the crowd again, lining up at the stairs again, hearing the announcer's funny quips again, waiting for the release of his pent-up energy. This one, he knew he could win. That money's mine. Start. Pisser ran up to 𝐒𝐿, sticking low to the ground. She burst up in front of him and sent a well-aimed kick straight past 𝐒𝐿's head. She worried her lip as she fought, eyebrows pinched in insecurity. 𝐒𝐿 dodged her second blow as she jumped up and swung her leg to the side midair. 𝐒𝐿 slid under her, twisting on the ground onto all fours and pounced at her as dust flew up under his feet. 𝐒𝐿 lunged to grab her arm, attempting to throw her into the side of the ring like he had with Jackrabbit, but she slid her arm between his grasp before he could clamp onto her. She was slippery, 𝐒𝐿 had to give her that. She dodged a punch he aimed at her head, shifting her body to the side as it whizzed past her. Come on kid, let's talk this through. She dodged again, ducking under a punch and sliding between 𝐒�l's stance. Why are you even here? She taunted. You a runaway. Mommy not give you enough love. 𝐒�l cracked a smile at that. If you only knew. Look, I need the money. What, you gonna buy more toys? Let the adults handle cash. She sent a punch straight past 𝐒�l, and as 𝐒�l dived forward, sidestepping the punch, he aimed a side kick at her stomach. She quickly moved her eyes away from 𝐒�l, locking them onto his imminent kick to her gut and violently reacted. She leaped back hastily, putting a couple meters distance between her and 𝐒�l, fear reading in her features at the realization of her action. Bingo! 𝐒�l had seen her in sparring, her movements were lacking something in her core. That was it. An abdomen injury. 𝐒�l smirked, and sweat beaded along Pisser's face. He had found her weak spot. 𝐒�l slowly stalked around her, and she treaded to match his pace. Their eyes were locked, fear and deathly focus mixing into a toxic pool between them. The crowd cheered, yet 𝐒�l's brain was eerily quiet. He analyzed her, taking in split seconds of every opening, every stutter, everything. Her eyes flickered down for a moment, and there we go. 𝐒�l ran back in, tensing his legs beneath him as he bolted upright towards her. Shifting sideways, he aimed a killer kick towards her right kidney. He threw his body sideways, attacking with the heel of his foot in an oblique kick straight to the side, shifting backwards and readying himself to transition into a kick straight to the head, a knockout, if you will. Pisa caught wind of his action, immediately throwing her arm out, when a loud bang resonated through the club. Pisa's arm had stopped 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐼's kick, shaking with the force of the action. 𝐒𝐿𝐼's eyes widened in interest, watching the pulsing scales on her arm as they slowly hardened against 𝐒𝐿𝐼's skin. Pisa, like armor piercing. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 huffed. Nope. Still dumb. He retaliated quickly, backing off slightly, but the woman quickly swayed into offensive, running at him while he hopped backwards. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 readied himself for another kick from the woman, but as he ducked, she leaped up into the air and onto him, locking his head in with her hardened arms. She used her momentum to swing around 𝐒𝐿𝐼's neck, pinning him to the ground, her legs wrapped under him and around his sides with her arms around him in a chokehold. He was wriggling, but the awkward positing he was placed in under her twisted and ground his bones together. Wrestling. Wasn't she all kicks earlier? 𝐒𝐿𝐼 wheezed and huffed as his airway was cut off, his heart pounded in his ears and his vision went black in the corners. He was stuck, with her arm around his neck. He may have passed out before the match could end. No, it can't end like this. He wheezed as the crowd roared. I won't. Let it. He pushed his head backwards against her arm, getting just enough room to push his mouth down into her scaled arm. He could feel the scale's hard surface against his lips as he breathed heavily through his nose, sweat trailing down his face. He opened his jaw as wide as he could, and clamped his teeth down onto her skin. Pisa couldn't react in time to harden her scales, focusing on keeping the wriggling boy down for the count, and as she struggled, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 bit with all of the force he could muster, jaw tensing and burning under the pressure. His teeth pushed back into his gums, and as a yelp of pain erupted from Pisa, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 bit until he felt his teeth meet each other, the woman pouncing off of him and screeching in pain. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 felt BLD fill his mouth, pleasant and warm as he had hoped it would be. You little beach. Ah. What the F? Pisa screamed out in agony, clutching her arm. You just F-bit me. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 coughed and wheezed on the ground, regaining his vision and centering himself. He slowly and shakily stood as the crowd roared. BLD ran down the woman's arm in waves, dripping onto the white stage. It coated 𝐒𝐿𝐼's teeth and mouth as he eerily looked into Pisa's eyes, face red and streaked with tears. He swallowed the woman's flesh caught in his mouth as he locked eyes with her, unblinking, chest wheezing heavily. The announcer was too stunned to speak, and the crowd roared at the BLD buff. Pisa clutched her arm in disbelief and horror. Are we not fighting anymore? 𝐒𝐿𝐼 rasped out. His voice sounded like death. Was his trachea broken? Why did it hurt so bad? BLD continued to drip onto the stage in waves, and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 dropped down into his fighting stance. Pisa's eyes widened, her eyebrows pulling up in shock, wrinkling her forehead in stress. 𝐒𝐿𝐼's eyes glowed red like an animal, his body tensing in preparation to end this fight. I'm dash. Before she could yell out, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 practically teleported up to her, after images being left behind him as he ran up. He spun his leg sideways, pulling his knee inwards before he launched a kick. Straight into her right side. Pisa immediately coughed up BLD, a painful grunt leaving her as she fell to the ground. Her head hit the floor of the ring with a loud bang, and she seemed to twitch a few times before she was still, silently bleeding out on the ground. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 stood above her, his face neutral and his wheezing in control. BLD stayed smeared across his face, and he looked down at her in pity. I'm sorry, miss, but I really need that money. And your winner, for the second round in a row, is noob. There was a pause for cheering. Although, that doesn't quite sound as badass as this little guy is. The crowd cheered in delight. Little man, I dub thee. The crowd fell into a hushed quiet, awaiting the dramatic reveal of the bizarre boy's new name. Biter. Cheers erupted around the room, quirks went off in excitement and rage at the money lost. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 awkwardly smiled at the praise, bloody teeth showing through his lips. Well, maybe I don't feel too bad. 𝐒𝐿𝐼 stared off into space, trying to ignore the deep unsettling feeling in his stomach as he waited for the final round to start. The other contestants were slowly obliterated one by one, the screech of the bell buzzing through 𝐒𝐼's nervous system like a call to action. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 could only see one person come back each time from that bell, spiked hair and heavy combat boots sauntering back to the gym each time to sit across from 𝐒𝐿 and stare straight at him. What? I must still have BLD on my face, damn it. He swiped the back of his hand along his mouth, watching a deep red streak across his knuckles. That lit a strange excited fire in his stomach, but his guilt quickly smothered that flame. The minutes of others fighting seemed to take hours, and the warped time slowed the cheers erupting outside of the room into strange distant noises to 𝐒𝐿's ears. All he could feel was the icy glare of the man across from him, and the burning excitement, maybe nervousness, in his veins. 𝐒𝐿 could feel the matches dwindling away, with only him and the man now left in the gym. Time slowed even further as the bell rang, his hearing muffled with sounds as horror curdled his gut. I can't beat this guy. He's got no weaknesses. Think 𝐒𝐿. You can't punch away a knife fight like the alley guy. His stomach dropped as memories of BLD and Brick filled his senses. He was a subpar fighter at best. This guy's got hero-level skills. 𝐒𝐿 looked up through his bangs at the man, locking eyes and immediately being caught in a stare-off. 𝐒𝐿's eyebrows creased in worry. The man simply tilted the corners of his mouth up into a smile, sick satisfaction playing his features. He couldn't wait to pummel 𝐒𝐿 into the ground, and 𝐒𝐿 knew he could. See you out there, biter. The bell rang for the final time. The crowd cheered, but all 𝐒𝐿 could hear was the toll of the bells of the underworld. He may just die here tonight. As he walked out into the crowd and up to the stage, 𝐒𝐿 felt hands ruffling his hair, slick with sweat. He couldn't react if he tried, stuck in a state of analysis and dread, his thoughts cycling through his head like tickets being funneled into the machines that counted them. A million thoughts a second, all being scared into a void. His stance is wide, he must have been professionally trained. Could I? No, that wouldn't work. Maybe if, but when would the opening? If he, when he, but he wouldn't. 𝐒𝐿 slapped his cheeks and shook out his limbs, trying to free himself from the panic of this enemy. If I want a life again, I'm going to have to fight for it. He bounced on his feet, preparing himself and shaking out the nerves. The man on the other side of the ring sat menacingly still, daggers outstretched by his thighs. I had it easy up till now. I'll have to figure things out on my own from now on. He looked at the man's spiked hair and crazed eyes, and suddenly, just for a moment, he was back in Aldera, looking forward at the boy who was once his greatest personal hero. 𝐒𝐿 felt the flicker of dormant betrayal light up in his heart, before he was violently moved back to the present. The announcer was yelling something or other, cracking jokes and making a big deal over the big final match. And whatnot. Are you ready, IY? The crowd cheered louder than 𝐒𝐿 had ever heard it, shaking the walls and making his eardrums feel as though they would pop. He lowered his stance, and spread his weight out evenly for movement. In this fight, he would have to be fast before he was dead. Fighters, get ready. 𝐒𝐿's heart beat. 3, 2, 1. Star! 𝐒𝐿 ran up to 𝐒𝐻𝐵M, as the announcer had called him, and the man sprinted straight at 𝐒𝐿, his arms flying behind him in a wind-up to jab at the boy. As he swung the knife out from the side towards 𝐒𝐿, his long arms covering a great distance, 𝐒𝐿 hopped up into the air, dodging the knife as it swiped below his tucked feet. 𝐒𝐿 landed low to the ground, quickly, dropping flat to the ground and swiping his leg outwards to knock the large man over at his ankles. 𝐒𝐻𝐵M leaped backwards, saving his ankles from the blow, before quickly regaining his place near 𝐒𝐿. The spiky man swiveled his knife around in his hand, placing the blade downwards to stab down onto 𝐒𝐿's crouched form. 𝐒𝐿 jumped off of his feet backwards as the knife barreled down towards him. He arched his back, landing on his hands, and used his arm strength to boost him upwards back onto his feet. Nice moves, twinkle toes. The man flipped his dagger around in his hand again. But when are you going to come at me? He laughed, stalking towards 𝐒𝐿. With every step he took forward, 𝐒𝐿 took one back. They never broke eye contact, and 𝐒𝐿 broke out into a vicious cold sweat. He was being cornered like prey. Run, 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 run. The man pointed one of his daggers at the dent in the cage 𝐒𝐿 caused. I want you to do that to me. A malicious smile creeped up onto the man's face, curling his eyes into creases. He stalked mere inches away from Izuku while Izuku's back was against the cage. The crowd roared. "This guy's really weird." Izuku moved in a blur of action, quickly latching his fingers between the cage links above his head, using his arm strength to lift himself up, and pulling his knees into his chest before bucking outward. His feet blasted away from him and straight into 𝐼𝐻𝐵's gut. The man spat out and coughed as he creased slightly from Izuku's attack. Izuku used this opening to kick himself off the cage and move himself behind 𝐼𝐻𝐵 before he could respond. "Oh kid, don't be so rough on me." The man giggled. "Creep." Izuku sent a kick at the man again, but he grabbed Izuku's ankle and immediately threw him off of him. 𝐼𝐻𝐵's overwhelming strength had Izuku flying away and tumbling down onto the ring ground. He transitioned into a somersault and rolled himself back into a standing position, recoiling slightly backwards from the momentum of his roll. "Why don't you talk?" The man sent a jab towards Izuku that Izuku danced around, narrowly avoiding his stomach. "I think you're so interesting, yet you won't even speak to me." Izuku bit his lip in concentration as he dodged. Izuku took steps backwards as he dodged the quick swipes. "Sizz me off." 𝐼𝐻𝐵's eyes darkened, and his face suddenly took on a menacing tilt to it. His mouth arched downwards and his eyebrows drew in to reveal what looked like a predator tired of messing with its prey. Izuku stuttered at the man's face, slowing while 𝐼𝐻𝐵 sped up. Izuku dodged slightly too slowly and felt a sting of pain erupt across his arm he had to block with. BLD spurted out from a small laceration on Izuku's forearm. It slowly beaded and dropped down his arm like a red waterfall as he continued to dodge. 𝐼𝐻𝐵's attacks increased and became more and more intense, leaning into Izuku and challenging his speed. Swipe, jab, cut, slice, swap, push backwards, lean in, don't stop. Izuku couldn't catch a break, and his reflexes may have been the only thing keeping him from being minced meat. "This guy is too fast." Izuku's vision went dark in the corners, as he was running out of breath and stamina from the continuous dodging. "I can't fight back, he'll cut my arm if I get too close. There's no way I can level the playing field." Izuku felt disparity creep up in his heart. "I've come all this way." He let out a choked sob as he dodged another blow aimed at his head. His breathing sped up, and his heart desperately pumped BLD to all of his overworked organs. He could feel panic seeping into his body, and his movements became slowly sloppier and sloppier. Izuku suddenly made a fatal mistake. 𝐼𝐻𝐵 faked him out, shifting to stab right, and Izuku dodged left in his panic, not reading the man's movement enough. A sly smile creeped up on the man's face as mid-movement, he swayed sides, moving his weight behind one of his daggers as he stabbed right towards Izuku. Izuku felt a sharp stab of pain, and the room went silent. His heart slowed. His vision went back to normal. 𝐼𝐻𝐵 took a few steps backwards, huffing and puffing after his attempts to catch Izuku. Izuku tried to speak, to ask what had happened, but he felt his voice unable to come. He looked down at the throbbing numbness and pain, and there he saw it. 𝐼𝐻𝐵's dagger was sticking straight out of Izuku's chest, deep red blooming through his tattered old shirt. He could feel the knife embedded deep in one of his lungs, and his sputtering wheezes and gasps prevented him from speaking. Otherwise, he surely would have screamed. He couldn't move, bright BLD dripping down in splatters onto the floor from his wound, slowly running down his abdomen. The knife burned and serrated his insides, the notches on it grinding against bones in his chest. Izuku coughed up. "You were fun to play with. Say goodnight, biter." The man had a wild look on his face, and as Izuku's silent and shocked eyes looked back up to meet 𝐼𝐻𝐵's, he felt immense terror. "What do I do?" Izuku's eyes glazed over. His face went slack. His brain shut off, and the sharp stabbing pain turned into a memory of a dull ache in his mind. He was back in that space of his brain reserved only for his panic. Autopilot. 𝐼𝐻𝐵's face quickly turned sour as he watched Izuku's non-reaction take over. "What?" He let out a quiet sound of confusion as Izuku's dull deathly eyes stared straight into the man's. Izuku's hand drifted up towards his chest, his fighting stance dropping low again. 𝐼𝐻𝐵 chuckled, fear lacing his tone. "You're insane." Izuku gripped the handle of the knife in his chest, unblinking, unthinking. He felt the cool grooves on his skin, his senses heightened to everything around him. With a quick burst of energy to the sore muscles in his arm, he swiftly yanked the knife out of his own chest, holding it up slowly at his side. Pain erupted through his lungs, blood spurting out of him like ribbons out of a party popper. It soaked his entire shirt, and he winced even through autopilot. He saw the dark red liquid run down the knife and onto his hand. The ring. Floors looked like a blood bath, dark red gore staining everywhere, streaked along the ground from fighting with his arm cut. Izuku tensed his legs, horror swarmed across 𝐼𝐼𝐵's features, and Izuku pounced forward, knife outstretched behind him in preparation to slice at 𝐼𝐼𝐵's face. What the F, what the F, what the F? 𝐼𝐼𝐵 dodged his blows backwards as blood continued to fly out of Izuku with every movement, irritating his deep stab wound. Noticed the knives clang together as the man blocked and dodged, having lost half of his firepower to Izuku's chest cavity. He was mortified. How the F are you still moving? Just lay down and die already. That reminded Izuku of someone. Izuku moved his knife upwards and towards 𝐼𝐼𝐵, aiming for his neck every single time, a kill shot longing taking over his senses. I never learned how to fight with knives before this. Izuku continued his jabs and moves, the clang and bang of the knives sending sparks flying at their speeds. I wondered just what happened to me. Izuku jabbed his knife forward, aiming straight for 𝐼𝐼𝐵's heart at Izuku's eye level. The crowd was hushed, in awe at this exchange. Nobody knew how this boy was still moving, many questioned his humanity. The announcer had gone completely silent, and the room was filled with clanging and desperate grunts from 𝐼𝐼𝐵's tired form. 𝐼𝐼𝐵 blocked, his knife shaking with the tension of Izuku pushing deeper and deeper towards the man's chest. F. Off. The man grunted as Izuku pushed his weight into the knife. Izuku backed off from his attempt, the daggers ricocheting away from each other in a loud clang as he gave away. Izuku immediately tensed his legs and shifted his weight backwards. As 𝐼𝐼𝐵 stumbled backwards from the knives crashing into each other, Izuku rounded his foot towards him, using the momentum of his pushback to transition into a kick. Izuku sent his foot flying upward straight into the center of 𝐼𝐼𝐵's face, landing with his heel to the man's nose. A crack resonated through the ring as 𝐼𝐼𝐵 immediately went flying backwards, crashing into the cage lining the ring. His nose caved into his face, and he immediately crashed, a large dent being left in his wake as he hit the bloody ring floor with a bang. The crowd was silent as 𝐼𝐼𝐵 was left on the floor, an unmoving pile of limbs and blood. He was slumped in an awkward position, clearly knocked out. Izuku stood, breathing and blooded, a few feet away from him in the middle of the ring. Bright lights overhead cast shadows onto his face, but the neon sickly green gleam of his eyes shined through the darkness from his bangs. He was hunched, prepared to pounce, eyes locked on 𝐼𝐼𝐵's unmoving form. He was feral. The entire room could hear his breathing, a pin could drop and sound like an atomic bomb. A voice erupted over the speakers. Ladies and gentlemen. An awkward little man with a large mustache walked out onto the ring, his bald head gleaming in the light. We have our winner. He walked over to Izuku, fear running through his features as he looked up at the terrifying boy. He went to grab Izuku's blooded hand, recoiled, before slowly grabbing it again as if he were dealing with a caged animal. He raised Izuku's arm in triumph, and Izuku finally took his eyes away from 𝐼𝐼𝐵's slumped figure, shifting his eyes across the black faceless sea of people. Biter wins the copper bath. That is 600,000 yen to him. The man's voice slowly slipped back into announcer mode as he yelled out over the crowd. They erupted into fits. Whether the screaming and hollering was good or bad, Izuku didn't know, but his brain finally registered something. 600,000. Izuku looked out at the loud crowd, then up at his raised bloody hand. He immediately burst into tears. I won. If Izuku had been a little more observant, maybe he would have noticed his chest and arm had stopped bleeding. Maybe he would have noticed the red eyes trailing him across the stage. Maybe his life would have been completely different. Izuku had palmed the cash given to him by shaky hands after the crowds dissipated at the copper bath venue. The hosts looked absolutely mortified as they handed their good earnings over to the bloody half-awake boy, eyes shifting wearily away from his stone-cold eyes and stab hole in his shirt. Izuku felt as though he was in a trance as he walked out of the venue, up the steps, and back into the cool night air of the streets. The sun was just threatening to rise, a light blue fanning out across the horizon. Bar lights were flickering off as Izuku walked aimlessly like a villain in the night, getting not much more than second glances as he looked like a horror movie monster. The deep red had crusted into his hair and skin, leaving streaks of blood stretched across him. The tatty cream shirt he was wearing was almost entirely soaked in a deep red, and his shorts weren't doing much better either. The stab wound in his chest had completely sealed, the skin there having a faint pink hue like a fresh scar. I was stabbed, I was stabbed, I was stabbed. The images of his own blood out of his chest, the awful feeling of a knife in his overworked lungs, Izuku felt as though he had never left that ring, as though he was still in it, hairs on end as he watched a non-existent enemy lunge at him. The sharp serrated edges clanging along his ribs as he pulled the dagger out. I'm gonna be sick. Izuku ran over to an alley behind a bar, immediately retching and vomiting. He spewed up blood again, and he wasn't sure of how much of it was his own. He watched the saliva-filled red-streaked vomit cascade down into the corner of the building. Breathing, he leaned his head against the cool concrete of the building, sweat building on his skin. Am I running a fever? Izuku's breaths were labored. Izuku palmed at his chest, feeling where the stab wound should have been. Nothing was there but cool, clammy skin. He didn't understand, couldn't understand. So, that time at Miss Tochibona's? My thumbs, can I? Izuku's thoughts ran wild. His super strength, super agility, ability to use all kinds of weapons, and now he could heal his own injuries in a matter of minutes. Izuku avoided the thought, dancing around it like he was playing tag with his own brain. Do I have a quirk? Izuku retched again, spewing up more gore onto the building. There's just no way, that's impossible. There's absolutely no way I could have a quirk. I'm quirkless, through and through. I have the toe joint and everything. I mean, there isn't even a quirk that can give quirks, it's entirely genetic. There's absolutely no way, so why? He looked down at his blooded hands, smooth skin caked in the fluids of many. What am I? Izuku stared, bewildered, down at his hands. Down past his hands and to his feet. Down past his feet and to the trailing vomit. Izuku stared and stared as his brain searched for answers, hunched with his head against the building. A quiet thump sounded behind Izuku, his ears could barely pick it up. His dazed brain immediately reared to fight, jumping straight to turn around, but in his sluggish state, he could only barely catch the shadowy figure behind him before a loud crack resonated within his skull, and his whole world faded into darkness. Izuku was starting to really hate waking up. It seemed every time he did it brought him a lot of issues. As he cracked his eyes open, he quickly recalled what had happened. His head shot up before a burst of pain nearly blinded him. What got my head? A splitting headache pierced his brain and thoughts, and he could feel the dizziness spread throughout his vision while it focused. He had to have a concussion, the ache droning out all of his senses. By the time he snapped back, wincing from the movement of simply holding up his head, he quickly realized he was in an all-metal room. A brightly lit all-metal room. He went to move his hands, but they were tightly bound behind his, I've been here before. Izuku's thoughts slowly came through, the cogs in his brain running on extremely low power. Izuku shot straight up, the pain lessened this time. I'm at the police station. Izuku looked around, eyes wide in panic, desperately flailing to get his hands out from the constraints he was held in. He didn't want to have to break his thumbs like the last time, trying to constrict his hands out of the cuffs. It was no use, the metal simply dug into his wrists. He tried to stand, desperately looking for an escape, but quickly noticed he was strapped to the chair in what seemed to be a metal-like belt. I'm stuck. They found me. They found me, 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 shit. Izuku's thoughts spiraled as he breathed, feeling like he might vomit again. The blood on his shirt was stinging his nostrils, the lights were all too bright in this room, and all of the silver and grey surfaces made Izuku feel like he was in monochrome hell. He couldn't move, he was utterly trapped. He took shaky calm breaths, opting to check his surroundings. They do that in hero manga all the time, yeah, scope for stuff. He coped. He was seated at a long table, harsh lights hung overhead that emitted a sickly white light that didn't leave a shadow in the room. There were no windows, and even when he listened extremely closely, Izuku couldn't hear a single noise from inside or outside of the room. He noticed one of the walls had a slightly strange look, the metal all too reflective for Izuku's liking. A one-way mirror. Izuku stared into it, looking for any sort of movement behind it. He saw nothing. The chair he was in was rooted into the ground, bolted down, and the cuffs his hands were aching in were much thicker than when he was first here. He definitely couldn't pull what he pulled last time, bolting and just maybe committing a tad of aggravated assault. Izuku obviously knew why he was here. Just not the specifics. Not at all. Maybe it was aggravated assault on the officers. Ah no, it might have been that knife guy, I don't even know if he survived. Izuku felt his brows crease at that thought. Maybe the police shut down the copper bath operation a little late, and they ratted me out. God knows those aren't exactly legal. He huffed a dry laugh. Maybe they found out I'm a dead boy walking. Izuku liked the sound of that one best. He hoped it was something as mediocre as that. Izuku stared back through the slightly shinier wall. He stared until he could just hear something, almost like a sense. Badum badum badum. There were at least 3 people behind that wall. Izuku couldn't believe it. I can hear their heartbeats. Izuku stared harder through the wall. He must have been listening to the faint thumps for a while, because he was quickly snapped out of his trance when the metal door to the front left of Izuku swung open. As his head whipped away from the reflective wall to the door, the light thumping he heard was drowned out of his head. In walked 2 officers, fully armed with tasers at the ready. Welp, there goes the dead boy walking theory. They quickly guarded either side of the metal door, and after them, 2 others walked in. The first was a shabby man with long unruly black hair and tired eyes. He had a disastrous 5 o'clock shadow, and the posture of an elderly man, though he couldn't be older than 40. He was wearing all black with a thick white scarf-like device wrapped around his neck. It clicked in Izuku's mind that this man was the figure that had unceremoniously knocked him out cold in the alley earlier. If he had the authority to take me in like that, he must be a pro hero. Izuku felt sweat bead on his skin. This wasn't looking good for him. Behind the tired man, another slightly less disheveled man walked in behind him. That man was undoubtedly a detective, with a blue-collared shirt and a simple waistcoat, standing much taller than the hunched pro. He had short cropped brown hair and calming brown eyes. Izuku wondered just what got such a nice man into the business of speaking with him. The kind man sat in the chair across from Izuku, as the long-haired pro remained standing, back hunched and arms crossed menacingly. So, Izuku's hairs stood on end. Do you mind if we ask you some questions? Izuku stared up at the man, silent. I'll take that as a yes. I'm Detective Naomasa. I head the investigation team here at the Musutafu Police Headquarters. Izuku balled his fists in the cuffs behind him, not a sound leaving his mouth. His fingernails dug crescent moons into his blooded palms. What's your name? Izuku stared blankly. The scruffy pro huffed, Kid, if you don't respond we could lock you up just for obstruction of justice. He droned tiredly. Eraserhead Naomasa warned. Eraserhead. The Eraserhead. Izuku redirected his eyes, peeling them off of the detective's face to look up, awestruck, at the homeless-looking man. Izuku had heard of Eraserhead. How could he not have? He was massive in the Musutafu underground communities. His name would occasionally pop up on Heroes Informatics, but absolutely no information about him could be found online. That was, unless you were Izuku. Izuku had a whole page on him in his notebook at one point. That was saying a lot for a man with so little released information. He was an underground pro, deep underground, and mostly busted large-scale criminal operations, if Izuku remembered correctly. So what is he doing messing around with me? Even with all that Izuku had done, he couldn't have possibly made up the top 100 worst things to take down on Eraserhead's list, even if Eraserhead had known absolutely everything Izuku had done. Naomasa simply placed a soft smile on his face, and looked at Izuku's eyes widened in what appeared to be a glimmer of wonder. 𝐿𝐼𝐫 had always loved kids, and he couldn't stand the state of this boy. What's your name? Izuku looked down away from the pro, shying away from his gaze, and looked back up to Detective 𝐿𝐼𝐫. The only name he could possibly think to use, and the only name that seemed to fit the person he had become popped into his mind. Just call me Baita. It was still a rude name in Izuku's eyes, but it would have to do. Right. Baita. 𝐿𝐼𝐫 inhaled a sharp bit of air before beginning. As of 23 o'clock last night, you were engaged in illegal fighting rings in the northwest area of Musutofu. You went on to win the night after sustaining major injuries, all of which have seemed to disappear within the span of a couple hours. Izuku gulped, eyes burning with shame. At least he didn't mention the last time I was in this place. You should know that illegal fighting rings are, well, illegal. Izuku lowered his eyebrows at the thinly veiled sarcasm. People like Eraserhead have found them extremely useful within their lines of work, so we keep a few of them up and running under certain protocols. Izuku paled. Had he walked into a police-run fighting ring? We normally turn a, for lack of better words, blind eye to the non-threats within that system. They don't bother us, we leave them to their devices. 𝐿𝐼𝐫's eyes flickered with something Izuku couldn't read. What's your quirk, Baita? Izuku nearly bit his tongue in shock. He hated this question. Nobody looked at him the same after it. He looked down at his lap. I'm quirkless. The words came out in nothing but a mutter. 𝐿𝐼𝐫 looked confused as Izuku watched him through his bangs. 𝐿𝐼𝐫 shifted his eyes to Eraserhead's with concern reading through them. Eraserhead met his eyes and the concern transferred into his. All right. Izuku looked up, shocked the man had believed him. Didn't he just say they knew about my fight? How old are you? Izuku thought about it for a moment. It was October, so 15. The detective was staring at him with an unreadable expression. Thank you. The detective let his soft smile seep out of his features, putting a hardened mask over his face. The shadows seemed to drag his eyes downwards, deathly seriousness reading. Izuku might have jumped at the change if his nerves weren't already as strung out as they could be. Where were you on April 25th? Izuku paled. At that point he was gone, but that might seem suspicious for whatever case they were building for him. School, probably. Izuku tried to sound casual, sweating through his blood-drenched clothes. Please try not to lie. Izuku's eyes shot open. How did he? Then, I would have been at home. A lie again. The detective's face became even more serious. I don't know. Izuku rattled against the metal chair he was in with his outburst. He watched Eraserhead tense his hand around the scarf he was wearing, clearly preparing for the worst. All right. The detective sat back in his chair. June 2nd. I don't know. Poor memory. Izuku looked away, his stomach dropping to his feet. Something like that. Let's do more recent then, October 3rd. Izuku looked up into the detective's eyes. That was only around 5 days ago, but it was 2 days before Izuku woke up in that dumpster. Izuku searched the eyes of the detective, glancing up to look at the pro hero whose eyes were trained on him more intently than Izuku had seen him look until now. Izuku was frozen. I don't know. 𝐿𝐼𝐫 shot him another strange look, then met his eyes with Eraserhead's again. They seemed to communicate something dire within their glance, something Izuku was not privy to. Where did you learn to fight like that? Asked Eraserhead in a bit of a frazzled voice. I don't know. Where did you learn to fight with knives? His voice was more frantic. I don't know. Why don't you know? 𝐿𝐼𝐫 cut in. Izuku looked down. I can't believe I'm doing this. I don't remember anything. Not for months. 𝐿𝐼𝐫 and Eraserhead were shocked into silence, both staring at the hunched boy. Which months? Izuku looked at his thighs, stained with blood until maybe 3 or 4 days ago. Izuku winced. The men both shared another concerned glance. 𝐿𝐼𝐫 shifted uncomfortably in his seat, leaning forward with his hands linked on the cool metal table. Baita, 𝐿𝐼𝐫 started. Izuku almost flinched at his tone. Have you heard of the Dusk Hunter? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 looked up in confusion, shaking his head from side to side. The name doesn't even sound familiar. I don't think I've seen any name like that on Hero Informatics either. Naomis's brows creased his face as he stayed silent for a moment, mulling over something within his head. The Dusk Hunter is a villain we've been searching for. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 ped his head in confusion. A villain? What am I here for then? Well, he's more of a vigilante, but we can't blur the lines too much with him. He appeared around a month after your supposed memory lapse. He took down villains and pros alike with power and efficiency like nothing we'd ever seen in the Musutafu area. Nobody knows what he worked for, all of his crimes couldn't be linked in the slightest. He was an enigma. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 looked confused. Eraserhead spoke up, though. You fight just like him. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 looked up to Eraserhead in shock. I only fought the guy once, but he fought like he wasn't scared to die. Throwing punches that were worthy for a final battle. Life or death, all the time. I've only ever seen that kind of fighting in him, and now you. Eraserhead looked at 𝐒𝐭𝐴, an intense and unreadable emotion burning in his dark eyes. He's killed countless, made countless go missing, yet there's nothing on him. No Quirk info, no networks of information, and I've been on his case for months. The man sounded almost bored with frustration. Does he think I know this guy? I don't remember anything. You are the closest we've gotten to him. You fight like a mockery of his style, yet you have no idea where you got it from. He sighed a deep sigh. My luck. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 wringed his hands anxiously behind his back, trying to squeeze his bones inward to get out of the cuffs. I really don't like the sound of this. You fight? Naomisa sent a wary glance over to 𝐒𝐭𝐴 as Eraserhead spoke. Like you learned it from him. 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 paled. Horror seeped into his skin, not at the words themselves, but at the undeniable truth in his mind that there is a chance, however slim, that that is entirely true. He couldn't rely on himself to say otherwise, so he pressed his teeth together in his mouth, feeling them grit against each other in discomfort, and looked down at the shiny table in front of him. Biter. Naomisa spoke up. The Dusk Hunter was active just a few days after you went missing for the first ever time. If Eraserhead is accurate in his analysis, which I'm sure he is, you very well may have been in contact with one of the most dangerous vigilantes to ever exist in the Musutafu area. Naomisa inhaled. And we can't let a lead like you go, especially at your age and in your condition. We're going to have to hold you in custody for just a little while longer while we sort this out. 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 paled, sweat starting down his blooded skin. Hold me. Not send me to jail. Not court. Not a relief program. An active investigation. Guards, would you mind helping him out? The two large guards lumbered over to 𝐒𝐭o𝐴, unlocking and releasing the metal chair bar before taking his scrawny arms in their massive grips. 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 wriggled half-heartedly, heart beating in his chest in a mix of relief and dread. He had no clue as to what the detective might want from him, but at least he wouldn't be thrown in a cell immediately. 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 was brought through a heavy glass door to a short, bleak hall. The same nauseating bright lights hung overhead in this hall, but they were warmer, painting the cream walls in a glow. 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 was suddenly jolted to a stop and turned to face one of the many doors in this room. The door was heavy-duty to say the least. Large, clunky, and only a small window into it left a pit forming in 𝐒𝐿o𝐴's stomach. One of the guards shifted away from 𝐒𝐿o𝐴 to punch in a code to unlock the door. 𝐒𝐿o𝐴 couldn't see the numbers, but his brain thought to supplement the information anyways. Straight up, right, down, far left, center. The door beeped open, the guard twisting the knob to reveal the drab secluded room. 𝐒𝐿o𝐴 realized quickly that this was no normal holding cell. This had to be engineered for maximum security threats. No vents, no bars, no windows, just a sink, toilet, and bed. He really was being thrown into jail. His heartbeat picked up in his throat as he scanned the room looking for anything he could use to escape. Nothing jumped out, even the bed was bolted down. 𝐒�o𝐴 couldn't hide, and he couldn't run. Why on earth am I being placed in one of these? The guards unceremoniously threw him onto the bed, the springs bouncing under his body as he landed. 𝐒�o𝐴 looked up at the tall men in confusion, his eyebrows scrunching as he watched one uncuff his hands from behind his back, then both leave without a word. The heavy door made a loud metallic locking noise a few times as the men closed it, and there Izuku was, left in his silence. He immediately went to palm around the pockets of his cargo shorts, checking desperately for the money he had just made. There, miraculously, sat a thick wad of cash in his upper pocket. They didn't take it. Izuku tried not to look a gift horse in the mouth, placing it gently in his pocket to focus on the burning pain around his wrists. He rubbed his sore wrists, red lines forming where the cuffs had cut into his pale skin. Izuku looked around analytically, his cold eyes scanning the room for anything he could use to his advantage, bolting at the chance to escape. The cream walls and white lights made Izuku feel sick to his stomach after a while of looking, reaching the same dead-end conclusions. He huffed a sigh, eyes falling to his lap as he sat on the uncomfortable bed. Dusk Hunter, here. It was incredibly strange that this villain had been active around the time of Izuku's disappearance, that there was a chance Izuku had learned everything he knew from a villain. He shuddered at the thought. Izuku ached to know what had happened to him. An unease that remained in his gut from the last couple months plagued every emotion he had, curdling it and turning it sour and spoiled. He was being dragged back to his old life. Miss Tochibona's advice rang in his head, that he needed to turn the next page in his life. Izuku knew he should turn to the next chapter, but finding context for this chapter of his life would be extremely hard, considering he had a massive chunk of his memory missing. Izuku was already active in some crime rings of Musutafu, legally dead, had assaulted cops, and was being held in a local police station for the consideration that he had been mingling with a notorious villain in the area. Izuku let out a chuckle at the situation, the humor not reaching his heart. He had always had rotten luck, but boy do these past few days take the cake. Izuku had been lost in thought for a few minutes, staring down at his wrists now, he saw the marks were gone. He closed his eyes and thought back to the gentle heartbeats he heard through the walls of the interrogation room, the metallic walls failing to block the soft thumping of pulsing BLD. I wonder if I could do that again. Izuku interlaced his fingers, closing his eyes and attempting to relax his face. He tried to forget where he was, tried to get lost in the trance the beats had put him in before. He could no longer feel the bed under him, the crusted BLD on his skin, nor the vague ache in his temples. He felt as though he was in a cold, distant space away from himself, entirely focused on his hearing. Suddenly, as quiet as a raindrop, he heard it. Thump, thump, thump. Izuku could just barely make the noise out through the silence, until it got ever so slightly louder. Thump, thump, thump. Izuku could hear it right outside of the room now, his eyes opening to watch the giant metal door in silence as the thumping resonated through his ears. Izuku heard some quiet beeps before the door was clanging and banging while the interior mechanisms unlocked it. Izuku had his eyes trained on the thick metal, his heart mixing with the thumps on the other side of the door. He watched in seemingly slow motion as it unlocked and swung open. There stood the scruffy pro hero he had come to know as Eraserhead, who looked surprised to see Izuku's eyes trained on him so intently. Though he was focused on Eraserhead's slumped form, he saw something extremely interesting. The door had a weakly engineered blind spot right behind it. When Izuku was a kid playing hide and seek, he would occasionally open doors and hide between the space between the open door and the wall. It was an amazing blind spot for a skinny kid, and would often lead to him being found close to last. People can't see you when they open the doors themselves, and they don't think to check, often leaving the door open to look around in haste. Opportunity. Izuku felt a giddy feeling rise up in his chest. Eraserhead ceased his temporarily locked gaze with Izuku, gently walking in and closing the door behind him. He had something tucked neatly under his arm, a metal folding chair. As the door clunkily clicked to lock behind him, the man unfolded the metal chair slowly in front of the bed Izuku was sat on. Izuku kept unnervingly still, simply following the pro with his wild green eyes. "Hey, kid. How are you holding up?" Izuku gritted his teeth. "How am I holding up? You knocked me out and threw me in a holding cell. That's how I'm holding up." Izuku couldn't stay too mad at Eraserhead, the fight draining from his body. "Fine," he muttered. Eraserhead huffed a sigh. "Look, you're young, so even if we wanted to, there's not too much we could use against you to have you face any real consequences. Don't look so tense." He droned tiredly. We want to help you, if you help us. I understand your memory is gone and you might feel like you don't have all of the answers we need, but trust me, you've already helped this case in a few ways. Izuku's eyebrows pulled inward for a split second in confusion before he forced his face to relax. Eraserhead caught it anyway. He looked the small boy up and down, taking in his appearance in good lighting for once. Izuku's clothes were stained in a deep red, all extremely tattered and worn underneath the layers of BLD. A gaping hole was punched in the front of the boy's shirt, undoubtedly where he had been stabbed in the fight. His feet were bare. Izuku had unknowingly discarded his tattered sandals at some point, he didn't quite remember when. His hair was matted and disgusting, and his eye bags hung low. The boy smelled like the sweet tangy metal of BLD, and though he had no bruises, bumps, or scars, Izuku's eyes had deep pain and mistrust radiating from them. Eraserhead let out a quick huff. We want to get you help. Do you have a guardian in charge of you, or anyone we can call? Izuku looked down at his hands, eyes shifting. No. He softly spoke. Eraserhead looked at the boy, a somber and slightly sad look ghosting over his emotionless features. Izuku knew the pro had most likely been trained for rescue operations and had seen kids like him time and time again. Discarded, abused, possibly dead. Izuku still wondered if he would feel half as much pity for a quirkless child like Izuku that he did for children with potential. Stupid. Eraserhead's not like that. Don't think like that. Alright, well we have a lot of great programs for kids like you in place. Rehabilitation programs, before we can integrate you into the foster system. Izuku shot up to look at Eraserhead like he was crazy. He wants to help me. We can get you away from all of this, you know. He looked Izuku up and down, shifting his eyes across the boy's sad appearance. I could find a home. Go back to normal. Izuku closed his eyes, flashes of the past few days lit up behind his vision. Knives and BLD splashed behind his eyes like a sick gore movie trailer. No. I can't go back to who I was. I'm different now. I know that. I'll never live a life like that again. Kids like you come through all the time, don't sweat it. He paused. I'm actually a teacher myself. Izuku stared at the man, wide-eyed. Eraserhead was telling him about his personal life. That was incredibly stupid for an underground hero to do, and yet. Heard of it? He quirked a slight smile. I've taught countless kids, watched heroes grow, rise, and fall, and kid. You're just like them. Nervous, unsure, scared. The world is confusing, hard. God, do I know it, but you don't have to do this alone. You don't know what I am, what I've done. So, do you mind if you let me help you? Just leave me alone, I'll never be a hero like those kids. There's a teen program for street kids I'd like you to join, and if you don't mind, I'd like to keep you around. You're a real help on this case. No. I've got to do this my own way. Izuku felt the thought settle in his mind, seeping into his nerves, down into his bones. I'm not a stray, I'm going to be something better than a rehabilitation case. I mean, I've got power. I can't go back to the little Izuku of my past who had fluffy feelings and a loving life of hardships. He clenched his fists in his lap. I won't. Even if I want to. Next chapter. Izuku put on a sweet and considerate mask over his hardened features, looking up into Eraserhead's surprisingly soft eyes. Could you let me think about it? He muttered out weakly. Like he would give me a choice anyways. Eraserhead huffed a sigh. Sure. I'll be back in 20, just. I want to help, biter. Izuku flinched slightly at the use of his new name. You don't know me, he thought, bitterly. That's all I am now. A fake name. The door clanked noisily behind Eraserhead as he left. Izuku watched the cold door until he couldn't hear the faint heartbeat anymore. Right, it's go time. Izuku felt a strange sense of being watched as he was speaking to the pro, so he quickly lifted his head and scanned the room. As he tracked his eyes along the walls and up to the ceiling, he saw a suspicious small circle peeking through the ceiling. Izuku knew a hidden camera when he saw one. The hidden camera didn't move, and was simply angled ever so slightly away from the toilet on the other side of the room, mainly facing the bed and supposedly capturing the rest of the room, Izuku assumed. That could be a problem for my hiding. Izuku had to cover the camera somehow, make him have radio silence for just a little while until he could effectively get out of this stuffy room. He casually stood up and walked over to the toilet area, wanting the people monitoring the camera to have him just out of view. He stood on top of the toilet rim, his back pressed against the wall to the side of it. He prayed he was right about that camera angle. He shuffled as close to the blind corner of the room as he could, and proceeded to slowly and awkwardly take off his tattered and blooded shirt. Free show? Izuku giggled slightly. Not funny. He focused again. Izuku balled his shirt up, praying years of mandatory gym classes had at least taught him how to properly throw a ball-like piece of fabric onto a hanging camera. Izuku moved the material out of his hands and… bingo! It precariously hung off of the slight jutted-out part of the camera, effectively blocking the view. Izuku would have a minute or so until Eraserhead was back in the room, and likely just a little bit longer than that until someone noticed to fix the camera. Izuku closed his eyes and tapped into his hearing, heightening the search for the pro's specific heartbeat he had heard earlier. Izuku faded away from what was around him, before suddenly the thumping reared its head again. He's in the hall. Izuku quickly hopped off of the toilet, untangling his position from the corner of the room. He headed over to the corner across from him and squeezed himself in there, standing straight as a board. Adrenaline pumped through his limbs while he waited, tension building up in his stomach as he focused in on the nearing heartbeat. A few feet away, a few feet closer, right outside the door. The keypad beeping sounded. Izuku scared in his breath and his gut. The door creaked open. "Hey kid," Eraserhead began, walking through the door slightly before looking around, quickly stopping in his tracks as he realized Izuku was entirely gone. Izuku quietly closed the door slightly in this moment to quickly jump out of his hidden spot. As Eraserhead stuttered in his movement for a split second, Izuku had already jumped around the door to the hall. Eraserhead quickly realized what had happened, turning around to restrain the boy, but just as he made eye contact, Izuku had already slammed the metal door shut in the pro's shocked face, the auto locks clanging and turning inside the heavy metal as pounding resonated from the inside. Sweat beaded down Izuku's face, his heart leaping in his chest. Now for the hard part. He was half naked, looked entirely too much like a criminal, and was stuck roaming around in a maximum security area in a police station. I may not have thought that far ahead. A loud hey resonated from the end of the hall. A puny policeman was running up to Izuku, very different from the guards that took him to this area. The man had his taser pulled and at the ready, but Izuku acted faster than the man could, quickly leaping past the shot taser stickers, pouncing off of the wall and quickly kicking the young officer in the head. He had a sort of full body gear on, with his face and hair mostly obscured. He must have been Izuku's height, if not a few inches shorter, and he quickly hit the other side of the wall with a loud bang. Ah, this makes things a lot easier, Izuku thought as the man quickly slumped to the ground. Izuku had to admit, after being in blooded cargo shorts and an old tattered t-shirt for days, being in new clothes felt amazing, even if they were heavy-duty police gear. The big blue hat covered his hair, and the cop had a sort of face shield on that obscured Izuku's recognizable features. He looked somewhat like a casual version of a riot police officer in the gear. The bulletproof vest was slightly heavy on his weary bones, but Izuku could live with it. The combat boots he wore were nice, and the whole getup made him a lot less suspicious. He looked very close to an actual cop working at the station, and if he kept his head low enough, he knew he could make it out of the station. Izuku's heart beat heavily in his chest while he walked out through the rows and rows of interrogation rooms that he had come from, and out past that he knew from the last time he had busted out of there that there was the general office area, which led out to the front. He could easily sneak through that, he hoped. He walked through the door to the office area. Some people in desks gave him a quick glance away from their computer, but never said anything. Izuku walked with false confidence in his step, as though he was supposed to be there. Please nobody stop me, please nobody stop me, please nobody stop me, please. Hey, what are you doing here? God damn it. Izuku was a wimpy few meters away from the front door, but a familiar voice spoke up. He turned around slowly to face the accusatory voice from the front desk. Oh dear man, it's the cat guy. The same furry feline was sat at the front desk as the first day Izuku had busted out of this place, His green eyes narrowed in on Izuku's obscured face. "You're supposed to be guarding the back rooms, why are you up at the front?" Izuku cleared his throat and attempted to drop his voice to sound a few years older. I was asked to go out for something." "Who's covering the back rooms?" Izuku blanked, thinking of the most bland name he could say. "Seitu, if there is a god, please let us Seitu work here." "Oh, it's not his shift yet though. Who sent you out anyways?" Izuku had a quick name on file for this one, someone who was definitely the officer's superior. "Naomisa." The cat man clicked his tongue. "Gah, what's that guy got you doing this time?" "He's great, don't get me wrong, but if there was a Scatterbrain award." The cat trailed off into grumbles, looking away before locking his eyes back on Izuku's face. "What's with your voice?" "Cold." Izuku huffed out a pathetically weak cough. "Or, you better get going. Don't get me sick, I have my niece's party this week." The cat waved his hand paw, signaling Izuku could leave. Izuku bowed slightly, scampering out the front door in record speed, his hand darting into his pocket to hold the wad of cash he had taken with him. He giggled out loud as he darted down the streets and out into the Musutafu crowds, away from the police station. Two halves on escaping that place, gotta make you worry about the security. Izuku was quickly swept away into the crowds, and back at the police station, a frantic and disgruntled Eraserhead was busted out of the metal enclosure in the unguarded back rooms while a rookie cop was dragged away on a stretcher. "Biter, USCK." Izuku could distantly hear the roar of the crowds he had recently dodged out of fading behind him as he walked deeper into the back streets of Musutafu. He was trying to be as casual as possible, but it was difficult not getting stares in police riot gear a good hour walk away from the police station. The heavy combat boots he wore made loud steps beneath him as he walked, and he did his best to tread lightly, not trusting the streets. People hung out in this area, smoking out back the tall concrete buildings, some businessmen, some scruffy-looking line cooks escaping the sweltering heat of the kitchen out back their hole-in-the-wall restaurants. Izuku got strange stares as he walked in his gear, but he nimbly dodged any people he did run into. Izuku continued to walk, searching for a place he could reconvene and gather his plan. He stopped out front of an old Japanese-style building with a small wooden door out front. It seemed to pull Izuku in, ringing a bell he must have misplaced somewhere in his head. He was sure he'd never been in there before, had he? He calmly sauntered up to the door, swinging it open with a little chime sounding overhead. He looked around and, whoa. The store was modeled after a dojo, with walls that appeared to be made of traditional paper and sliding doors. The room had mock tatami flooring, and the room was bathed in the warm glow of an overhead lamp with a paper appearance and floral design. The walls and floors were not barren by any means though. Large swords of all kinds lined the walls, throwing stars, metal bats, even daggers of all shapes and sizes. Those caught Izuku's eyes especially, thinking back to his own fight using one. SWCH blades were littered under glass casing, and Izuku saw something he really could use. Combat clothes lined a section of the surprisingly large store, with movable breaths and hoodies next to spiked heavy-duty combat boots. What the heck is this doing in the middle of Musutafu? Izuku walked around the store, excitedly taking in everything he saw. Holy, that sword has to have the finest edge I've ever seen. Who would need all this stuff? Oh, and look at the wood crafting on that knife. That looks like a Yamato blade, but I thought they were manufactured on the other end of the country. Wow, and these boots, they're just appealing. I haven't seen quality like this in any other store. This stuff is good enough to be hero support gear. I could totally see someone like Edgeshot using those kinds of throwing stars for his whole ninja shtick. Oh wow, this is just... Izuku heard a nervous squeak behind him. He quickly turned away, snapped out of his muttering frenzy. Facing the squeak, one of the sliding doors was opened to reveal a young boy. He couldn't be older than 10, and Izuku wondered just what he was doing here. The boy bristled as he looked at Izuku, his eyes blown wide in surprise and his mouth pulled into a straight line. Hello sir. How can I help you? The boy's voice shook. Izuku was confused for a moment before swiftly realizing how this must look. A heavy-duty police officer is in your weapons shop that doesn't look too board certified. That might be a bit tough on the nerves. Izuku didn't lift the face shield, but he looked away from the boy and back to the walls of products, continuing to shop like nothing happened. The boy sensed he was a non-threat, walking up to the counter and stepping onto a step stool, shakily ready to check 𝐒𝐿 out, and ready to bolt if things go south. 𝐒𝐿 huffed a dry laugh. I'm more of a threat to cops than an illegal weapons shop. 𝐒𝐿 quickly turned back to the racks of clothing, picking out a fitted black hoodie and compression shirt with a pair of long, dark shorts. He would like to keep the police boots, they worked well enough. He just needed enough clothes to get him to the next time he could afford more. 𝐒𝐿 also chose a heavy-duty backpack he could use to carry his belongings in the meanwhile. While he was walking up to the counter, something glinted in the corner of his eye. 𝐒𝐿 stopped dead in his tracks, turning to the shine that called out to him. There he saw a set of twin daggers, both a dark black with emerald green detailing. They were serrated and sharp, with appealing criss-crossing leather handles. 𝐒𝐿 already knew he could do some serious damage with daggers after the copper bath fight, and after a moment's hesitation, he caved. He stalked over to the weapons, gently picking them up and tossing them in his hands, catching them at the same point in the leather handles. The grip felt amazing in his hands, and he could already feel a rush of energy just from holding them, so he excitedly added those to his pile on the counter. The boy checked out his items with slightly shaky hands, his bottom lip quivering as 𝐒𝐿 stared down at him. The boy added up the total, reading the number out to 𝐒𝐿. That'll be 17,430 yen. The boy's eyes flicked up to 𝐒𝐿's masked face, looking back down almost immediately in fear. Thank God I'm not actually a cop, this poor kid would have been toast. 𝐒𝐿 took the money out of his pocket and realized very quickly that the blooded, massive stack of cash may look a tad bit suspicious. He flicked the bills back and forth in his gloved hands, pulling out the needed cash from the large stack and put the cash down on the counter, slightly caked with BLD. The young cashier looked as though he may pass out as he grabbed the cash off of the counter. 𝐒𝐿 grabbed his new items, ready to walk out of the store, before he turned back to the boy for a final message. I'm not a cop, by the way. He spoke through the muffle of the mask he wore. Thanks for all your help. 𝐒𝐿 let a smile light up his words, and he watched the young boy physically relax, the tension dropping from his shoulders and eyebrows. Thank you, sir. Have a nice day. The door chimed behind 𝐒𝐿 as he walked out. He quickly stuffed his belongings into his backpack, keeping it tight on his back in these shady areas. Now, I just need a home base. 𝐒𝐿 had an idea. A few blocks down from this area, there was a nasty part of town. 𝐒𝐿 had only been there once or twice in his feeble attempts to capture heroes in action for his notebook, chasing after their blinding displays of power against major criminals. The roads were usually littered with prostitutes and junkies, and it wasn't too far away from the copper ring he fought at just a few hours ago. There were many tall buildings and motels for rent in that area that 𝐒𝐿 could use to set up his own sort of agency. 𝐒𝐿 couldn't be too great of a hero without an agency, and it would be a great place to start his crime-stopping patrols with his newfound powers. A giddy feeling rose in his chest at the prospect of helping others. Cleaning up a neighborhood. He couldn't wait to lay his abilities down and prove to the world the good that would come out of his misfortune. He bounded down the streets, a newfound pep in his step at the prospect of having somewhere to sleep at night. 20,000 yen a night. The scruffy old man stated, his hunched eyebrows overshadowing his eyes in the sickly light of the motel lobby. Yes, sir. You couldn't go any lower. 𝐒𝐿 bargained, wringing his hands with nervous energy. This was the fifth motel he'd gone into in the area, all had prices absurdly too high for him to consider staying at the moment. He had cash, but he could think of a million other things he would need to spend it on. Sorry. Not easy making a buck out here. The man crossed his arms sternly, his rough voice taking on a taunting tilt in 𝐒𝐿's ears. You won't find a place cheaper than this in the area. Swear on it. 𝐒𝐿 sighed deeply, the man was probably right, and the night was seeping into the corners of the sky. He had to find somewhere to reconvene before his first patrol. Walking out of the shabby building and into the cool evening, 𝐒� felt the breeze sweep across his face. He had long removed the stuffy police gear, shoving it into his backpack and changing into the dark-fitted clothes he had bought in the weapons shop. He moved around the buildings in the area skillfully as neon signs began to slowly light up the night. 𝐒�'s stomach growled. The last time he ate was. Organs filled his senses, BLD smeared his teeth. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 swallowed the feeling back with a sigh. He saw a sign light up a couple meters down the road he was walking on that caught his eye, a warm and flickering old-style neon sign that could have been pre-Quirk dated, with simple white light-up text. The 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐺 hut. 𝐒𝐬𝐽's gut rumbled, his vision becoming fuzzy momentarily in his hunger. He could smell something delicious coming from inside, and he just had to get a closer look. On any other occasion, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 would normally be extremely apprehensive to grab a bite to eat in an area this shady, this dense, and this, well, gross. The walls were stained, the people blew strange vapors into his face, and the streets were echoed with booming bass from local bars and motels, yet eerily quiet in all the wrong places. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was too hungry to remember basic survival skills though, and he headed inside. The large sign he read outside entailed something magnificent to 𝐒𝐬𝐽's senses: grilled organs. He could smell the meaty aroma filling the cramped building, but he could also tell they had fresh, blooded organs in the back. The smell filled his senses and made his mouth water. He scoured the inside of the diner. 3 or 4 people sat inside, a few in one booth, a few alone. The interior had a comforting and poor feeling. The splintered wooden sliding doors opened to a quaint interior with a few wooden tables pressed against the wall. The lighting was warm and low, with some hanging lanterns adorning the entryway and a few small lights on the inside. The walls were also a tall, dark wooden paneling. They reminded 𝐒𝐬𝐽 of the seemingly ancient buildings littered around 𝐒𝐬𝐽 that housed all sorts of hero goods that he would occasionally wander into. Posters hung around the restaurant, all faded, some peeling. They advertised new sauces to try, new cuts of meat offered, all with dramatic handwritten messages with impressive kanji littered throughout the building. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 could reach every corner of the dining area in 10 steps, so the smell entering his nose was even more potent. As he scanned the room, he was able to follow the smell. All customers continued loudly, possibly drunkenly, talking over 𝐒𝐬𝐽's arrival. Nobody acknowledged him as he walked past all of the tables, and out through a doorless doorway covered by hanging strips of cloth. As he pushed through to the back, he saw a middle-aged man working in the back, chopping up organs, swiftly darting across the space to flip some meat over on the grill, before skillfully placing them on the plate. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 stood in the entryway, mouth watering and eyes blown wide. The working man suddenly caught 𝐒𝐬𝐽's eyes, jumping back in surprise when he did. Jesus Christ! Knock next time. He put his hand over his heart in mock terror before his face shifted to a guarded and sour look. Hey, the F you staring at? And what are you doing back here? The sign says wait to be seated. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 stared for a little while longer, paralyzed by the amazing smell of BLD from the fresh 𝐒𝐿. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 snapped back into his senses as the man menacingly walked up to him, ready to shove him out. Sorry sir. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 bowed a couple of times. I was totally overtaken by the smell of your cooking. I didn't mean to walk back here. I'm just 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was cut off by a loud growl from his stomach, silencing the entire room. The man stopped in his tracks, a slightly happy look taking over his bitter face. Overtaken by the smell, eh? A small smirk lifted the man's cheeks. Haven't heard that one in a while. Sit down, kid. He led 𝐒𝐬𝐽 out to the main dining area, taking a plate of 𝐒𝐿 with him over to a lone man at a table. He quickly returned to 𝐒𝐬𝐽's table, while 𝐒𝐬𝐽 noticed the sun had fully set outside. Okay, what do you want to eat? You look scrawny as F, so some cow intestine would do you well. The stuff's all fresh, so you better eat like you mean it. The way this man spoke sent a nostalgic feeling back to 𝐒𝐽's childhood with Katsuki, but he quickly brushed the feeling away to look at the man in front of him, going over his options with the menu in front of him. None of this cooked stuff sounded appetizing to 𝐒𝐽. This guy's gonna think I'm so weird, but I've gotta go for it. See, could you do the intestines, raw? 𝐒𝐽 flicked his eyes back and forth between the man and the menu he placed down on the table, slightly embarrassed. Silence filled the restaurant. Suddenly, the man burst out laughing. You want me to make you raw meat? What, is it your quirk or something? Man, that's wicked. He slapped the table heartily, causing 𝐒𝐽 to jump. All right. You're weird as F, kid. He quickly walked into the back, before popping his head through the cloth doorway. "You're still paying full price though." Izuku nodded vehemently, embarrassment creeping up his spine at the man's loud outburst. The man came out soon after holding a very large and slightly bloody plate with little pieces of pink organ adorning it. It was stacked extremely high, and the fleshy smell made Izuku want to pass out with excitement to sink his teeth into it. The organs slightly jiggled as the plate was sat down in front of Izuku, towering up to the height of his neck off of the table. It was almost comically large, but Izuku couldn't bring himself to laugh, or really move as he looked at the perfect meal in front of him. It doesn't beat fresh BLD, but... He looked up at the man, and the man looked down at him with a smile playing on his face and a sort of morbid curiosity playing in his eyes. Izuku gulped, and picked up his chopsticks, saying a quick prayer before eating. He wearily picked up the first piece, excitement humming through his bones. As he put it in his mouth, the flavor of flesh, BLD, and gore filled his senses again. Much more dulled than the alley mouse, but undoubtedly still one of the best things Izuku believes he may have eaten in his life. He picked up another piece, shoveling it in his mouth. Then another, and another, and another. He was eating with such fever, barely making a sound as he scarfed down the plate like his last meal. As he scooped the last pieces into his mouth, lifting the plate to drink the leftover BLD on it while he did so, Izuku felt a deep satisfaction. This had to be the most he'd eaten in a long time, and he felt absolutely alight with energy. He placed the plate down gently, wiping his mouth with a provided napkin on the side of the table. He turned to see the man was still watching him, a few steps back from where he originally was, an amazed and shocked look playing on his features. Izuku felt shame color his face crimson. Sorry." Izuku looked down at his clean plate shyly. He must have eaten it in under 5 minutes, shocking the man into silence. "Oh. My. God," the man said slowly. "You are a right man." He let out a hearty laugh, mixing with the laughter of the drunkards in the booths behind him. "I've been working here since 14. I've never seen someone eat like you. You're a monster." He let out another smaller laugh. "I mean, seriously. Where does it all go in that scrawny body of yours? And raw. You must be crazy." He clapped his hand on Izuku's back, eliciting a large oath from the weight. Izuku laughed politely. "Thank you, sir. I can pay now." Izuku pulled the cash out of his pocket, handing the man 3,000 yen and bowing to trot off before the man stopped him, pulling on his arm. "Hold up." The man looked across Izuku's face wearily, holding his blooded money. "Come to the back." The man turned around, and Izuku slowly followed behind him, tucking his hands in his hoodie pockets. The back still smelled of fresh BLD, but a satisfied and full Izuku felt his hunger curbed and dulled, his senses letting him move past the cooked meat smell filling the room. The man stopped in his tracks. "Look, I can tell you have nowhere to go tonight." The man scratched the back of his neck uncomfortably. "There's no reason for a kid looking like you to be in a place like this otherwise." "I'd know." A clouded look of memories crossed the man's eyes. "There's actually an apartment above the restaurant. It's cramped as hell and kind of smells a lot like meat, but it's something. You're just so scrawny and kind of clearly homeless, and I don't know if I see me in you, but look, I'll offer you the room for 90,000 a month. Just, I don't know. Keep eating my food like that, deal." The man was clearly not one for feelings, awkwardly holding out his hand for Izuku to shake. Izuku could feel a warm feeling swimming around in his chest, the feeling of someone expressing any genuine care towards him. Izuku nodded shakily, a surprised yet joyous look smothering his features. "Thank you so much, sir," he said, breathlessly. Call me Mr. Landlord," he said, proudly puffing his chest out. Izuku snorted. "Got it." The room was indeed cramped, but Izuku knew he could make it his. It had a bathroom and a room that could fit maybe 3 queen-size beds before it was literally too packed to move. That was it. The tatami flooring was tattered, and the room felt surprisingly warm compared to the temperature outside. There was a small window that hung out over the front of the restaurant, displaying the street lined with bars and suspicious people. Izuku didn't mind. He didn't mind at all after night of harsh life on the streets. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 clenched the key in his hand excitedly. He knew exactly what he needed to start his journey into heroism. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 shoved on the bulletproof vest from the police gear he had stolen, placed his daggers in the police holsters that he hooked around his dark shorts, and pulled the mask that was under the face shield over his nose. He felt like a ninja as he climbed out of the window on top of the sloping roof of the restaurant. He climbed up a pipe on the side of the building, using his arms to scale along the side of the taller building next to him, hooking onto windowsills and locking his fingers around juts in the concrete. Just like everything else he now could do, this felt as natural as walking. He reached the top of the building, backing up to the far side of the concrete roof. Steam billowed out from pipes lining the roof, and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 felt energy tense in his legs, the lasting effects of his full stomach making him feel like $1,000,000. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 breathed in the crisp, cool air through his mask. It stung his nostrils, and he locked his eyes onto the roofs ahead of him. He took off in a start, running with all of the effort he could muster while dulling the sound of his boots against the concrete. As he reached the edge, he pushed all of his energy down into his legs, bursting off the side of the building. He soared through the air, wind whisking through his hair as he dove. He landed in a roll onto the next building, continuing running as soon as he sprung up from his action. His heart pounded in his chest with excitement as he darted across the roofs, climbing onto pipes lining the sides, leaping, and bounding into the night of the city. He felt hot blood moving through his system. He could jump extremely high with all of the energy, and he had to be running much faster than the average man. I'm gonna be a hero. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 couldn't believe the lack of crime in the area. It was like criminals didn't do their work in shady alleys anymore. Where are the stabbing maniacs when you need them? 𝐒𝐭oh had only managed to stop an alley scrap between two mangy cats in the 2 hours or so he'd been patrolling the shady area. He almost got scratched, too. He huffed a sigh, wanting to simply find the action while his full stomach lasted. Suddenly, he heard a faint clatter in the alley below him. "Give me the money, you beach. I'll bite your head off." A man with a very large set of teeth spoke below as he cornered a small young woman. "As I said, no." The woman stood relaxed and stark still, speaking in a stern yet relaxed voice. 𝐒𝐭oh immediately jumped into action, swinging his body off the roof he was sitting on and landing on a small awning overhead quietly. He scoped out the situation quickly. No weapons. Teeth enhancement quirk. Unknown abilities. Wants money. Small-time crook, I can deal with this. He yelled in her face again, before she cut him off, staring directly up where 𝐒𝐭oh was hidden. "Oh, he's here." 𝐒𝐭oh felt a shudder run down his spine as he jumped out from behind the awning, diving his feet straight into the criminal's head. "Oh, the man cried as he collapsed to the ground. 𝐒𝐭oh wound up a kick, and the man gnashed his teeth at 𝐒𝐭oh. He swung his leg at the man's head, but he dodged, shifting under 𝐒𝐭oh and going to bite his arm. 𝐒𝐭oh dodged backwards, swiftly pulling out his dagger and slicing the man across the face as he lunged with his teeth. The man spurted blood out, screaming as the slice narrowly avoided his eyes. He almost immediately passed out as he hit the ground with a loud thud. "Thank you so much, biter." The woman piped up. 𝐒𝐭oh looked at her, eyes blown wide at his identity being known. She covered her mouth in surprise, as though she wasn't supposed to say that. Sorry. I already knew you were coming. I have a future vision quirk. I wasn't worried about the mugging, since I knew you'd get him in the end." She excitedly pumped her hand. "I was a big fan before I even met you, haha." She beamed a smile at 𝐒𝐭oh. 𝐒𝐭oh couldn't help but smile back at the praise. "Oh, thank you, miss. You know, you have such a strange get-up for a hero, but I'll be looking for you in the underground scene." 𝐒𝐭oh paled slightly. This woman's quirk was powerful, but she still mistook him for a real hero. Well, that was his goal, but he almost felt like a liar. "Oh." She quickly rummaged around in her large purse, items clanging together as she looked. "My vision said I would give you this." She suddenly pulled out a screwdriver. With a little yellow handle. It looked like nothing special, and 𝐒𝐭oh felt confusion pull at his features under the mask. "Why would I need this? My quirk can seem silly in the moment, but trust me. This will be super useful." She put it gently in 𝐒𝐿okoh's hand, excitedly huffing. That's where the vision ends, so I'll be out of your hair now. Thanks for everything. She quickly and excitedly strode off into the night, ducking behind an alley alight with lights and music. Izuku stood in the back street, poignantly confused, and now holding a screwdriver. He sighed, and tucked it into his hoodie pocket before swiveling on his toes to walk in the other direction. As he walked out of the alleyway, he heard a murmuring noise echoing loudly through the narrow street. Izuku ducked for cover at the voices, hiding swiftly in the cast shadows of the tall buildings in his dark clothing. The murmuring got louder, and as he approached, he could make out some words. Beep heading 399 south, armed and threatening at code 72. Beep possible code 19 at K south, over and out. If Izuku hadn't watched an absurd amount of hero television as a child, he may not have understood the sounds he heard. Being a full-fledged hero otaku, he recognized that background chatter anywhere. Oh my god, a police radio. Izuku peeked his head out to get a good look at the sleek police car sitting in the dark of the night. The interior was lit up, but there was nobody inside. There's probably a cop nearby that left their car idling. I could really use one of those radios, would help me find crime a whole lot faster. After looking around to check nobody would find him, Izuku snuck up to the car to look inside. The window was cracked slightly down, just enough to let the sounds escape the interior and ring out across the tiny street. As he examined the type of radio, he noticed it wasn't a part of the car, rather a wire-connected screwed-in add-on. Izuku looked at the screws. Izuku felt the screwdriver, heavy in his pocket. Oh, the police must hate me. He quickly smashed the window in, the shards of glass bouncing off of his well-adjusted combat hoodie. Swiftly climbing over the shattered glass and into the car, Izuku hastily unscrewed the radio. He heard the noise slowly stop as he unhooked the wire connections behind it, and felt the hefty weight of it in his arms. A maniacal grin played on his features. He cackled as he ran off into the night, having stolen highly classified police equipment, lugging it back into his room for another day. This patrol was a success, I'd say. If Mr. Landlord noticed Izuku now had a fully operational police radio hooked up to the wires he had strewn across his room in the morning, he didn't say anything about it. A week had passed since Izuku had started patrolling the neighborhood around the shabby Horaman restaurant he lived above, and he had started to set up some basic routines. He would sleep like a rock through the day, only getting up in the evenings to eat raw meat of his choosing while Mr. Landlord watched him like a television program, and quietly suit up as the restaurant got busier, sneaking out along the roof to test his abilities on the streets. He would listen in on his police radio to hear about any small criminals they failed to apprehend running around Musutafu, and he'd track them down and deal with them. He had added a pocket on his outfit specifically for zip ties for these criminals. It proved fairly effective. Izuku had spent all of this time honing in on his skills, even buying a notebook like old times to document all that he could do. The first few pages were on his abilities, limits, constraints, etc. Izuku found he had a few key components of his new body through testing: enhanced strength, enhanced speed, enhanced stealth, enhanced healing, and enhanced ability to use weapons. Izuku tested his strength a few nights ago, finding a small disgustingly polluted beach nearby that he tested using. He could safely hide away from any people who could see him using these abilities in the night, surrounded by decades of trash build-up. He found he could not only lift heavy objects with ease, but the more he ate, the stronger, faster, and quicker he got. This only applied to raw meat though, as when he tried to go a night on ramen alone he nearly fell off the side of a building from jumping short. The heaviest thing he found he could lift was a truck. It had blocked a small animal trapped behind it, and in a moment of sincere emotion, Izuku lifted the entire thing over his head, shaking with the weight. The animal scurried out, and Izuku dropped the truck with a loud exhale. The alarm went off in the night, and he ran away, amazed at the strength of his body. He documented all of this in his notebooks during the wee hours of morning daylight he was awake for, and continued testing the next nights to come. Izuku tested his speed on an empty street in the better area of Musutafu that had a speed camera that displayed how fast cars would go by. Izuku stopped in his tracks as he saw it lighting up the road in the night. He checked both ways, stepping out into the road, and ran right past it in a casual jog. 12 kilometers. He swiveled around on his feet, calmly walking back to where he had originally ran from, and bolted past the speed camera as fast as he could, pumping energy down into the soles of his boots as he quietly sprinted. 40 kilometers. Almost. Izuku pumped his arm childishly, letting out a little sweet. As he celebrated in the middle of the road. He was snapped out of his celebration as a car horn blasted and nearly hit him. Wearing all black in the middle of the night is incredibly useful when I'm not on roads. Noted. Izuku added that to his notebook, listing other pieces of information he could gather from his speed. He could jump across rooftops in the city, which were usually around 7 feet apart or more when they had winding alleys beneath them. Izuku also found he could land jumps that were around as high as his head from a still position. He felt a bit like a rabbit when he tested those, whooshing up into the air to do a bunny hop onto a dumpster. This must look so lame. Izuku tested his stealth every time he ambushed a villain in the area, and to sneak into places he wasn't exactly supposed to be in. He had no qualms about stealing from corporations in his situation, so maybe he broke into a giant tech store in the night and stuffed a couple of computers and some equipment into his large backpack, crawling back through the vents over security guards to leave. I mean, do I have brand new state-of-the-art computers in my room that I didn't pay for? Yes. But nobody can prove anything, so nothing happened. Izuku loved his 3-monitor setup on the floor of his room, the sleek tech mixing with the tatami mats in a strange fusion of new and old. He tested his stealth as well to sneak around the night, narrowly avoiding patrolling heroes. A lot of the pros in the night were underground heroes, but no matter how normal a hero may look, with Izuku's intense knowledge on heroes, he could always sniff them out in a crowd. Someone in a place too convenient scanning the room too intently. Izuku made sure to run right away from any cloaked figures in the night with a sense of justice. The police really don't like him, and he wasn't looking forward to meeting Eraserhead ever again. The man would definitely have him on his naughty list, and Izuku couldn't handle pro-hero drama like that. His least favorite thing to test was something he knew was inevitable. Healing. The problem with testing a healing quirk is that you have to have something to heal first, and Izuku didn't get injured naturally nearly enough to test the full limits. Sure, he was nervous to go too far in his attempts to test his abilities, scared that he would cut a little too deep, jump from a little too high, and not get back up again. The only thing preventing him from crossing this off from testing altogether was the fact that he had conveniently survived a stab to the lungs, and possibly his heart. He was pretty sure in the past week he'd broken around 5 bones, and yet his pain would be gone in minutes. Izuku needed a way to test it with maximum efficiency in a way he could recover from fairly quickly, so he spoke to some less than safe chat rooms online, wondering how he could do damage without a chance of dying. Izuku only wanted to test if it was a fluke. That night when he pressed his dagger to his throat, heart hammering in his chest as he crouched down the side of a brick building, he thought that maybe, just maybe, he wasn't ready to live like that. He buried his thoughts, then pressed and dragged the blade swiftly, feeling the sharp pain dig through his pale neck. BLD spurted out of him, spraying and diving out in waterfalls. The world went black, and Izuku tried to scream out for help, but simply drifted under the dark coat of the night. When he gasped back to consciousness, he quickly felt around his neck, heart pounding in his chest. Nothing was there, not even a scar that he could feel. I thought I hit something vital there for a second. A shiver ran through his bones as he glanced at the bloodbath he was sitting in, coating his surroundings, hands, and face. Yikes. He shrugged and stood, strangely dazed and tired, and promptly went home absolutely covered in his own BLD. He took a warm shower and felt the faint warm glow coming from his smooth neck, BLD pumping under the surface. I think that's enough testing that one. Izuku was giddy to test the next ability he had woken up with, his uncanny skills with weapons. Izuku had always been a bit of a nerd for support gear in the hero scene, always paying close attention to up-and-coming support gear makers from schools like UA. Their work was interesting to Izuku, and always seemed so intricate and continually changing. Izuku knew he could use daggers like second nature, but he'd never actually tried any other weapons. He did some research online, checking hero informatics for any weapon trade spots near him. Of course, there was one around a 30-minute walk from him by the abandoned shipping facility a little bit outside of the main area of Musutafu. Izuku knew that area was shady at best, but it was his most accessible and best bet at getting his hands on any real weapons. He looked over some of the weapons previous clients listed on the forum for the new meetup, boasting their bow staff collections, large swords, massive tech collections of things that made them float, blast, and explode anything in their way. Many of these people were simply collectors, but 𝐒𝐿 worried about what they could do with that firepower anyways. 𝐒𝐿 had stayed up the whole day, his body not getting any rest wearing on him as he researched. He had found out everything he needed to know about the meetup, and had his eyes set on a very specific girl who would be coming. Her username was simply TechGirlX3 on the site, and she seemed leagues more invested and earnest in the way she typed than every other shady dealer promoting their content on the site. 𝐒𝐿 guessed she was pretty new to the scene with the way the others interacted with her, sniffing out new meat to trade with. 𝐒𝐿 looked at some of her content, and it seemed she was making hero-grade stuff. Color me impressed. 𝐒𝐿 glanced over at the time in the bottom corner of his monitor, quickly seeing his research had led him hours behind, now almost an hour late to the meetup he had so desperately wanted to go to. Dang. It'll be totally picked through when I get there. He threw on his gear, trying to look casual enough, but putting on all the protective layers he could manage under his everyday clothes. He only wanted some simple weapons, and wasn't looking to draw any attention to himself. He turned his light off, quickly scurrying out onto the sloped rooftop outside his window above the Horrorman restaurant. The meaty smell made his mouth water as it drifted through the crisp night air, but he persevered and pushed through his hunger. He was too busy researching to actually get any organs in him, and he didn't have time to stop now. Oh well. I've got to get going anyways. Shouldn't be a problem. He leaped across the rooftops and into the darkness of the night, his knives hidden in his boots and his heart thumping in his chest. 𝐒𝐿 quickly ran up to the looming warehouse in the night, a thick fog covering the area around it. Neon signs hanging off the side of it weakly flickered, and there was a faint glow coming from the inside of it. Graffiti lined the outside, and if 𝐒𝐿 looked hard enough, he could see people hanging around the outside, smoking, chatting, trading. He quickly swept his hood over his hair and headed inside the massive crumbling archway open to it. The inside was nearly pitch black, with a single source of light coming from the top of a rusted metal staircase. The light was warm and unnatural, casting a faint sickly glow down onto 𝐒𝐿 and the few other people chatting and mulling about in the area. He quickly leapt up the stairs, his boots making little clanging noises against the metal that matched with the pumping music that came from above. As he got closer to the light, a cacophony of voices became louder. When he got to the top, he saw what looked to be a similar layout to a hero convention, stalls of people lined across the massive interior of the warehouse. The crumbling, defaced structure was held up by massive steel pipes, with shattered windows adorning corners, yet 𝐒𝐿 could barely see the building through the hordes of people adorning the inside, selling everything from WHPs to shields. Suspicious people flitted past 𝐒𝐿, yelling, laughing, bargaining, and pumping music blasted through his ears in the echoey hall. The light that 𝐒𝐿 had seen came from lanterns that lit up each of the stall's wares, casting shadows across the building. It looked like he had stumbled into a renowned illegal night market, since he saw way more than just a few odd sellers like he had expected. 𝐒𝐿 kept his head down as he pushed through the encroaching hordes of people, tracing his eyes along the wares. Everything caught his eye, but he trained himself to stay as stone-faced as he could, not looking at anything for too long as to not cause the seller to be alerted that he was interested and start hounding him to purchase whatever they were selling. 𝐒𝐿 realized, as he saw a man brandishing one to show off his skills, he really wanted more knives. Something about them drew him in, as though he was most familiar with them. He quickly bought some throwing knives. He had seen people using those at the Copper Bath, and they were extremely effective in fast takeouts. Those were ideal for him. He really hated prolonging fights on the streets, unknowing of when a hero could creep up and catch him in the act. Speaking of heroes, there seemed to be a few heroes here, from what 𝐒𝐿 could tell. His superior hero senses tingling when a few people walked by with their heads held a little too high to be on the wrong side of the law. I know pros sometimes deal with the underground for information. I wonder if they deal for other goods too. 𝐒𝐿 felt a small smirk creep on his face, imagining the shock of himself a few months ago at that thought. As he was lost in thought, staring at a pair of brass knuckles in the low lighting of the lantern, Izuku heard a loud booming noise and saw smoke pool at his feet. Suddenly, a girl was whirring through the air with what appeared to be a pair of rocket boots, a large speaker connecting from her back. "Come to the booth under me for all sorts of hero-grade support gear. My babies are waiting for tasty buyers." People in the crowd oot and art at the girl's show, marketing all of her tech with a booming salesman personality that wowed the crooked crowd. Izuku zeroed in on her face. She appeared very young. Her tan, youthful face surrounded by wild pink hair with bright yellow eyes. She was smeared with grease and clearly extremely into her craft, still promoting as Izuku and many other members of the crowd all made their way over to her booth. A few other kids were running the booth while the pink girl's voice boomed over the speaker, echoing through the hall. "That has to be Tech Girl X3. The people on cash looked panicked, as people shoved money in their face, demanding the next product. Shouts of "mine" and "back off" erupted from the stand, and Izuku couldn't believe the chaos. "I just wanted a peek." He tucked his head lower, jumping up onto the sign above the stand, and staying crouched as he looked out over the crowd of people bargaining for the wares. People were about to start climbing over the stall in desperation to buy the impressive machines. Rocket boots sold like hotcakes, sticky wall climbing pads were being fought over like pieces of meat in a famine, and Izuku couldn't begin to fathom the mosh pit that started over the punchy gloves which, unsurprisingly, made the wearer punch harder. Izuku watched as the chaos unfolded, simply perched up above the two cashiers. Few noticed him, nobody cared. Ever so slowly, the crowd started to dissipate, with more of the weapons and gear being sold over time, and more people feeling satisfied with their purchases. Barely anything was left by the time almost everyone had left, and even more stalls had entirely packed up. Izuku simply sat atop the stand sign, his legs swinging over the edge. When the place was nearly empty, the pink girl loftily drifted down with her rocket boots, landing with a small burst of smoke pooling out beneath her. "Well, gang, my babies sold pretty well, here." She still spoke in a loud tone, even without the speaker amplifying her. Izuku was pretty sure he heard some other stall vendor mutter a curse under his breath at her comment, but the pink girl didn't mind. "Why yeah, we're gonna have enough to buy more parts for the club," a smaller boy said, even more excited. All of the kids shared high fives all around, before the pink-haired girl swiftly turned her head, her smile wavering on her face. She caught Izuku's eyes, and a smile lit up her face again. "Customer. Hello. What are you doing up there?" Izuku's eyes widened, surprised the girl could sense him above her. "I'm waiting on a good product. Thought I'd get out of the crowd." He spoke loudly down to her, the distance causing a bit of an echo. "Waiting on a good product. What? None of my babies interest you?" she said, an excited smile raging across her features. "No way. They were super cool. I noticed the cooling system you had in place for the tech system on the fire-breathing mask when I checked out the interior. It was genius." "Oh, don't listen to me actually. Why, you probably already know you're good at what you do." Izuku felt his face flush slightly under his hood as the girl looked at him quizzically. "Wow. You into tech? I didn't take you for the type. Get down here, shady guy. I have some leftover products for you." She yelled back, swinging her arm to signal Izuku to come down. Izuku pushed himself off the sign, leaping down into a roll and walking over to the group of inventors smoothly. "The name is I'm hoping to go pro." She smiled up wildly at Izuku. "Biter. And you sure you want a deal here if you plan on going pro? There's a lot of bad people in this area, not the best for rep." Izuku asked with a playful tilt in his voice, as if he wasn't one of those bad people. He took the crazed girl's hand and lightly shook it. "Wade name, and I'm sure I don't mind dealing my prototypes to these people. Half of them barely passed the safety test. They're almost definitely going to explode at some point, but that's not my problem. The good stuff hasn't sold yet. I was waiting for the right customer. I think you might be my candidate." She leaned into Izuku, her arms on her hips as she proudly inspected him. Izuku leaned backwards, inexperienced with all of this attention from a girl his age. "Wow, you're young," she said brightly. "You have an older aura. Have you ever been told that? Anyways, I know just what you need." She quickly turned on the ball of her feet, rummaging behind the counter in the dim lighting. Loud clangs and banging noises sounded as she threw stray wires and metal scraps out of a suspiciously large duffel bag. "Aha!" she yelled excitedly. "These would be great for you." She hoisted an armful of mechanical things up onto the counter of the stand, pushing off some other bits and pieces hastily. Izuku looked at the laid-out tech, seeing what looked to be a few small bombs, a gas mask, and a pair of sleek gloves. Izuku looked quizzically up at Mai, extremely confused at these items. He tended to go for weapons, not expecting much more than interesting knives. He felt excitement pool in his guts as he looked at the cool black designs. She was right, her other stuff was child's play compared to these. "What do they do?" Izuku asked, thinly veiled or peeking through his voice. "Well, these babies," Mai held up the small bombs, around the size of a plum and a deep red color, "are harmless, yet deadly. They release a super thick smoke that totally obscures the vision of any threats. They are high-spec with a 370 ratio on high heat." Izuku nodded along, pretending he understood her lingo. "All you need to do to start them is push this big silver button at the top and toss them around 5 feet away. Otherwise the smoke explosion may possibly ever so slightly render you blind." She smiled toothily up at Izuku, before putting the little bombs to the side and picking up the sleek black gloves. "These babies are some of my favorites." She took her own gloves off, putting the chunky black ones on. She contracted her fingers in the glove, and long, sharp, black talons shot out of the ends, curving into a point so fine it glimmered. "Claws. Rah." She fake-slashed at Izuku's face as he chuckled at her antics. "These can be used to scale walls, since they can hold body weight like a breeze. Made out of Quirk-enhanced metals, the atoms are closer to each other, making them extremely hard to break. You can use it by triggering a muscle in your hand that the gloves sense, releasing and retracting the claws at will. I think those would totally fit your ultra-spooky vibe." "Spooky?" Izuku tilted his head, surprised. "Oh, and this one dash." Mai moved on, disregarding Izuku altogether. "Is obviously a gas mask, but," she quickly fastened it onto her face, flipping a SW switch that lit up the side slightly. "It has a few more assets." A mechanical voice rang out, nothing like her own. Izuku's eyes widened at the impressive tech. He could most definitely use those smoke grenades to help in fights against crooks who can move faster than him. If he can ambush people with those, he could also use them to escape heroes in pursuit of him in the future. The gloves would be very useful for getting around the town, especially if he can climb walls with them like Mai said. The mask would help a lot with obscuring his identity, and combat against any gas quirks that could be used against him. Izuku knew his voice was fairly recognizable with how young he sounded being a fighter on the streets, but with the voice tech he could just pass for short. He quickly pulled the cash out of his pocket. "All right, Mai. How much for it all?" Mai looked up at Izuku, stars filling her eyes as she quickly unclipped the chunky mask. "All of it. I knew my babies would catch your eye." She laughed heartily, the loud sound echoing around the place. "Well, we already have enough money for the club ×3, and I think you're a riot, so you get a biter discount. Special to you. We'll make a deal." She leaned into Izuku again, propping her hands on his shoulders, and began to shake him wildly, a mad smile on her face. 25,000 and you become my new equipment tester." She was still aggressively shaking Izuku back and forth like a ragdoll. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 stooped the shaking. He yelled out, his voice wavering as his head was whipped back and forth. "Be my friend." Mai shouted noisily. "Deal." Izuku grabbed her arms and forced her to stop the wild assault on his body. "Just quit the shaking," he cried dizzily. "Okay." Mai smiled up at him. "Cough up the cash." She rummaged around the pocket of her baggy briefs for a moment, pulling out a slightly smudged card and shoving it in Izuku's hands. "My business line. I'm gonna test stuff on you, be prepared, and call me this weekend." She cackled. "I think this girl is genuinely insane." Izuku handed her the cash, taking his equipment in a smaller version of the large duffel bag Mai had in the back. She let Izuku borrow it for free, so Izuku didn't argue. As 𝐒𝐿 waved the girl and her associates goodbye, she shouted a very ominous, "If you don't call me I'll find you," and waved her arms over her head wildly. 𝐒𝐿 blushed under the cover of his hood. "A friend, here." 𝐒𝐿 held onto his duffel bag tightly as he traversed the dark, shady night life of 𝐵𝐶𝑡𝐻. He was thrumming with both excitement and hunger, his stomach growling as he ached to try his new tech. "Man, I can't wait for some leftover horramen." Suddenly, on a lit-up street, 𝐒𝐿 stopped dead in his tracks, nearly being knocked over by people passing by him. A stench wafted to his nose that was so deathly familiar, he could almost taste the tang in the back of his throat. Fresh blood. 𝐒𝐿's stomach lurched and shuddered inside of him, aching and groaning with the force of his hunger multiplied. He felt his mind glaze over and his body started moving on its own. He shoved through the crowd, following the intense stench into a dark alley off the side of the road. He faintly heard a whisper of sinister laughter that echoed through his soul, yet he pushed forward, leaving the light of the busy streets behind him. His limbs felt cold and clammy, while his heart beat in his chest like a kick drum, drowning out any reason as his hunger controlled his body. He slowly walked around the corner of the dim alley, the world seeming entirely quiet save for the sound of his heartbeat in his ears and his shuffling footsteps. The smell of death hit him like a wave, and his mouth watered, eyes blown wide, hair standing on end. He was ready to pounce. "Don't look 𝐒𝐿, don't look 𝐒𝐿, get out, get out, get out, get out." 𝐒𝐿 opened his eyes. The first thing he saw were two bloody tracks leading down the alley, the smeared BLD leaving a gory trail like something out of a nightmare. As 𝐒𝐿 followed the trail, he saw a mangled body laying limp on the ground, seemingly paralyzed as BLD pumped out of their stomach in waves. In the dark, 𝐒𝐿 could just barely see, but the body had hero gear on. "Oh, it's a hero." From the shadows, 𝐒𝐿 saw the glint of something. He wanted to move, to leave, but he was locked in place, fighting his limbs to not go and devour the sweet treat laying limp in front of him. "Should have been a hero," a sinister, scratchy voice sounded from the end of the alley. Red glowing eyes suddenly locked onto 𝐒𝐿's pale face. "HM, how long have you been there? Should have noticed a shrimp like you," the creepy voice cooed. He saw the glint of a knife shine from the dark of the alley, and slowly, footsteps began to get closer to him. 𝐒𝐿 couldn't move, he could only take strangled, heavy breaths as the figure stalked closer. A very large man was revealed in the dark of the night, bandages covering his face in a makeshift mask. He was dirty, and in scuffed-up hero-esque gear that hugged against his menacing figure. He stalked over to 𝐒𝐿, hunched, liking what looked to be the injured hero's BLD off of his own cheek. "You scared?" the man asked. 𝐒𝐿 was terrified. His hunger kept him locked in a strange trance. The demonic man circled 𝐒𝐿, looking at him like a fresh cut of meat, before following the young boy's eyes across to meet the figure of the hero, limp and most definitely dead on the ground. The man scoffed. "Were you a fan? That faker was a deadbeat, don't feel bad." 𝐒𝐿 didn't budge, his pale face reading of no emotion while he watched the BLD pour out of the wounded hero like a gusher. He was torn between running to the body and running from the villain in front of him. "HM, what's wrong with you?" The man walked directly into 𝐒�'s line of sight, pushing a blooded knife into 𝐒�'s neck. 𝐒� stared right through the man. He could smell the BLD so intensely, he had to fight his limbs from bolting in that moment. Suddenly, something clicked in the large man's head. "You like that one time, hum?" He calmly took the knife away from 𝐒�'s neck, letting it lazily fall back to his side. He hunched down further, towering over 𝐒�. "You can eat, if you want. I don't care." 𝐒� was so shocked, his eyes left the body for a mere moment, flicking up to meet the crazed red ones staring down at him. Something inside of him bursted at that comment, all of the reason leaving his body. He slowly stalked over to the dead hero, every movement he made deliberate and slow. He desperately tried to hold himself back, pushing against his urges with all of his might. He dropped to his knees, hovering over the body with a crazed look in his eyes. He wasn't breathing, his vision tunneling in on itself as he stared down at the lifeless figure. 𝐒� leaned down to pick the hero up, aching for a taste, unhinging his jaw like a snake to finally feel release. All at once, he snapped back into himself so violently he jumped 5 feet backwards, stumbling away from the hero hastily. He clambered on his hands, shuffling away from the body. Silent screams left his mouth. I almost. 𝐒𝐿 turned to the side, and promptly threw up everything he still had in his stomach from days prior. Nausea flooded his senses, and he hacked and gagged for a while longer, sobbing as the stench of gore filled his nose. He pressed his head to the cool ground, hiccuping and sobbing in the night. The villain was gone as far as 𝐒𝐿 knew, and he laid there, gasping for air for as long as he could. I almost ate him. 𝐒𝐿 didn't remember getting back to his home that night, but he knew he was only left with restless dreams filled with a metallic stench and sinister red eyes. As 𝐒𝐿 walked down the grimy steps, bathed in sickly green LEDs and pushing through thick clouds of smoke, he felt his new tech weigh heavy on his face and hands. Hungry jolts of adrenaline coursed through his veins, lighting his eyes up with a sickly glow of anticipation. 𝐒𝐿 had been restless with nightmares the morning before. Not being able to think too straight that night, he failed to realize that his rent was due in around 3 days' time. He would hate to disappoint the man who had so graciously given him a place to rest, yet he had spent a large portion of his money on all of his new tech and knives, as well as some extra horrormen to satiate his impeccable hunger. He felt a drop in his stomach by the time he had thought to check his cash supply after his fitful sleep, realizing he was a couple thousand yen short. 𝐒𝐿 knew money flew out of people's pockets like it had somewhere important to be, but the freckled boy truly didn't realize just how quickly he was going to lose all of his cash on setting up a home base. For God's sake, he didn't even have a pillow. 𝐒𝐿 knew he still needed to test his equipment, but didn't have time to mess around the city with no money left before rent was due, so he settled for a way he knew he could make money. A miscellaneous tip on a drag bust. 𝐒𝐿 couldn't test his weapons in just any place on the streets. He did have some morality left, after all. Using high-grade weapons like the ones he had bought so excitedly on some petty criminals wasn't exactly heroic, yet he had found a perfect way to get any money. After scouring his online sources, checking chats and blogs across the web for any sources on upcoming fighting rings, he found a golden opportunity on a frequently visited forum for miscellaneous tips on active crime in the area. 𝐵𝐵 says, Pill Party, official meetup for trades at Angel Bites Club, and a few other bits of information listed. 𝐒𝐿 worried his lip in excitement. He finally had the chance to stop something big. The seedy underbelly of Hero Society was full of old and new age drags from both pre- and post-Quirk era, both having dramatically different effects around the world. Japan had an extreme epidemic of Quirk enhancement drags, similar mostly to steroids from pre-Quirk era trading. 𝐒𝐿 knew exactly how drag trades worked. They were all dirty BLD money trades in cash. He had seen enough hero interviews after stopping those sorts of rings that were meant to inform the public on how to stay out of them. It was extremely ironic that 𝐒𝐿 was walking into the mouth of it all. Now, as he pushed through the crowds of people, he realized they were deep underground in what looked to be an abandoned subway station turned into a nightclub. Graffiti lined the walls, bright green lights lighting up everything around. Thick smoke hung in the air, and there was a similar cage in the center of the room as his last copper bath, but much, much bigger. If it was even possible, there seemed to be more people here than the last place he had fought at. A legitimate bar was open to the side, handing out shots of foul-smelling alcohol in gallons at a time, and very scantily dressed women curved their toned bodies in cages hanging from the ceiling. 𝐒𝐿 averted his eyes from those, blushing under his gas mask. The music playing was so loud 𝐒𝐿 felt it reverberate through his bones. People grinded up against each other around him to the beats, their sweat and cologne stinging his eyes while he pushed past them. He felt as though he was going to be swallowed whole by the room, the strobe lighting and smog not helping his journey through the crowd. I need a higher vantage point. I can't see anything down here. He walked over to the large concrete wall he saw, praying my hadn't lied about her tech, and unsheathed his claw gloves in one flexing motion. Their weight pressed into the ends of his fingers. 𝐒𝐿 pushed energy down into his arms, channeling all of the strength he could muster into his tensing muscles as he lifted his hands to the wall. Pressing deeply with his claws, slamming them into the wall, their black tips dug into the concrete, slicing through it like a saw to wood. 𝐒𝐿's eyes widened. He didn't want to know how sharp they were. He hooked his other hand in, the claws leaving divots that held his weight impeccably well as he climbed. He scaled the graffitied wall, the music pumping and his heartbeat in his ears being the only things he could hear. As he neared the extremely tall ceiling, he looked backwards to see all of the crisscrossing support beams holding the building up. They were rusted, yet Izuku knew they could get him where he needed to go. He slowly unhooked one of his hands, his remaining arm shaking with the force of holding his entire body weight dug into the concrete, and shifted his body towards the beam. Leap of faith, Izuku. Leap of faith. He swallowed, tensing his legs beneath him, before bursting off of the concrete wall, unhooking his claws at the same time. As he leaped over the sea of sweaty people below, the smoke obscuring the world around him, he felt as though he was flying, his stomach in his throat from the thrill. Izuku's hair whipped around him, and his body outstretched, reaching for his landing position. If he didn't make it, he was sure he would die. He landed on the support beam with a small bang, rolling into a standing position as he balanced himself many meters above the cold, concrete ground. That could have gone so wrong. Izuku huffed an excited laugh, his body jittering from adrenaline under his skin. He traveled along the support beams, leaping from one to another with the grace of a butterfly flitting and floating around in a gentle wind. As he looked down from the middle of the room, standing above the brightly lit massive cage that nearly reached the ceiling, Izuku scanned to find where the most suspicious and richest-looking people were stationed. This was an underground official trading system he had found tips on, after all. Izuku suspected they had a mole. Izuku knew what he was looking for, he'd seen these types of people standing around at night. Leaning on nice cars as they smoked, full suits and wildly offensive energy that would assault Izuku. They were always too relaxed, too keen, too dulled down and hyped up. Izuku knew these big league drag trades were trouble, that getting mixed up in these could be his death, but he couldn't bring himself to pull away at the thought of making his home streets any cleaner. He'd seen the people affected by these drags, too. Washed up, dumb with chemicals, hunched in alleyways, or hyped up and wreaking havoc in the streets. Each time, he'd intercept them, try to help. Calm them down or put them in a safer place for when they woke up, wait for them to clear their systems for a while as he dodged their punches. It made him sick to his stomach to watch people live like that, and he wanted to put it to rest. Bingo! A very large spiral staircase led up to an upper area. Massive guards in suits lined the entryway, their faces obscured with what looked to be black bandanas and sunglasses. They all had their arms crossed as they guarded the main area, but from Izuku's spot above them, he could see a bird's-eye view. Two men sat across from each other, appealing women sitting at their sides as they idly chatted, smooth alcoholic drinks in their hand. One man was fat, middle-aged, and quite hairy. He had a round belly, and he smoked a cigar with one hand, occasionally huffing out thick puffs of smoke. Sitting across from him, a young, attractive man with a pretty face and long hair. They were both surrounded by guards, half of the guards in red suits, the other half in deep blue suits. There had to be at least 20 of them, excluding the ones blocking the only exit and entry point. Izuku gulped. The upper area looked to be an issue to fight in, its lounge setting placing multiple obstacles in Izuku's way, with plush, leather seats everywhere. The tables were laid out in a way that had towering dividers for privacy put between them. Running swiftly and unnoticed through that area would be a problem. Izuku hadn't expected that many guards, either. He wasn't entirely confident he could take them all out before some form of concealed weapon was turned on him. Izuku watched as the men's casual conversation continued, conniving smiles lighting up their faces in the shadows. Izuku keened forward, desperately trying to catch their conversation over the echoes of the music blasting below him, but he couldn't hear anything. DMN. I need more information before I dive in. I really need to stop taking random forum information, this is seriously a sticky situation. Suddenly, the young man snapped his fingers, the women that were hanging off of them scurrying away. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table in front of him, putting his drink to the side. He said something slyly, and one of his smaller guards quickly pulled something out from behind them, a large briefcase Izuku hadn't caught. The air seemed to become stagnant, as the hefty briefcase was lifted onto the table between the two men. Nobody seemed to move or breathe, both of the men's eyes lighting up in excitement as the briefcase was unlocked with heavy clicks. It was slowly opened, the sleek designing giving way to what looked to be vials of bubbling green liquid. It had crushed particles in it that glinted, all stuffed inside jars upon jars, baggies of powder, and more. Izuku had never seen drags before, and he felt the air whoosh out of his lungs at the amount in there. He knew what was in that case could kill thousands with its potency. The man with a large belly smiled, leaning forward to ghost his eyes over the goods, letting out a sly chuckle. Izuku scanned the room as the two men continued talking, until he saw something extremely interesting. While the large-bellied man looked over the drags, he saw one of the pretty men's guards and the older man's guards meet eyes. In a split second, behind their bandanas, they communicated something nobody else caught. Izuku caught it. The guard on the big man's side looked away, pulling up a briefcase from his side, and opening it to reveal what had to be millions of yen in cold, hard cash. Izuku felt his throat go dry. He could really use that money. He watched as the deal was sealed, the large man laughing boisterously as the young one smiled thankfully. The two guards Izuku had seen act differently then took the drags and money briefcases in their hands as they walked out, each taking them in individual directions. Izuku followed them, swiftly crawling along the beam he had stood on above their swiftly traveling bodies, staying low in the darkness of the ceiling as to not be spotted. They suddenly changed directions, walking back over to each other, as a man from the main guard on the stairway swiftly and quietly left his post. Now this is interesting. Izuku saw what was going on, his mind understanding the situation in a split second. There was a joint inside job on either side of the drag deal operation. These men were clearly working together, and that was proven correct as he watched the two meet up, swiftly sliding the briefcases under one of the tables obscured from the main trade. Izuku saw them take two identical briefcases out from the same place, walking away. He realized they had replaced the real briefcases swiftly with fakes, leaving the real ones out of view for the man from the staircase to pick up and channel out some other way. Izuku belatedly wondered how long this inside job had taken to perfect, gaining the levels of trust needed to pull it off, and how he could ruin it in a split second. Izuku had to get to those real briefcases fast. The loud thumping of the music echoing around Izuku seemed to slow as he saw the guard swiftly and casually walking over to the cases to grab them. Izuku knew he had to intercept. He quietly leaped off of the beam he was standing on, his loud thump from his landing roll covered up by the pounding music. He stalked, staying low as he weaved around the channels of the lounge area, following closely behind the rogue guard. He already felt lost in this labyrinth, he didn't know how any of the guards knew where to go. Suddenly, the guard seemed to have sensed him. Izuku swiftly ducked behind a seat, his heart thundering in his ears as the man aggressively turned around, anxiously eyeing the area around him for the presence he had felt. Izuku blended into the shadows, the man missing him in the smog of the room. "I'm gonna have to take him out." Izuku calmly unhooked a special little knife he had hidden in the side of his boot, flicking it around in between his fingers. He only wanted to knock the man out, and the throwing knives he had bought back before meeting Mai at the weapons trade would be perfect for that job. As the strobe lights overhead flickered, Izuku's eyes zeroed in on the man swiftly walking up to the briefcase, his face tense beneath his mask. Izuku breathed in slowly, lining up his shot, and threw his knife. He made it twirl in the air, spinning around like a throwing star as he aimed for the base of the man's head. The knife's dull handle conked the man in the back of his head, right in the dip between his skull and his head with a crack. Izuku worried he may have thrown it too softly, but that man's knees quickly buckled, and he hit the ground with a massive bang. Izuku was ecstatic at his success, but he desperately prayed nobody had heard the sound. He bolted out of his hidden space, passing the man in the dim lighting and picking up his unblooded knife off of the man's body. Izuku sheathed it back in his boot, and followed straight through to where he remembered the briefcase table would be. Izuku turned the corner, and he saw two men standing there, full-blown tactical gear adorning their bodies as they stood with the briefcases. The men appeared to be waiting for something, their body language shifting around uncomfortably. "SHT. I can't grab the briefcases like that." Izuku had an idea. A very, very, stupidly dangerous idea. "Welp, gotta try." He stood up from his hiding place in the dark, boldly walking over to the men. They noticed him immediately, uncertainty sweeping across them as they tensed for combat. Izuku knew he had to play this game. He was going to bluff. Whoa, at ease guys. I'm over from the staircase position. Izuku forced a casual and confident tone to ring out through his voice. The men tensed further, gripping the briefcases. He already had an upper hand, looking more like these men in their tactical gear than the men in suits on the right side of the drag trade. Who are you? Where's Setsu? One of the men asked, his voice reading of something nervous. Setsu's got to be the guy in the suit they had meant to meet up with. Setsu had bigger fish to fry. Izuku kept it vague, standing in a confident fashion all too unnatural on his body. Look, he got caught up with whatever. I got word from the boss I was supposed to supply for him in the meanwhile. The men continued to look at Izuku suspiciously. You gonna go against the big guy's word? Izuku asked, sweat beading on his skin as his heart hammered with his bluffs. What was Setsu caught up with? The men asked, tensing at the mention of their boss. Izuku assumed they were new to this. They looked much too stiff to be an old player in this game like the others he had seen. Iwai, don't ask me. I know about as much as you. Izuku raised his hands defensively. You're waiting for him, right? Well, I'm in his place for now. Don't be scared, it's just the way things roll every so often in this business. It weighed heavy on Izuku's mind that the man passed out a few rows away from him could ruin this entire exchange. He hoped he had knocked him out well enough. You guys hand me the cases, our location changed, you two got to sneak out the way you came. Izuku looked into their eyes, flicking back and forth as he held out his hands for the cases. The men eyed each other suspiciously. Come on, you tryna get us caught. Hand me the cases, we gotta go. Izuku snapped, trying to let his desperation seem calm and collected when it was anything but. The men looked between each other again. Ever so slowly, Izuku watched with bated breath as they lifted their arms to hand him the cases. Suddenly, it seemed as though the world crashed down. The men suddenly convulsed, hitting the ground with the briefcases. Izuku looked around swiftly, before a nerve-wracking shout completely foiled his plans altogether. Police! Get on the ground! The area was surrounded. Izuku knew the men had been tasked, yet nobody had tasked him. The smog in the room and the darkness must have hid him in his dark clothes. He darted over, picking up the briefcases and ducking behind the nearest booth, hiding under the table in the darkness. A cacophony of noise erupted around him. Bullets began soaring across the room, tearing up the couches. Men fought heavily with their quirks, the upper floor being lit up by barrages of assault. The music of the club continued pumping in Izuku's ears as he fumbled with the briefcases. He only needed the money. If the police were there, he could hand over the drags easily. Men dropped down from the ceiling in police gear, shouted commands ringing out over the music. Izuku popped the first case open, wedging his knife in it to break the case locks open. He saw that it had all of the money still in it, and Izuku thought the situation over for a moment, racking his head for an escape as he held tightly onto the briefcases. Suddenly, boots shifted in front of where he was hidden. Izuku knew those anywhere. He felt his stomach pool with dread as the bullets rang out. Where are they? A deep voice yelled over the noise. Erase ahead. As the boots passed, Izuku bolted out from his hiding place, both briefcases still in his hands, when he ran into the middle of a brawl. Men shot bullets around him, quirks activated, sending fire and metals soaring across the room around him. He breathed heavily, darting away and staying low to the ground through the noise. He was hiding in the shadows when he heard something he dreaded. Hey! That kid's got the briefcases. Izuku darted past everyone as their eyes, police and lackey alike, all shifted over to him while he ran. He was quickly cornered, the briefcases still in his hands as he breathed. Police officers surrounded him, as many others fought off and detained the lackeys that were still struggling, being handcuffed or beating the police down in groups. Izuku looked around for an escape, desperate to fight his way out of this, when he saw an opportunity. The very same support beams he had come from. Bullets flew past him as a police officer lunged to grab him and detain him, shooting off a taser. Izuku jumped over it, before winding his arm up, pushing all of the power he had left in his body into throwing the briefcases up into the air. They whooshed up past everyone, people's eyes tracking them as they flew in seemingly slow motion over the fight, both of them landing up on the beam. He let an excited huff leave his mouth at his aim, happy he didn't miss. Izuku quickly shifted his focus back to the swarm of police officers surrounding him. "Well, I gotta go. Nice seeing you boys," he said excitedly, adrenaline rushing through his veins as the fight around him continued. "Stop there immediately!" someone yelled, lunging towards him. "They really want to fight, here." "Okay. Fine," he huffed. The men all braced guns as they came at him. Izuku swiftly moved, kicking the gun out of one of the men's hands and turning it over into his own. He then grabbed a knife out of his leg holsters, swiftly throwing it behind him at a cop running up towards him as he continued to hold the others at gunpoint. The men all stayed stagnant, before he fired off a shot in the air, causing many to recoil, before diving towards them. Izuku slashed at them with his new claw gloves, kicking them out of the way and disorienting them as the flashing strobe lights made his movement look like stop motion. He could feel each of their presences, kicking and slashing at their forms to escape. He hit a few in the stomach, cutting through their armor and down into flesh as BLD flew around him. He really needed that money, but maybe he felt like a slightly guilty lawbreaker. Suddenly, as he was given a breather from many of the police officers being down due to the combat, Izuku quickly reached down to his belt, pulling out one of My's dark red smoke bombs. "Sorry, gentlemen." Izuku giggled as he pressed the button on the top, throwing it down a few feet from his feet like My had informed him to. A heavy smoke burst forth from the little bomb, filling up the area in an instant, rendering it almost impossible to see through the thick waves of it rolling out. Izuku hiked up his other senses as he dove through the smoke, listening to every footstep around him to avoid the men fighting, running through the aisles of seating like his life depended on it. He just needed to make it to the ledge and scale the wall once again to get back up onto the beams. Sweat beaded on his skin as he pushed his body, the pumping music making it all too disorienting. "I'm almost free." Suddenly, Izuku felt his organs slam into the walls of his body as he was stopped dead in his tracks, wound up by something restraining his arms and legs. He tried to wriggle his way out, falling to the floor in an instant. He was wound so tightly he could barely breathe, feeling like an animal caught in a trap. As the smoke dissipated around Izuku, he could just see the edge in front of him, only blocked by Eraserhead. The man looked down at him, his eyes burning red. His face seemed to morph into a deep surprise, before forming back into fury. "Biter!" he yelled out. SHT, 𝐶𝐻. "Oh my gosh, what are you doing here?" Izuku asked, as docile as he could as he tried to wriggle out of his confines. "Let me go and I'll surrender. Pretty please." Izuku lied through his teeth. "Not a chance. You're coming back to the station. I still remember that stunt you pulled in the detainment. You're a real problem child." Eraserhead shouted over the music, bored hatred lacing his tone. "Come on, old buddy, old pal." Izuku gritted his teeth. "Let me go. I'll be good, I swear." Izuku screeched, feeling the scarf tighten around his body. "Stop wriggling. My scarf won't break. Come on, kid. You'll be better off back at the station than here." What a lie. Izuku knew that he alone couldn't break Eraserhead's hero-level support gear, but maybe My's inventions could. He could just move his fingers ever so slightly, flexing his hands in anticipation. He needed the claws, and he needed them fast. "Come on." He tensed his fingers further, moving them ever so slightly with all of his might as he felt the claws unsheath. "Yes. The option is still open for you to do better, kid. Be better. We can wipe your record, set you up with a life. Let us get you out of this." Eraserhead yelled as he picked Izuku, who was still fighting against his confines, off of the ground, holding him up to look at him. Izuku felt rage boiling in his gut. He cut his claws up against the fabric of the scarf, running it back and forth as the material splintered underneath his extremely sharp claws. "Don't," Izuku huffed. "Patronize me." The scarf suddenly split open around him, the material breaking to Eraserhead's great surprise. Izuku burst forward, taking advantage of the man's confusion, and punched Eraserhead straight in the face, running past him towards the edge of the lounge. "Get back here, biter." Eraserhead whipped around, quickly activating his quirk to turn off Izuku's quirk, when Izuku leaped across the expanse to latch onto the wall. His claws dug in the defiled concrete on the other side, when he heard a bang and a deep pain bloomed through his side. He looked to the side of him at the wall, to see a bullet had been embedded into it, sprayed with his 𝐵𝐿𝐷. He let out a groan of pain, having been shot through his abdomen. He felt his muscles spasm underneath him, slightly sliding down the wall before regaining his place, pushing through the pain as he used his claws to dig into the wall and travel up to the beams. Izuku kept pushing, jumping across onto the beam to where he saw the 2 briefcases had landed. He ran across the beam, holding his open bullet wound with one of his hands, and grabbed the briefcases in passing, continuing to run away from the sounds of gunfire and shouting behind him as his feet made loud noises on the metal beam. The intense burning in his side clouded his decisions, stumbling and tripping on the beams as he ran very high off of the ground. He put one of the briefcases between his teeth, the other in his hand, and scanned the area. People were screaming at the club below, running out of the doors at light speed as they trampled each other to get out of the chaos. Izuku suddenly zeroed in on something below him. A very, very large saw cover with a ladder down into it. This must have been an entrance for city sewer repair. The building has to be surrounded by police, I can't exit with the mob. Izuku steeled himself. I'm gonna have to use the saw system. Get back here. Izuku whipped around to see a bloody-nosed, infuriated Eraserhead charging at him from behind on the beams. I've gotta go. Izuku clamped his teeth down on the briefcase, holding the other one tightly in between his white-knuckled fingers. He ran from the furious shouts from Eraserhead behind him, diving forward off of the platform in a desperate attempt to reach the wall, his bullet wound sending searing pain through his outstretched body. He felt his hand roughly connect with the wall, tensing his hands to unsheath his claws as he was dragged down the wall with his momentum. The concrete cracked and crumbled under his hand as he was dragged down, pulling out of the wall. He grit his teeth with the pressure of holding himself using his nails on the wall, the pain from his wound making him want to pass out. As Izuku slowed from his descent, his claws still digging into the concrete, he leaped forward, bursting out and transitioning into a roll on the hard floor, 𝐵𝐿𝐷 spurting out from his wound while he rolled. Swiftly recovering, he immediately sprinted over to the channel into the saws, kicking up the loose manhole cover to get under. Izuku hopped down the long ladder down to the underground systems, disgusting wastewater flowing alongside the tunnel paths he was safely dry in. Imagining the layout of the club in his mind, he knew that if he took the right path, he would end up going along the tunnels for a while, whereas the left would lead him out into the streets filled with police. He figured he'd deal with them when he got to them. Izuku took off in a stumbling bolt to his left, running away from the clanging shouts of the police officers trailing him. The stench of the saws coated the back of his throat and made his eyes sting, yet he kept running along the repaired sides, the pipes lining them spurting out gas in his face as he ran. The temperature in the saws was much lower than the bustling club, and he felt the wind bite into his skin as he ran. The voices fell distant behind Izuku while he sprinted, none of the police officers being able to keep up with his speed in the straight halls. He felt his lungs burning alongside his abdomen. He had been running for a while, passing any manhole covers he heard noise above. Finally, Izuku pushed himself up a ladder to a new one. He must have ran a few kilometers away. He winced as he pushed himself up out of the manhole, looking around slightly. It appeared there was nobody around on the desolate street, so he lifted himself out and began walking home, briefcase in either hand, 𝐵𝐿𝐷 staining his clothes from both his wounds and others. Izuku had taken the cash, stuffing it somewhere very secure under his bed covers when he got home. His wound had entirely sealed by the time he had sat down after showering the sore smell off of his skin. His brain was fogged and tired, Izuku assumed from the effort of healing his wound so quickly, so he fell into a deep sleep. If Izuku had checked Twitter that morning, he may have seen the absolute uproar caused by the massive briefcase of drags found at the police station with a sticky note that simply said, "Sorry about spoiling your drag bust. Biter somewhere." Eraserhead grew grey hairs at twice the speed he normally did. Izuku woke up earlier than usual, a cool Saturday awaiting him. He knew he had promised a certain someone a testing meetup, and though he broke almost every promise he had made to himself, he meant to uphold ones to others. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 threw on his casual clothes, a comfortable, thick hoodie to protect himself from the cool winds, and a pair of baggy capri briefs that exposed his ankles, since he was always one for confusing fashion choices. He made sure to look presentable, washing his face and gargling an unhealthy amount of mouthwash to remove the taste of sleep, before leaping down the stairs to the main area of the 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐺 restaurant. The restaurant was just opening, the early afternoon streets being less busy than the night. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 said a quick hello to Mr. Landlord, who shot him a fatherly remark about being up so early. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 playfully rolled his eyes at the sarcasm, leaving out the front door with a jingle. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 felt the cool air bite into his skin when he stepped out of the restaurant's warm glow and into the streets. It had been a long time since he had been outside in the light of daylight. Even though the skies were clouded over, the light burned his eyes as though he was staring into the sun. With his face scrunched, he swiftly walked down the dilapidated roads. The street he lived on was entirely different in the nighttime ambience he was used to, with neon signs and upbeat music ringing out through the streets, scantily dressed women hanging around telephone poles all lighting each other's cigarettes, men slurring their jokes as they stumble along the roads, people dolled up advertising whatever club they stood outside of. In the daytime, his street was simply a bleak ghost town with graffitied concrete walls and swayed-off neon signs. People still hung around, but they were much less lively than the night time, many being clearly hungover while others were simply tending to their daily lives as people who lived nearby. For every place filled with nightlife, there had to be a matching day death, 𝐒𝐭𝐴 guessed. The deathly-looking boy jogged up to a relic of the past that remained in use in this area of Musutafu, a payphone. 𝐒𝐭𝐴 had gone to the one a few blocks down from where he lived, the 100-yen rusted phone standing tall as it waited for 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 outside of a run-down tattoo parlor. He shuffled some coins out of his pocket, picking up the phone, and slotting in a few coins for around 5 minutes to talk. He punched in the numbers on the smudged business card he was given a few days prior, and prayed as the line rang on the other side that his coins weren't wasted. The phone rang for a few seconds before a cheery voice rang out over the other end. "Hello. This is the Support Gear Club manager, Hatsumi speaking." 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 could hear the girl's voice ringing out across the phone, a smile crowning her words. 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 could also hear a multitude of horrid clanging noises in the background. "Sup, my?" 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 spoke, a smile bleeding through from the simple fact he was calling a friend. "Ah. Who's this? You looking to buy one of my babies?" My spoke out, excitedly. "It's Biter. You asked me to call." 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 winced at his awkwardness. "Oh. You actually called. Biter, man, how ya been?" she asked, a small curse being let out under her breath as a loud bang sounded like a jackhammer. "Fine. What's with the noise?" 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 asked. "Oh, I'm in the club shop. Working on some totally not explosive things. Speaking of which, you gotta test these." My laughed. "By the way, what's with your phone quality, man? I couldn't even tell who you were, and I never forget a face." My said proudly. "Except for like a couple of times. Those don't count, those people were boring." A loud welding noise sounded. 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 huffed a laugh. "Ah, I'm on a payphone. Mind giving me an address to meet you at?" 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 spoke, weary of his time limit on the conversation. The welding noises stopped in the background. "Oh, totally. Got you." Ah, some more rusting and clanging noises sounded across the line. "One sec, gotta cut a wire, this thing is about to explode." More clanging. 𝐒𝐭o𝐴 suddenly felt a little worried about his safety in the pink-haired girl's shop. "Aha. Okay, sorry about that. The address is, you got a pen and paper?" "Okay, it's," she listed off a street name and number. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 knew exactly where she was, but he was a little confused, since that was. "Your club room is in the old metal scrapyard. I thought that place was closed to the public." 𝐒𝐿𝐴's eyebrows scrunched. "Oh, no, it totally is. We, really shouldn't be here, but wherever innovation leads, I follow. And they left a ton of their scrap junk here. Well, it's not junk to me, but you know what I mean, and it is prime material. I couldn't let this place rot away, so I maybe took it into my own hands ever so slightly illegally. No harm, no foul." My smiled as a sore noise sounded in the background. Izuku lifted the phone away from his ear at the volume of the girl and her machinery, huffing a slight smile. You sure do a lot of illegal stuff for someone who wants to go pro. Izuku heard the girl slightly cackle. I can get there in around 30 minutes. See you, Mai. Thanks for the help, Biter. See ya. Izuku hung up the phone with a clang, starting off down the roads, hands in his pockets, and walked to the abandoned warehouse. Izuku immediately noticed the loud clanging, drilling, sawing, and frankly explosive noises resonating from inside the abandoned building. The large concrete area around it had scrap metal galore, some rusted, some with potential. The large building stood towering, its windows shattered and boarded up, with its large doors half open to let out the noises. The building had lights coming from inside, and Izuku wondered how anybody hadn't found Mai's loud operation yet with all of the signs pointing to someone using the space. Izuku pushed open the heavy, black metal door, walking inside. Hello. Izuku looked around. The warehouse had massive machines everywhere, with inactive conveyor belts rusting over, and piles of junk lying around. Izuku noticed many machines from fridges to motorbikes lining the path through the junk in the large space. He saw tech potential in everything, even noticing a wall filled with assorted daggers catching his eyes. Rock music rang out, drowned by the loud metallic noise grating on his ears. He saw robots hanging from the ceiling, some in pieces, some being fully finished with Yankee designs of different mix-matched metals. The entire room was lit up by massive industrial lights on the ceiling, making Izuku's head hurt with how bright it was. The boy weaved through the seas of robots, pieces of unfinished projects, miscellaneous workbenches, and more as he got closer to the saw noises. As he turned around a car with what appeared to be tentacle arms sticking out of the trunk, Izuku laid his eyes upon a hunched Mai. She sat on the ground, welding mask and massive gloves in place as she welded metal together in what looked to be a massive pair of boots. Izuku watched her for a moment, before clearing his voice to speak up. Mai dash. War. The pink-haired girl jumped, nearly dropping her welding materials. She whipped around, turning to face Izuku menacingly as her mask conveyed no emotion. Biter. She rang out happily, standing and flicking her mask up onto her head. You scared me half to death. You're creepy in daylight. You sleeping all right? I have a robot for that. Anyways, Izuku couldn't get a word out before she was lifting his arms, patting down his body. He felt himself flush at the attention. Yeah, okay. Your measurements work. She popped back up, shooting a smile at him. Let's get you geared up. She swiftly turned around, walking into the depths of her robotics labyrinth. Yeah. Okay. Izuku could only say dumbly, following her like a lost lamb. She weaved around all of the projects, before practically diving into a pile, rummaging through it like her life depended on it. Aha! She pulled out a small box. Izuku was confused, as she walked out through the robots again. He stuttered for a moment, before Mai was yelling at him to keep up. She brought Izuku to an empty space in the middle of the chaos, a large ring created by the metallic projects lining it. Okay. Biter, I have a few babies to test on you. She crossed her arms, proudly standing in the center of the ring. Basically, I'm gonna gear you up in all of my safe-to-test on humans babies that won't melt. Your skin, and you're gonna fight with them. They're all made for heroics, so they should work best in combat situations. Mostly. If they feel particularly explodey, just give me a yell, and I'll get you out of them lickety-split. Izuku felt a little rushed at all of the information. What am I fighting? Izuku questioned. Oh. You'll be fighting Riri. She's my warbot. She spoke proudly. I made her back in first year to do some underground robot battling, so she's been through the ringer. Never lost a robot battle, old gal. She won't decimate you like a robot though. I made sure of that. Mai shot Izuku a thumbs up. Ah. Okay. Izuku tried to be casual about the girl's strange robotics lifestyle, his face blank and confused all at once. Mai tossed Izuku a mask. Similar in design to his gas mask he had bought off of the pink girl at the weapons trading post, he put it on casually before he could think too much about what it could do, the click in place making him feel ready for battle. Alright, this one's a super nifty baby I started making a month ago. It should be mostly safe, but it has some 𝐂𝐸𝐸. My hopped up onto a rusted washing machine with a missing door, sitting crisscrossed. See, the thing is, it's a mask that makes fire breathing more potent or possible at all, using the oxygen from the water vapor humans breathe out to jumpstart a combustion reaction. The only issue is ever so occasionally it causes a teensy-weensy itty-bitty incomplete combustion that kind of maybe suffocates the user sometimes with carbon monoxide poisoning. No biggie, really. Just a 𝐂𝐸𝐸. She shrugged playfully. So, I could get carbon monoxide poisoning from this thing? Izuku asked wearily, pointing at the mask now latched to his face unsurely. Hey, don't be a wimp. What's a little suffocation? Mai waved her hands in a dismissive fashion. I added a detector for the stuff, so whenever the mask starts beeping, it'll detach from your face. I just want to see the conditions it needs to be put through to start, kind of killing you. Mai smiled. Izuku felt he might have met his match in sanity levels. Click the button on the side to activate it, use heavy breaths to get it to light up, and mind your breathing control so you don't pass out before the testing's over. She shot Izuku a thumbs up, pulling out a pen and notepad. Izuku clicked the button, nervousness swelling in his stomach, and breathed out heartily, rasping like a dragon. Fire lit up in front of his face, bursting away from him in a glorious display of light. Excitement pooled in his gut, feeling power rush through his veins. Mai clicked a button on the side of the box she was carrying, and tossed it into the ring with Izuku. Izuku watched as the box unfolded, shifting metal moving seamlessly, expanding outwards from its impossibly condensed form into a figure. The robot stood at around Izuku's height, with what looked to be an old television for a head, a lanky pair of bendy limbs, and massive metallic hands and feet that looked posed for combat, claws at the ready. It's kinda cute. Get him, Riri! Mai yelled. All of a sudden, the robot was lunging at Izuku, its speed shocking him as he jumped backwards, rearing for combat. He reminded himself of the mask adorning his face, and swiftly jumped forward to meet the robot, letting out a roar of flames. Quickly regaining his breath, he sent more flames at the metallic body, Riri sweeping them to the side as she went in for a punch. Izuku blocked it with one of his arms, the metal banging against his skin and making him wince. Didn't Mai say she was gonna put this thing on easy? Izuku gritted his teeth as he felt the blows continue against his arms, feeling his bones rattle and ache with each piercing shot. He finally was able to dive under the punches, swiftly pouncing through the long metallic limbs of the robot and popping up behind it. He let the flowery flames bloom from his mouth in a hoarse exhale, and they licked the back of the robot with fever. As he inhaled for another blow, Riri turned around to punch him again, her arm twisting around her body with its flexibility. Izuku quickly sked the air back in that he was going to blast forward, when the mask began to beep and launched itself off of his face, landing with a clatter to the ground. Riri, stop please! Mai yelled excitedly. The robot paused its punch, mere inches away from Izuku's unguarded face. Interesting. Very interesting. Mai clapped once, standing up on the washing machine and jumping off to walk towards the beeping mask on the ground. The traces were faint, but something changed. You were doing great, Biter. Color me impressed. Mai shot a thumbs up behind her at Izuku, crouching to intently inspect the mask. Izuku thought back to the fight, to his sharp inhale, when it clicked in his head. Lack of oxygen. The issue with the mask is how easy it is to take oxygen away from the reaction before it can be completed. If you're already deep into using it and you breathe in too much, it messes the whole thing up. Izuku spoke, muttering slightly. Mai shot an excited look up at him, turning away from the mask in her hands. Oh, you little nerd. You read my marbles. Izuku was sure that wasn't how the saying went. Yep. All gal is affected by long exposure and breathing. Kinda crucial for a mask. Mai tossed it up, caught it, and threw it into a pile unceremoniously. Welp, I know how to fix that. Gonna need a few days, then my baby will be running like a well-oiled machine. Mai stood up with a bounce, pumping her fist as she looked at Izuku intently. Izuku huffed a laugh, smiling at the girl. Alright, what else do you want me to test? Izuku spoke, amusement and comfort seeping into his tone. Mai had a mischievous glint sweep across her eyes. We're gonna be here for a few hours. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was put through the ringer. If he didn't already have the reflexes of a cat, he was sure he would have been toast. Mai's inventions were hazardous at best, deadly at worst, yet all ingenious. From pairs of rocket boots that blew up underneath him and left him dangling from the pipes lining the industrial ceiling, to stabilizing belts that would help with motion sickness, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 had to be swung in a circle by a giant robot for that one, something he vowed to never do again. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 was blown up, frozen, burned, squeezed, pinched, and nearly crushed by Mai's inventions. After the hours of testing torture, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 found the darkness of the night creeping into the corners of the well-lit shop. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 smelt like burnt grease, his clothes tattered and Mai covered in oils and scrapes from her work. The two of them decided to call it a night, literally closing up shop, and heading out into the bitter winds of the night. They walked down the harshly lit roads, occasional dog barks sounding over their conversation in the deep dark of the evening. It couldn't have been later than 8, yet the winter weather darkened the skies to the cool deep blue that the city lights made them. They happily joked and chatted as they walked back into town, Mai's loud cackle reverberating across the streets. Oh my god, I nearly busted a hip laughing when the leg stabilizers almost compressed your thighs flat. My babies are so feisty. And you screech like an owl. Mai let out a loud laugh, her shoulders bouncing. Shut up. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 laughed. It's your fault, I thought I was gonna lose my legs. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 lightly shoved the laughing girl. Hey! Dinner's on me, if you keep coming back for testing. I have like a bajillion other projects that need human subjects. Mai spoke. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 thought for a moment. Was it good for him to get close to anyone like this? A real friend. He shoved his hands in his hoodie pockets, linking them together. All right. Where are we eating? They continued down the roads, Mai leading 𝐒𝐬𝐽 back into the nearest residential zone, showing him past the outskirts of the city and into a small shop district. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 felt out of place in an area that was marginally nicer than where he lived. Instead of HKS walking the streets in the night, fit women walked their dogs. Instead of people fighting in an alley, he saw couples sitting in warmly lit restaurants being served sweets. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 almost missed the rough and tough of his life, scared all of this softness would lull him into a comfort that dulled his sharp edges, making him too soft to fight back. He kept his shoulders hunched and his head low as Mai led him to a small diner. The door didn't shabbily jingle when 𝐒𝐬𝐽 walked in after the girl, making him even more wary of how he looked in a place like this. They walked through the rows of cushioned booths, and as 𝐒𝐬𝐽 looked up at Mai's oil-streaked face and slightly burnt hair tufts, he felt just a little better about his unkempt appearance. Friends, here. He looked away swiftly to hide a smile, before plopping down across from Mai in a cushy red booth. The warm lighting of the restaurant made 𝐒𝐬𝐽 feel nostalgic. He used to eat out at places like this with his mother when he was younger, always ordering the most American menu options he could find that reminded him of All Might. As he looked over the menus here, and decided on the Texas Grilled Ultimate Mega Big Boy Burger, he let out a laugh at the horrible menu names. Mai called the waitress over, both of them swiftly being brought water and having their orders taken. As they waited for their food, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 sipped on his water. Truth be told, he was kind of nervous to eat anything that wasn't raw ramen. Not used to whole-cooked foods anymore, he wondered how his body would take the massive burger with assortments of things like vegetables. Now that he really thought about it, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 couldn't remember the last time he ate anything other than raw meats, no matter how disturbing that may have seemed. The freckled boy only hungered for BLD and flesh each time he was tired, and he couldn't bring himself to feel any way about it after such a long time of eating like an animal. He pushed down the thoughts of blooded bodies laying still in alleys that evoked an untouched hunger within him, and looked up at Mai, who was watching him intently. He flinched suddenly, surprised his reflexes didn't notice her gaze. What's up? 𝐒𝐬𝐽 asked, trying to sound casual as he linked his hands in front of him. The girl's eyes narrowed, glowing yellow in the warm lighting. Biter, Mai starts, her voice low and serious. Is it a nickname? 𝐒𝐬𝐽 starts to sweat a bit. He knew Mai dreamed of going pro, and probably wouldn't want to dirty her record with someone like 𝐒𝐬𝐽. A criminal with a fake name. Something like that. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 shifted his eyes, lowering his tone. Mai scanned his face for a moment longer. It's just... Well, I assumed you were a fanboy or identity thief or something, but... Mai put her hand under her chin, eyes pulling together in question. Izuku's face swam with confusion, not being able to piece together the girl's words. Mai mumbled something. Sorry. Izuku asked, wanting to follow the girl's words. You're fighting. You fight, obviously. I mean, you nearly decimated poor Riri after a while there, and I had her on the highest setting. Mai began, looking up at Izuku. Wait, I thought you said Izuku began, before he was cut off by the pink-haired girl. You fight, your name is Biter, you're a creepy-looking guy, no offense you bought high-tech weapons off of me, and it's all just lining up a little too well. Mai quickly put her hands down on the table, leaning forward. I'm on local Musutafu Twitter, like, all of the time, and I know about the going ONS of this city, at least in the tech aspect, like the back of my hand. Right now, Twitter is in an uproar about a local hero, but I had my money put on the guy not being a hero at all. Sure, he's good. I've even seen some footage of him fighting, moves like a cat. But, Mai trailed off. Izuku gulped. He really didn't like where this was going. You fight just like him, and I know for a fact you're no hero. In fact, I'm pretty sure you're living on the streets. I'm not gonna judge though, I just mean, Mai let an excited grin spark up her face as she spoke in a hushed tone. You're a vigilante, aren't you? You're Musutafu's Biter, the one that's been getting all the attention lately. Izuku paled. And before he could stop it, he let his words slip. I've been getting attention. He looked at her, tilting his head in confusion before slapping his hand over his mouth in realization. Wait, no, I'm not, I mean he waved his hands around in desperate dismissal. Mai looked down, before bursting into a loud laugh, shaking the walls of the secluded booth they were sitting in. You are such a bad liar. Wow. How haven't you been caught? She looked up at Izuku, as Izuku panicked. Oh. You have been, haven't you? Sly dog. Mai laughed again. Izuku burned in embarrassment across the table at the loud girl's intelligence. Mai, you smart little butt. Izuku huffed a sigh. So, you're not gonna rat? Izuku asked, his fingers digging into the table in nervousness. Rat? Honey, you literally just went to my fully illegally operated tech dungeon. I'm not an idiot. Mai snorted. I can't risk my baby's safety like that. Or, like, going to jail or whatever. She leaned back and crossed her arms, smiling as she sunk into the plush red seats. Izuku let a genuine smile wash across his features, relief flooding his bones for a moment, before he snapped back into a stiff position. So, people are talking about me. He spoke in a whisper, leaning across the table towards Mai. Online. Why? Izuku's eyebrows shifted into confusion, a small spark of happiness lighting up in his stomach. He had never wanted recognition for his actions, just change, but that didn't mean it didn't feel good for someone to see him. Talking about you. Biter, you have fans. I'm kinda one of 'em. Mai played with the straw in her water absent-mindedly, the ice cubes shifting around it. I think it started with a few people trying to find out who you were after being saved and junk, mentioning you were new and underground, but awfully young and skilled. You were kind of an anomaly, but really blew up when you left that note and massive case of drags out front the police station. That was hysterical. Some cop posted it as a GG, and it totally blew up. You were like number 6 on trending for a few hours in Japan. Can't believe you never knew. Mai shrugged, a smile playing on her features. Izuku was lost in thought. I can't believe I didn't know either. Izuku looked off into space, staring down at his hands at the table. He must have been zoning out for a while, as he was suddenly snapped back to the present by the nice waitress delivering their food. Mai tucked into the meal like she hadn't eaten in weeks, absolutely demolishing the food put in front of her. What was once a plate with a hearty steak sub and fries was reduced to a mere couple of spare potato bits in seconds. As she munched down on a fry, she thought to actually look up at Izuku for the first time in minutes, her yellow eyes locking onto his untouched plate. Are you gonna eat that? Mai spoke, picking some spare beef out of her teeth. Izuku was still in a stagnant state of shock, half watching her devour her food, half thinking about the entire situation with him being a viral sensation. He didn't know whether he should lean into it or not, make a name for himself. He figured he'd think about it later, and huffed a sigh before pushing his plate over to Mai's side of the table with a faint dragging screech. "Gotta keep up my metabolism, you know. These curves don't make themselves." Mai giggled, immediately taking a bite of the absurdly large burger. "I'll give you the fries though. Can't have our shining vigilante go hungry." She smiled, the food still in her teeth. That night, Izuku had dropped Mai off at her home, a nice suburban area he felt out of place in. She walked up to her apartment, the cool air biting through his sweater as he watched the light turn on where her room must have been. He felt tired from the lack of food he had eaten all day, and set his sights on getting home and eating a healthy portion of raw meat. Whatever was left, he was sure he could take. Later that night, he heard the front door ring as he entered, and checked the back for any new meats he could eat, yet he had seen that Mr. Landlord had cleaned up for the night, nothing edible left for Izuku. The dim lighting made the restaurant feel otherworldly, almost always having drunk patrons and warm lighting for as long as Izuku had been in this way. He was more partial to jumping the rooftops in the deep dark of the night to leave his room nowadays, but he did occasionally go out through the front in civilian clothing. He'd never seen it like this. Izuku quietly padded up the stairs and into his small, cozy room. The tatami floors smelled like a welcoming hug to him, and he kicked off his shoes by the door to sit down. He was tired. Very tired, yet he couldn't be bothered to sleep, a deep curiosity pulling him towards the waking hours he normally napped right through. Before he could force himself to knock out, Izuku had found himself booting up his computer. "Here. When did I?" He seemed to blink and again, the screen had changed. He was in the process of making a Twitter account. The Real Biter. He hit enter. Izuku was typing out a tweet. Izuku was sending a tweet. Izuku went to sleep. Overnight, the tweet by The Real Biter blew up. Every hero gossip blog was talking about it, and it garnered millions of views in a few hours as Izuku slept through the morning. All it read was a simple, "Eraserhead is a beach, and his stupid cop friends shot me. Thanks, geezer." Izuku had no idea the chaos he had just caused. Musutofu Hero Twitter was in pandemonium. If Biter wasn't a household name before, it was most certainly now. The hot topic of the sassy new vigilante that had the ultimate influencer swagger was all anyone could talk about, after his first appearance from a comedic DLVRY to the police station, a suitcase of highly illegal drags, to his newest Twitter crusades. It all started with a simple tweet towards a prolific underground hero, Eraserhead, calling him out in a jokester way that was so uncharacteristically blunt for speaking to heroes, that Musutofu fell in love with the vigilante overnight. Hundreds of thousands of likes rolled in on Izuku's account, shocking him in the morning as he awoke to thousands of newfound followers. Izuku remained a large mystery in the streets, nobody being able to get a good photo of him to link to any of his tweets, nor a solid idea of what he did. He knew it was an impossibly bad idea to have a social media presence as he remained underground, but the small child seeking approval in him thought just a few more tweets couldn't hurt. And then a few more. And then a few more. Over the course of a week, Izuku became a sort of niche micro-celebrity in the Musutofu area. He would post things as mundane as a snarky comment towards a criminal he took down, to something as big as the occasional leaked classified information about criminals in the areas that had people scared far and wide. Biter became a common street name, the popular vigilante of the week, and his blunt and humorous takes became a smashing hit every time he posted, with his skills being undoubted among police and villains in his vicinity. Of course, with popularity comes a price. Izuku had just finished tying up a criminal he had found attempting to assault a civilian, leaving him as he swiftly asked the victim to call the police for him. The street was fairly empty where he was, so he knew to get out of there as quickly as possible to not stir up any commotion. He wanted to feel at least a little rested before he met Mai tomorrow, so he was looking to end his shift early. Izuku's stomach growled for Horaman, a jittery excitement taking over him as he dreamily thought about eating a good meal when he got home. The wind was strangely stagnant tonight, not that it ever blew too harshly in the cramped downtown Musutofu streets. The world felt quiet for once, only Izuku's muted footsteps carrying through the streets as he slowed to a light jog. He remembered nights like these before he had his abilities were daunting. Though he always knew as a young boy that he shouldn't have been out at hours like this, he had always found misfortune on his side as a child. The street scared him. Too tall, too murky, too foreign, nothing like his loving home and soft mother. He felt his heart ache in his chest. He blended into these streets perfectly now. Suddenly, in the deathly quiet, Izuku heard a small noise, his ears picking up on a shrill noise from his right. He slowed his jog, turning to look where it had come from. He turned to look beside him, but couldn't make out the figure in the dark. He heard the noise again, now recognizing it as little sobs coming from the street. Izuku's hairs stood on end, a shiver galloping across his body. The darkness normally comforted him, kept him hidden from the world that had chewed him up and spit him back out, but this was a darkness he didn't recognize. Something was wrong. He stopped dead in his tracks, feeling as though he was being tracked, prey instincts kicking in. The sob sounded again, a mockery to Izuku's ears. Izuku knew he couldn't be Izuku in this situation, a shy boy who ran. In this gear, he was Biter, and Biter alone. Biter wouldn't cower, but he would be strategic about this. He flicked a SWCH on the side of his gas mask. Immediately the sides lit up in a neon green glow for a moment, doing nothing to stop the darkness that permeated the sobbing figure. "Hello." He spoke out, his voice cold and garbled with the gas mask changing it for intimidation's sake. The sob got a little louder, and Izuku was tempted to simply leave. Maybe, if he was smarter, he would have, but even with the monster he knew he had become, Izuku always tried to do the heroic thing for civilians. He took a cautious step forward, still crouched like an alley cat, ready to pounce. "Are you alright? I won't hurt you." Izuku's voice echoed through the eerily quiet street, his ears ringing from the break in the silence. His footsteps were slow as he tracked towards the figure, stalking as he tried to maintain his escape opportunities. He couldn't put his finger on what was wrong, but something was. The sobs were too periodic, like a call, they rang out unnaturally. The hunched figure didn't run to him for help, didn't call out for Izuku, unmoving. He attempted to adjust his eyes in the dark of the alley as he got closer, but to no avail. It was all too quiet. Suddenly, as though it had never been there, the figure dissipated into thin air. Izuku was now deep in the alley, and he knew. Bad news. Izuku turned around to bolt, his legs pressing into the ground as he was prepared to leap and bound out of the area, acid thrumming through his veins as his fears were warranted, gut cold in suspended fear. It's a trap, it's a trapping. Izuku took 2 steps before he tripped, or more like the ground ceased to exist beneath him. He felt his body fall forwards, a little yelp escaping his mouth as he was dragged down into an abyss, falling as his stomach crowded his throat. In what felt like slow motion, Izuku was moved into murky blackness, falling down, 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 until he tumbled through and into a brighter area than the void, shocking his eyes and rendering him blind for a moment. He tried to stabilize himself, find ground to land on, but he simply hit a hard floor with a loud thud from a direction he hadn't fallen in. Before he could stand, pain bloomed in his skull, and he was immediately moved into a falling blackness again, this time, one of sleep. Izuku's head was killing him. The pounding resonated through his skull like a kick drum to his cranium. He blearily opened his eyes. Not another concussion. Izuku's eyes shot open, scanning where he was immediately, before trying to move. He had found he was strapped down in chains connecting to a dingy hardwood floor, ratting as he groggily tried to move from where he was captured. Oh no. Izuku immediately worried the police had somehow found him again, but the deep worry in his stomach and the malice clouding the air told him something much worse than the police had found him. He was a sitting duck. The deathly-looking boy immediately tried to pull out of his chains, but they had him locked in a sitting position on the floor, strapped down by massive metal clamps that wouldn't budge even as Izuku threw all of his strength into it. He grunted with his efforts, his head still pounding, before he looked up. Izuku could tell he was in a dingy, run-down bar. The light flickered wearily overhead, and the bottles lining the wall all appeared to have liquor still filling them. Izuku almost didn't notice the man standing behind the bar, casually cleaning glassware. He appeared to be made of a rising black smoke, wisps of it flowing around him, his impressive stature making his smoke seem even higher than it already made him look. He had horrifying yellow eyes that gleamed with a sick distaste that made Izuku's stomach curl, yet he was dressed like a professional bartender. Izuku sensed another presence in the room, but could only see a scraggly head of light bluish-white hair peeking over the top of a plush couch. Was he playing Mario Kart? He's awake. The smoke man spoke in a deep, rumbling voice, putting down the glassware without sparing a glance towards Izuku. The game of Mario Kart was paused. Izuku watched as the man playing the game stood up. All thin limbs and baggy black clothes that hung off of him like a child playing dress-up. Izuku felt his stomach churn, the deep resonating malice coming off of the man in waves. Izuku had been scared before, sure, but he had never felt such a level of evil hatred coming from a person. Not on the streets, not from his school, never. The man moved unnaturally, hunched and stalking like a dangerous predator as he turned the corner around the couch. Izuku dared to attempt to meet his eyes, but was met with a hand covering his face. From the skin Izuku could see on the man's hands and neck, it was scarred. Broken, cracked, and scratched to hell. He looked as though he was going to flake apart on Izuku. Izuku knew when the man had locked his eyes on him, even though he couldn't see them, they practically burnt holes through him. The deep unease burned in his stomach, his body threatening to jump away, screaming at him to leave this space. Villains. Real, honest-to-God villains. Biter. The light-haired man spat out with hatred, his voice sounding crushed and scratching on Izuku's ears unfavorably. You've become a real problem for me, you know that. A real nuisance. But you already know what you've done. Yes, don't play stupid. I'm in control here. The man muttered, seemingly speaking half to Izuku and half to himself. Don't even try to escape. We took all of your gadgets, bells and whistles. You can't even fight with a quirk like a real hero. What kind of lame but NPC needs to have stats like yours? We have to eliminate you, have to. He trailed off, his words scorching Izuku with their dripping hostility. This guy's crazy. I need to get out of here. Tomura, stay focused. The smoke man warned. I know that. The man, Tomura, yelled, his vocal cords scraping against each other. Biter. You are a scorn on me. The man warned, his childish muttering ceasing as he burned holes through Izuku. You're a fake hero. A fake in that society of goody two-shoes. You have so much potential to be better. To bring the whole system down. Yet you're playing for the man keeping you down. Tomura snarled. We could use you. A little asset of ours went rogue not too long ago, and you could very well fill the hole he left in our company. That stupid high-ranking rogue, killing the doctor and going off like some hero to disappear. I want to kill him, I want to kill him, I want to kill him. The man once again clawed at his skin, blood droplets being dragged out and beading on the pale expanse of his skin. You'll fit perfectly. Yes. He muttered. Izuku was horribly confused. Not only was this man asking him to join him doing God knows what and rambling like a madman, but he was going on about some old co-worker. I should probably tell you the position you'll fill. Have you heard of Dusk Hunter? The man rasped out, his words being spat out with such vitriol, Izuku thought he might start spewing acid. The name rang a bell in Izuku's brain. The rogue vigilante Eraserhead had been tracking for months that he had informed Izuku of at the police station before they were on not great terms. He'd even said it was likely that Dusk Hunter was connected to Izuku due to how closely related their fighting styles were, though Izuku had no recollection of the man. He'd never said anything about the vigilante belonging to a villain organization before. Izuku quickly realized he was in a very powerful position. If he could just dig a little deeper, pry just politely enough while feigning interest for the man's organization, he could get a little bit closer to someone who might know what had happened to him in the months since his disappearance. He could find the missing link that had been the closest he'd gotten to anything surrounding his disappearance since he had come back. Curiosity curled around his stomach as he continued to listen to the crusty man speak. I'm surprised, you actually know who he is, he rasped out. Izuku was sure he hadn't said anything. You probably only know the name, but that effer was a lot more than a name. He mumbled some vague threats under his breath, his itching becoming more intense. He was our little pet, of sorts. Like a nutty son to one of the scientists working under us, he was born out of something you wouldn't understand. He worked like a dog, even acted like one too. Not a happy puppy, a vicious guard dog. All snarling teeth and obedience, a blank slate for us to use. We got him to do our dirty work, disposing of anyone who dared get in our way, hero and villain alike, until he snapped. He went away a few months ago, killing his creator before he left us. That really put a wrench in our plans. I just want to watch his face crumble beneath my hands. That idiot side character didn't know what he was messing with. He devolved into curses against the man, violently scratching at his skin at the point, curling in on himself as malice rolled off of him, nearly suffocating Izuku. You were easy enough to find through your idiot Twitter. I know your skill from the lowlifes around this area shaking in their boots at your stupid name. You're fighting for the wrong side, we want to bring you to the light. Replace Dusk Hunter, join us. Izuku was already confident within a few sentences that he had more to go off of surrounding Dusk Hunter than Eraserhead had collected during the course of the case. He felt a slight excitement well in his stomach, but it was quickly replaced by dread. He knew that if he wanted to follow this path to find the man who could have known him when he was gone, he would have to continue to play into the horrifying man's plans. He really didn't want to know what those were. He began to croak out his first words in a while. What are you guys? The creepy man stood up taller, his eyes seeming to gleam red between the fingers of the hand gripping onto his face. We are the League of Villains. He spoke with a haunting tone and a sinister smile. And we are going to kill the symbol of peace. Silence. Izuku's heart sunk in his chest, dipping down into the icy pool forming at the base of his stomach. Something about the way the man-child had spoken about his plans with such longing, such certainty, made Izuku's organs curdle. They want to kill All Might. Izuku couldn't help but let the unease crowd his face, scrunching his eyebrows and dragging his lips down in disdain. No matter how close he was to finding a link to where he had gone missing, to who he was, he couldn't side with that. He may have become a monster, but he was still Izuku Midoriya, the effervescent hero lover. He pulled his features into SBMSN, flicking his eyes between the two men in the room. You're crazy. That would never work. Izuku croaked out, his voice flat with fear. All Might is larger than life, there's nothing that could beat him. He spoke, panic searing through his chest as Tomura began walking closer to him. He crouched down in front of Izuku, now eye to eye with the chained-up boy. Izuku had never felt a stronger urge to flee, his entire body pulsing with a dull fear that made his muscles constrict, his bones and his organs push against his body uncomfortably. You have no idea what I'm capable of, Biter. What my men are capable of. Tomura snarled, his red eyes staring straight through Izuku's sickly ones. While Izuku's eyes had long lost their sparkle, grey and deathly, Tomura's had a glimmer of evil. Malice, hatred blooming through them that reached into Izuku's heart and blackened it by proximity. The League of Villains isn't some small fry villain organization like those other wannabes out there. No, we're much, much more than that. We can and will kill that faker All Might, as well as his other dumb hero friends. They are a plague on this world, keeping down the underbelly of society that they dare not look at. Born into fortunate power, nothing about them is fair, just, or heroic. The pale man spat out the words, searing their intensity into Izuku. The freckled boy knew he wouldn't be able to break the chains he was in, clearly enhanced by some incredible material. He locked his eyes onto Tomura's, and did what he did best. Bluffed. And if I don't join? If I refuse? Izuku spoke bitterly, his face twisting in a fearful scowl. Tomura's eyes darkened. He walked away from Izuku and over to the bar the Shadow Man was still dutifully working at, grabbing a small glass between two fingers. He walked back over to Izuku, stalking, before suching the glass to a full grip, all of his fingers locked onto the surface of it. Izuku watched, fascinated, as the glass began to flake and disintegrate. The decay rotted the surface, turning it into dust that dropped to the ground in a mere instant, blackened and dead. Izuku kept his eyes on Tomura's hands, watching in what seemed like half speed as he reached his hand up towards Izuku's face, fingers spread and ready to maim. Izuku pulled away, but his head hit the wall behind him with a dull thud, his eyes crossing as he watched the man's hand get closer, stopping a mere centimeter from Izuku's pale skin. Izuku's heart roared in his ears, taking quivering breaths. I could get rid of you in a much easier way. There's many others willing to fill Dusk Hunter's position, you're just my favorite waste of space I could change for the better. The man spoke with a horrifying smile, his own decayed voice grating against Izuku's nerves. Izuku saw no way out of this. All he could see was death staring him in the face, the man's powerful quirk ready to kill Izuku in a mere second. Izuku couldn't look away, couldn't think, couldn't breathe. He was trapped, and the only way to get out was to go through. With death at every stop, Izuku chose to live as long as he could get away with. He stabled his shaking voice, fear cooling his veins. I'll do whatever you need me to do. Tomura smiled wickedly under the hand latched onto his face. I'm glad we see eye to eye on this. He rasped out. He quickly shot his hand out. Izuku closed his eyes and flinched backwards, expecting to die in that moment, before he felt the heavy weights on his arms and legs vanish, flakes of dust left covering his clothes. Tomura had disintegrated the chains that held him down. Izuku immediately shot up, dropping into a defensive stance while rubbing his sore wrists. Don't try to escape now that we've made our deal. I'd have to find you and kill you, you know. Tomura spat at Izuku, amusement filling his tone as he stared down at Izuku, daring him to try anything. Izuku froze, forcing himself to relax his stance as much as he could. The villain suddenly dropped his face, looking blankly at Izuku. Kurogiri. The smoke man's head shot up, looking over to Tomura. Would you tell Baita our little mission for him? I think I've seen enough of his face for a while. The man stormed off, pushing out through a door to the side of Izuku. He really reminded Izuku of a child dropping a toy they were done playing with in a split second, looking somewhere else for their source of fun. Now, it was just Izuku in the room with the freakish silent smoke man and his overwhelmingly panicked thoughts. I think I may have just joined a violent antihero terrorist group. Izuku mulled over that thought for a moment, still breathing with the fear the scraggly man had left in him moments ago, but was pulled out of his stupor by the rumbling voice of Kurogiri. Baita, we're excited to have you here. We've had our eyes on you for a while. He put down the glass he was wiping, a dull clink sounded as it hit the one next to it. Izuku belatedly wondered if polishing glasses was a hobby of his. The dim lights made his eyes seem to glow brighter than should be possible as he locked eyes with Izuku. We can't fully trust you just yet, though. He motioned towards the plush, cracking leather couches in the area. Sit. Izuku hesitated for a moment, before obediently padding over to the couches and sitting, back rigid against the dark material. His heart was still sounding in his ears, but the threat had left the room, easing him for a moment. Kurogiri sauntered over to the couches casually, his expensive-looking dress shoes making the hardwood floors creak underneath him. The man was a looming figure over Izuku, towering over him like a skyscraper before he sat down in the armchair across from him, a simple coffee table separating them. My name is Kurogiri. He began, leaning back comfortably in the chair. The man you just met was Tomura Shigaraki, the head of the League of Villains. He's had an acute interest in you for a while, I must say, so no matter how harsh he may seem, I guarantee you he's ecstatic you've joined us. The man's voice sounded, though the smoke wisped around him, Izuku couldn't see a mouth moving as he spoke. It was strangely eerie to see the voice come out of nowhere. About the mission, I've gathered you have a strength-enhancing quirk of sorts. Is that true? The man placed his hands on top of each other in his lap, polite and docile, in contrast to the man's appearance. Izuku nodded. Ah, good. Any conditions to fulfill for such a quirk? We've been watching you for a while, your fighting is incredible. Izuku thought for a moment. There was really only one thing he needed to do to uphold his strength, speed, healing, and overall abilities. Eat. Ah. I need to eat raw flesh, Izuku spoke, slightly embarrassed of such a horrific quirk. Kurogiri's eyes lit up in interest. I see. Well, you're certainly an apt replacement, I'll tell you that much. He leaned forward in his seat. The mission is simple. All we need you to do is complete a trade of some goods. If you can keep your head down, no questions asked, and pose a high enough threat, we'll consider using you for our future projects. Fail. Well, 𝐼𝐴 can take care of you then. He was silent for a moment, the words sinking into Izuku's brain. We have a meet-up with some business associates. We just need some firepower in the back, and a strength quirk for intimidation and guarding sense is more than ideal. 𝐵𝐴 is a name that's already holding some weight in the underground, and having you as a bodyguard of sorts makes trades a lot smoother for us. Of course, you won't just be eye candy. Kurogiri locked eyes with Izuku, the yellow slits burning bright. The trade is going to go south. We have word from the inside that these people are planning something to take out the league during the trade. Your job. Take them out before they have the chance. Fail us, and we discard you too. Kurogiri finished speaking, leaning back in his chair. Izuku swallowed. Yeah, sure. Izuku stepped through the warp gate Kurogiri had created, out into cool air accompanied by the tail end of a sunset. It was the same murky blackness he had fallen into when he was first kidnapped, recognizing the icy darkness of the feeling of being warped that he had experienced upon falling through the ground on that quiet street. His equipment was given back to him before he was moved through the gate, his mask, gloves, and smoke bombs weighing heavily on his body like a curse. The knowledge that he would actually have to maim to survive haunted him deeply, a vacant wide-eyed stare following him through that gate. As did around 5 other miscellaneous villains. Extra backup, Izuku presumed. The warp gate had led them to the inside of an abandoned multi-level parking garage, the grey never-ending parking spaces branching out in front of them like a field of abandon. Izuku could sense there were other people not of their group in the parking garage with them, their heartbeats sounding slightly around the room. Shigaraki stepped out of a separate warp gate in front of the men organized as backup, his back hunched, a dramatic overcoat adorning his body covered in pale hands attached to him. He managed to smother his murderous presence as he waited for his dealers to show up impatiently. A group of thuggish-looking men stepped out into the dim light of the garage, the warm cast of the sunlight filtering in through the windows doing nothing to stop the dark cloud of evil Izuku could sense filling the room. He watched with tuned eyes as the men situated themselves in a defensive position, Izuku tracking their movements. A nervous tick from a man in the back, a confident shoulder roll from a man to the right. Izuku could read lower-level criminals like these any day, he'd fought countless people like them on the streets. 𝐼𝐴 Shigaraki. The front man spoke with a snarl. He was big, bald, and looked to be maybe 50. His clothes were nice, but not nice enough to make him a big deal. Never thought I'd see the day we trade with an organization like yourselves, but money talks. The man shrugged, confidently putting his hands in his pockets. Kurogiri materialized next to Shigaraki. Your small talk is infuriating, show us what we're paying for, and we'll be on our way. Shigaraki rasped out, his malice escaping in waves of irritation towards the talkative man. Now, comrade. That's no way to speak to a business partner, is it? I see you've got some fancy toys. A warp gate quirk, a group of men, and the man strolled his eyes over to Izuku, locking onto him. His face faltered for a moment, the smug smile seeming to flicker over with shock. 𝐵𝐴. Aren't you a for the greater good type? You should be taking down guys like Shigaraki here. Ha ha. The man let out a hearty laugh. Shigaraki curled in on himself with anger, rasping out a thick growl. Izuku kept his jaw locked, showing no reaction to the man's accusations. Of course he shouldn't be here, it's not like he had a choice otherwise. He would never side with these villains, except for his own well-being. For a moment, the strange boy thought that he really had become a selfish person since he'd come back from missing. That bothered him more than anything the bald man could spew. Cut the yapping, Doro. We want what we're here for, don't try to drag this out. Shigaraki warned. We upheld our end of the deal. He snapped his fingers, and one of the men Izuku had come out of the warp gate with held up a briefcase filled to the brim with what had to be millions of yen. Now show us yours. The man sighed, holding his hands up in mock surrender, before nodding to the man next to him. He and 2 other men walked off to the other side of the parking garage, coming back with massive covered dog cages. They were the largest cages Izuku had ever seen, and a drop in his stomach told him something really bad was in his presence. The men set the cages down in a line in front of Shigaraki, still keeping their distance. The villain holding the briefcase of money handed it over to Shigaraki, and he walked over to inspect the cages, swiftly lifting the ratty covers off of them. Izuku felt like he was going to throw up. Each cage held an unconscious person, slurring, beat up, muddied and malnourished. They looked half dead, barely cramped inside the area they were given. One was a middle-aged woman, her hair sprawled out across her in a frizzy mess sprayed in BLD. She was unmoving, her head falling limply to the side. The next was a younger boy, his bright red bat wings cramming inside the cage with him. He couldn't be older than Izuku, with a stockier build and what looked to be a busted leg. He groaned for a moment, before a man behind him kicked the cage and he stopped. The final was an older man, his skin pale and his eyes sunken where he was curled up uncomfortably. Izuku bit back bile. They were trading people. You brought us broken ones. Shigaraki hollered. We specified good conditions. He rasped out, itching his skin with feverish intensity. He looked as though he was feigning to decay the men in front of him. Hey, we brought them in the best condition we could. We don't exactly run a spa resort, you know. The man smirked. Shigaraki looked as though he was about to reach out to press his fingers into the man and turn him to dust, before Kurogiri placed his hand calmly on the young man's shoulder. He immediately bit back a growl, dropping his hand to his side. Izuku knew how badly they needed these people for whatever sick thing they were planning to do with them, so he didn't doubt they would pay the men anyways. Shigaraki called his men over to pick up the cages with people, and Izuku felt his body frozen in horror. He had to stop this, somehow, but every plan he could think of just didn't seem good enough. They all ended in his death, or the death of an innocent. Suddenly, something caught his vision out of the corner of his eye. In seemingly slow motion, he watched with bated breath as one of the backup men held his hand up, ready to shoot. Izuku remembered, in this game, it was him or the others, and he had no intention of losing. On instinct alone, he ducked down, pulling a throwing knife out of the strap of them he had hooked around his arm, and threw it forward with pinpoint precision. The knife hurtled through the air, wedging itself straight into the man's hand as he screamed in agony before his quirk could go off. Everyone tensed. The fight was on. Izuku sprinted over to the men, immediately pulling his knives out from holsters around his waist, his grip heavy-handed on them, before slashing the man who had raised his hand in opposition across the neck, watching the BLD spurt out like confetti. The men surrounding him immediately jumped into action, as did the LOV guards, sprinting at Baita as either backup or enemies. Izuku immediately used the momentum of his knife, continuing the motion into a drop kick that brought one of the men down to the ground. He threw a knife straight between the man's eyes, lodging it in his forehead with a sickening slice. Izuku watched as one of the men's hair immediately shot out of his head, speedily drifting towards him. Izuku slashed at the incoming hair, knowing with that speed it would surely knock him unconscious. His knife cut through the hair, a continuous motion as he slashed hundreds of times a second, guarding himself. The hair just kept coming, encroaching towards him as his knife decimated it before it could get to him. The man was tackled by one of the LOV guards, immediately falling to the ground, his hair being whipped away from its barrage on Izuku. In that split moment, he picked the knife out of the man on the floor's forehead, throwing it. It sliced through the air in a millisecond, lodging itself in the hairman's chest. He looked down at the knife sticking out of him, and promptly passed out. I've been there before. Izuku threw a kick backwards at one of the men incoming, twisting around to run at him, sending a lethal punch packed with all of the power he could muster straight to the man's blocking arms. He watched them splinter under the weight of the punch, immediately cracking underneath the blow. The man screamed in agony as his bones pushed through the skin and out the other side of his arm, effectively breaking him too far to continue to fight. He screamed as he dropped to the ground, attempting to grab at his own wounds, and failing as the bones were too broken to move. Izuku turned away from him, blocking the swipe from a man who looked to be a lion. He roared at Izuku, sending multiple heavy-hitting blows with his powerful paws towards Izuku. Izuku used the holster of his knife to knock back against the man, pushing his arm backwards as he stumbled from the blow. Izuku went to swipe his knife at him, but was immediately kicked from the side by another one of the men. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 stumbled, rolling back into standing position as he slid backwards from the blow. He gritted his teeth slightly as his side throbbed in pain from the blow, but regained his composure quickly as the Lion Man and the kicker ran at him. The freckled boy immediately shot up, blocked a blow from the Lion Man, and jumped over a low kick from the other. "'S that all you got?" 𝐒𝐬𝐽 roared. He swiftly pulled knives out from his boots as he crouched, sending both of them flying at the men with extreme accuracy and a grunt of exertion. Chaos sounded around him as the other men fought the hordes of incoming gang members surrounding them. Are they hiding in the walls? He thought dryly, they seemed never-ending. One of the knives landed straight into the neck of the man who had kicked 𝐒𝐬𝐽, knocking him down as he dropped like a sack of potatoes. The other knife was quickly dodged by the Lion Man, skimming the skin under his fur on his face. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 cursed under his breath as the man ran at him, dancing around his clumsy attempts to tackle 𝐒𝐬𝐽 to the ground. He watched as the man stumbled slightly too far from 𝐒𝐬𝐽, giving the vigilante just enough time to swivel on his foot, shooting a kick sideways that landed straight in the Lion Man's gut. He pushed all of his strength through to his leg, feeling the man's organs squish under his steel-toed boots. The lion was immediately sent flying, shooting through the battlefield and falling limply into a support beam, cracking the concrete with his traveling weight, and falling to the ground like a rag doll. Through the chaos, 𝐒𝐬𝐽 saw Shigaraki watching him, eyes gleaming in interest. His glare sent shivers down 𝐒𝐽's spine, unease pooling in his stomach. 𝐒𝐽 looked down in front of the sick man, and saw the cages, still filled with people. 𝐒𝐽 knew he had to get them out of there, no matter what. He wondered if he could use the chaos to his advantage. Kurogiri was using portals to confuse the men they were fighting, preoccupied with opening and closing the inky voids with precision to block the blows. 𝐒𝐽 was certain he could outrun Shigaraki. The man had very little if any muscle. He appeared to rely on his quirk, and not his body, which left him overpowered by someone like 𝐒𝐽. If 𝐒𝐽 could just outmove him, he could escape this situation. In the split second he took to think, he was immediately sent flying backwards with a punch to the face. 𝐒𝐽 stumbled, before regaining himself in a crouched position, jumping at the man who had attacked him and hooking his legs around his neck like a monkey. He grabbed the sides of the man's face on instinct alone, swiftly pushing energy into his hands, and gripping. He swiftly twisted the man's head, pulling harshly and quickly until a sick crack resonated through the room. 𝐒𝐽 thought he would be sick. He had definitely just killed a man. Knives were one thing, but his bare hands. No, these were villains. Traffickers. He felt the icy dread continue to fill his veins. All he had ever wanted was to be a hero, but do heroes kill their enemies? 𝐒𝐽 couldn't think too much about his actions before he was blocking blows from people coming in all directions. The dull pains of blows connected with his blocking arms, redirecting the hits and punches as he sent his own fists flying to keep the men at bay. There had to be almost 20 more men than had originally been guarding the main dealer, half of them gunning for 𝐒𝐽 while the others were stealthily taken down the minute they were ganged up on by 2 or more of the opposing team. This match was nothing but unfair, but 𝐒𝐽 figured that was how it was in the real world. At least in his world. 𝐒𝐽 felt the smell of blood from the countless bodies around him waft into his nose, suddenly remembering his long unsatiated hunger from the kidnapping. He felt rage fill him, an uneasy feeling that scorched his insides. His fighting became quicker, more overtly aggressive, sloppier, yet stronger. He let out a cackle, salivating while he fought. He reached down to his side, using one of the last smoke bombs he still had from and threw it down onto the ground with a bang. The bomb exploded, sending a massive plume of smoke barreling outwards. It quickly encompassed the battlefield, all of the fighters losing their vision in the area. What the F? The men screamed, panicked voices rising as they tried to find their bearings. 𝐒𝐽 focused, breathing in as he tuned into the world around him. He closed his eyes, listening in for any small noises of people moving. He heard a shuffling noise, he'd throw a knife. Immediately after, a body would hit the floor. He would hear a heartbeat, he'd throw a knife, a body would hit the floor. He continued doing this, standing stark still as the bodies around him dropped like flies. He snuck up behind some lackeys as the smoke laid heavy in the area, stabbing them in the back with a scream of agony sounding. As the others heard their comrades falling, they immediately rushed, making more mistakes, being louder as they blindly swung in an attempt to find Baita amongst the chaos. Izuku's eyes remained closed as he took out each of the poor men who dared make a noise amongst the smoke, whipping and hurling himself in the directions he sensed any movement from. Like a wild animal, he relied entirely on his senses. The boy could almost taste the sweet stench of BLD in the air, feel his muscles' every movement in his body, sense everything as he cut off his vision. He was absolutely feral, continuing to decimate the numbers of men that were lost in the smoke, blindly swinging. Izuku still felt Shigaraki's eyes on him, extra wary of their intensity. Until they were gone. Suddenly, a loud bang shook Izuku. The door to the stair lobby was bust open, and what had to be at least 30 people funneled in, their boots clunking against the ground in a manner that seemed highly organized compared to the men Izuku had just fought. Izuku opened his eyes, breathing. The thick smoke from the bombs he had set off swiftly dissipated, thinning enough for him to make out the intruders in the remaining haze. Police crouched, guns aimed straight at Izuku as he stood amongst piles of bodies, some belonging to the LOV guards, others belonging to the countless men he and the others had taken down. BLD pulled at his feet, streaked across his gear. He stared down the barrel of the rifles pointed at him by the SWAT team, wide-eyed. He warily looked behind him, frantic, to see the remaining members of the LOV completely gone, as were the people in cages. "Sir, don't move!" shouted one of the cops, his voice echoing off the walls of the empty parking garage. Izuku's breath came out in wheezy gasps. "The people are gone, they took them. What are they going to do to them? I failed to save them." Izuku's heart sunk in his chest. He began, trying to explain the carnage around him and plead with the officers to go save those people. "Sir, please do not move. Put your hands in the air, we will come to you." The man yelled again. Izuku began walking forwards, pleading with the police in his panic. "No, you don't understand, He felt his entire body tense, pain rippling through his as he gritted back a scream. The taser sunk deep into the vigilante, the voltage extremely high for his young body. He immediately seized up, dropping to the ground as he convulsed from the electricity. The last thing he remembered before everything went black was the stench of bloody concrete and the loud stepping boots running to detain him. His thoughts were swept from his brain in the pain, and his body failed him. He failed. When Izuku drifted back from the desolate black of unconsciousness, he slowly opened his eyes to the bright, fluorescent lights. He felt strangely light, as though no worries could possibly reach him where he was. Before the world came crashing down on him. The police had found him. Izuku immediately shot up, the contents of the past 24 hours crashing down on him. He swung his feet off the side of the bed he was sitting on, cradling his head in his hands as he groaned. Wait, bed. Izuku lifted his curls out of the deathly grip his hands had on them, peering down at his feet for a moment. Sure enough, he was on a bed. The bed was cold and hard metal with a white blanket on top of it. The floors beneath his feet were bare concrete, and he looked a little closer at his feet, now placed in an uncomfortable pair of what looked like black slide-on shoes without laces. Case in point, definitely not his boots. The vigilante shot up, realizing his gear was gone also, patting down his body to feel the scratchy jumpsuit he was placed in. It was bright orange, a shirt and matching briefs that hung too loosely off of his young body. Izuku gulped, looking around. The room was small, almost entirely unfamiliar concrete, with a thick window out to the hall. He had a toilet, sink, bed, and that was all. The hallway outside of the window was brightly lit, lined with the same concrete, and looked over out across a large area with stairs leading down, and closed off by a rail that had doors lining across from it. Izuku may have still been in shock, his injuries gone and his mind blind with panic, yet he could still recognize how royally screwed he was. A high-security prison. He let out an unbelieving laugh. They didn't even hear him out, understand why he did what he did. Izuku felt his throat constrict with the weight of the situation. Sure, he knew if he had ever been caught, he would have most definitely been put away. He had multiple accounts of theft, obstruction of justice, assaulting officers, and of course, vigilantism, But now, with the BLD bath, Izuku had left at the parking garage, attempting to make it out of his predicament alive. There was no way he was ever getting out of here. Ever. The boy's heart echoed in his ears, his breaths coming out in wheezy gasps as he doubled over in shock. His heart felt like it was beating out of his chest, constricting his lungs, making him choke back horrified sobs. The wheezes quickened, panic gripping his body tightly. The young boy began gripping at the awfully bright orange SHT he was placed in, which he didn't want to think how he was placed in, and clawing towards his heart, thumping on his chest as he tried to force himself to breathe. The walls felt as though they were closing in on him, locking him in a panic purgatory. His vision went black, gasping and wheezing while he recounted the events. He went to reach up to his neck, attempting to free his throat from the tight gasping pains of breathing, when he felt cool metal meet his fingertips. His breathing stopped entirely, panic still making his skin hot while his insides were cool in fear. He traced his fingers around the metallic ring hooked up to his neck, little breathing room between him and the device. Izuku knew what this was. Before he had gone missing, he was not only a massive fan of heroes, but had an acute interest in what happened to the villains. In his time in middle school, he did some research into how criminals are actually treated. A miniature subcategory of his hero hyperfixation, if you will. One of the more inhumane things he remembered from his research was just what he had on his neck. A quirk-canceling collar. Izuku gulped. See, with any other person, that may not have been that big of a deal. Sure, if your quirk is emitting something or controlling something, you could live without that. Izuku, on the other hand, he was entirely unsure of the consequences of his quirk being gone. Izuku was uncertain of what his quirk really was to his body. He gulped back his fear, steeling himself. Panic would do him no good in a situation like this. It's not like he could will this away. If Izuku had learned one thing since he had come back to life, it was that you couldn't wish the bad things away. He had to face this head on. Izuku's eyes locked onto a figure walking for a moment past his cell. He immediately trailed the woman, as well as the two massive guards with her, as she walked over to the heavy door guarding his room. Izuku wiped his face of tears. He hadn't realized he'd cried, sitting up straighter as the door began to clank and clang. Two guards immediately walked in, rushing over to Izuku. Wise Izuku tried to reason, before they set up a chair in the small space, and both pointed their massive rifles straight at Izuku's face, staring down the aim on their guns with intensity. Would it kill you to loosen up? Izuku murmured to the men under his breath. A woman in an all-white pantsuit with oval glasses walked in after the men, sitting down in the chair, and confidently crossed her legs. Izuku thought she looked somewhat like a principal, ready to scold him and tired of her job. To his prediction, the woman sighed. Hello, Biter. My name is Miss Ogawa. I'm the general manager of Kondo Maximum Security Prison, which, as you probably guessed, is where you are. She pushed her glasses up, setting a clipboard on her lap. Izuku wearily looked between the barrels of the men's guns and the stone-cold woman's long eyelashes. All right, I have your file here. Ah, right. Biter, no official name found. Weird. She looked up at Izuku, that same bored look on her face. Do you have a name? Her gaze pierced Izuku, narrowing her frigid eyes and pursing her lips. No 7, miss. She interjected, flipping the page. She began to read without looking up. You've been placed in this maximum security prison as of 2 hours ago on charges of manslaughter, vigilantism, threatening an officer, obstruction of justice. Wow. Aren't you, like, 13? Impressive, kid. She nodded her head, her normally bored expression shifting into one of vague surprise. Izuku was horrified. So he had really killed those men. Miss, aren't I supposed to have a court case or something? Izuku spoke, not daring to move an inch as the stiff gunman made him uncomfortable. A court case? Oh, yeah, we settled that while you were out of it. It only took a few hours. There was really too much evidence stacked up against you to do anything about it. She shrugged casually. Izuku was kind of scared of this woman. Yeah, you're in here for life. Don't be alarmed, though, we have one of the nicest facilities in the country. You were incidentally tried as a grown man, so you're the youngest here, but you'll live. She tapped the clipboard. Izuku gulped, gripping his orange breathes as he tried to stomach the information. Alright, we just have a few things to go over, and I can get the F out of here. She flicked to another page on her clipboard. Ah, right. What is your age? Seeing as you, to be perfectly honest, don't exist in our system, we have a few blanks to fill. If you lie, things will just get worse for you. She spoke, pulling a pen out of her coat pocket and clicking the end in a fluid motion. I'm 15. Izuku spoke, easy to comply while his powers were held back by the hefty collar pressing into his neck. The woman wrote speedily. Quirk. She didn't look up at him, pressing her pen back on the paper, ready to write again. Izuku, for the quirk nerd he was, hadn't actually given proper thought to what his quirk really was. Sure, he could say super strength, super speed, super agility, fighting skills included, super healing, raw meat eater. But something about that didn't sit right with him. He needed a name he could use to include all of that. He thought for a moment, mulling over what he could possibly call his strange abilities. The only thing that came to his mind, the thing he knew he was from day one. Monster. My quirk is monster. The woman looked up at him through questioning brows. Izuku felt himself blush under the stare, nervous at how lame his quirk name sounded. Here. Sure. And what does that entail? She asked, smirking as she wrote the name down. Super speed, super strength, super healing and, well, a drawback of sorts. Izuku trailed off, nervous to reveal his horrifying secret. His stomach groaned. What might that be? The woman leaned forward in her seat, curious as to what Izuku was hiding. I kind of can only eat raw meat. Fresh raw meat. Izuku stuttered out, tactfully avoiding his cannibalistic tendencies in his explanation. The woman looked stunned, wide-eyed and staring at the young boy. That must have been a pain to grow up with. She blinked once, twice, before turning back to her clipboard and writing that down swiftly. We'll be sure to consider that when serving you in the caf. Now, what are the consequences if we don't do that? Izuku really didn't want to consider not being able to eat raw meat. The last time he had, it sat like lard in his stomach, no nutrients processed, and tasted like bile. He was entirely uninterested. I think I'll die, starve to death, probably. Izuku lied smoothly. He figured that was true, but had never had the longing to test it. If only past Izuku knew where he was now. All right, biter. Wake up is at 7 am every day, breakfast at 7:30, lunch at 12, dinner at 6, and lights out at 10. You are required to work a 4-hour shift once a day through the many opportunities we have for volunteers. This is a prisoner-run prison. Prisoners cook, prisoners clean, prisoners run this place, and discipline is expected. Most of the inmates in this prison are hardcore offenders. Murderers, mostly. She pushed her glasses back up the bridge of her nose where they had fallen. Of course, the entire facility is heavily guarded at all times. There are automatic sensors built into your quirk-canceling collars that will alert us of any disobedience, and potentially self-destruct if you leave the property unchecked. Don't try anything fishy, nobody has succeeded. She warned, tone cold and bored. Izuku swallowed, his stomach churning. You'll get to know the facility eventually. It's not too bad, as far as prisons go. Good behavior will be rewarded, and after a minimum year of service here, you have the opportunity to be moved to a medium security prison. Fancy, eh? Izuku's head spiraled with all of the new information. Right. The woman slapped her clipboard down on her thighs, huffing a sigh. That's over with, now if. You'll excuse me. She began to stand, but Izuku jumped into action, standing up to stop the woman. Miss wait. The gunmen pointed their rifles closer to Izuku, tensing. Do I get a call or anything? Izuku liked his lips, nervous. His stomach growled. She stared at him, bored with Izuku's antics. She groaned. I can never just leave this place, can I? She pinched the bridge of her nose, furrowing her eyebrows, huffing in annoyance. All right. Take him to the phones, boys. The guards immediately lowered their guns, standing at attention quickly, before they grabbed Izuku by his arms, yanking him along roughly. Their meaty hands led Izuku out into the hall, and as he looked over the railing down into the main area, he saw countless prisoners down at the tables below. Some played with cards, some were in verbal arguments that echoed off the high concrete walls. Looking up, he saw rows upon rows of rooms, men hanging off of the rails next to them, spiraling up into oblivion. Izuku gulped, his weariness making his stomach curl. All of the men he could see in this place were rough. They definitely looked like murderers, like the type of people Izuku stopped on cloudy nights from assaulting civilians near where he lived. Actually, he almost felt like he could recognize some of them from taking them down. Without his quirk, he wasn't too certain how much damage he could do to them now. Izuku also noted that every person he passed, excluding the guards posed every few meters with massive rifles, all had the same clunky quirk-canceling collar pressed into their skin. They gleamed in the light, their harsh metals looking especially uncomfortable on some of the inmates. As they walked down the stairs and along the main area, Izuku saw men snarling at each other, killer looks gleaming in their eyes. Izuku wondered if he would come to look like them too. A part of him would never escape being kept locked up like this. He would get out eventually. No matter what he had to do. He steeled that thought in himself the moment he knew where he was. Izuku was moved into a room, the two guards standing next to him as they pushed him into a pay-phone, Izuku's body slamming into the wall next to it with a thud. Excessive force much. Peeling himself up, he picked up the phone, ignoring the two stiff men next to him. Holding it up to his ear, he dialed the only number he could remember. It rang once. It rang twice. Izuku let out a breath at the third ring, growing more desperate. "Yeah, hello. My." Izuku spoke, relieved. "Biter. Man, where have you been? You totally missed our meetup yesterday." "I'm not mad, just disappointed." The sprightly girl joked. Izuku didn't hear the clanking and clanging that he heard last time he called her. He let out a small smile at the familiar voice. "Yee. I'm kind of in deep SHT." Izuku laughed a bit, trying to keep the mood light. "Kondo maximum security prison. And I'm not getting out anytime soon." Izuku spoke, his heart hammering against his rib cage. "What?" Mai screeched, making Izuku pull the phone away from his ear. She was way too loud. "What did you do?" she exclaimed, her joking energy entirely gone. Maybe. Took out some bad guys. Fought for the wrong side for a sec there. Yeah. Murder charges, I guess." Izuku trailed off, his natural awkwardness killing his light-heartedness he tried to uphold. "What?" Mai sounded deathly serious. I was. It was life or death, Mai. I chose life. They were human traffickers anyways. I wanted to save the people, but..." Izuku trailed off, gripping his fists tightly at his sides. "I'm sorry we didn't know each other long enough, but you're honestly my best friend right now." Izuku let out a small shuddering breath at his situation. The line was silent for a few more moments, Mai still absorbing the information. I know you're not a bad guy." Mai started, her voice breathless and serious. "I don't know exactly what got you there. And you're really scaring me, but whatever happened, I'll believe you. You've always been on the side of justice, haven't you?" Mai asked, her voice steeled with genuine emotion in a way Izuku had never heard. He gritted out a sour smile. "Yeah. I tried. I really did." Izuku lowered his head, staring at his feet while he willed his tears not to fall. Mai was silent on the other end. Izuku's heart ached. He so badly didn't want to bring his friend into this world of pain and tooth and nail fighting for survival. He wished he had anyone but Mai to turn to, anyone less important. But alas, he had become incredibly selfish while he clawed to survive. "Mai, I need you to do something for me." Izuku started, calming his shaking voice. "Biter, I refuse to finish your revenge murder." Mai spoke, humor seeping back into her tone slowly. "Ha ha. No, it's nothing like that." Izuku swiped his hair out of his eyes, lowering his voice. "I need you to go somewhere for me." Izuku filled Mai in, asking her to go to the little Horaman restaurant he lived at, and store his belongings like her life depended on it. Izuku couldn't lose the few things he had begun to associate with home. He also told her to deliver a personalized message to Mr. Landlord, informing him of Izuku's predicament so he wasn't too concerned. He was too nice of a guy for the area he lived in, really. Izuku said his goodbyes to Mai, promising to call her over and over again as she tried to school him on raising a little hell. Izuku promised her he'd escape under his breath, hanging up the phone reluctantly. He underestimated how nice it would feel to hear a familiar voice, to have someone backing him in this world. He let out a shaky sigh, cracking his knuckles, before a bell rang out over the entire facility. Izuku could see through to the communal area, where men promptly threw down their books, packing up their cards, groaning, whooping, all excited. The boy turned to the burly guard next to him, confused. What time is it?" he asked, completely lost with the lack of windows to the outside world. "Dinner. Get in there or starve," the man yelled, his voice even and harsh. He didn't spare a glance at Izuku, standing his guard. "Ah, right. Okay." Izuku quickly silenced his steps, tracking a few feet behind the nearest scary-looking men funneling into what Izuku assumed to be the cafeteria doors. The minute he walked into the grand place, rows upon rows of benches to eat at lining the place with many men already sitting, all eyes in the room seemed to zero in on Izuku, the place going quiet. The boy suppressed a shiver. "Why me?"